What up, chat? It's only that day. Today is the day. Tonight's the night. It's gonna happen again and again and again. Alrighty. Oh man, me from the man in the mirror. Better see you in ranked with that blade, of course. 100%.
Where's my controller?
Okay. How are we gonna do this? I don't know which controller I want to use. I want to use my Razer Kitsune. Which controller do I use for this? Got me with a copy? Sure, buddy. I've never heard this part of the song. This is Iron Man's theme. Are you the Kitsune or is this too loud? I don't know. Y'all want to hear my buttons or what? If not, I'll use my Kitsune. Now I use it. I like the button sounds. You gotta say so. Yeah, hit max rate for us. For us? What the? Us? Probably play today with this controller and tomorrow I'll use Kitsune. How about that? Go live on TikTok. The hood early access? What the fuck? That is not the right. There we go. What's up, Lomo? All right, game opens in like 2 minutes. Right here. Game opens in like 2 to 3 minutes. What's the team gonna be like? Magic, Blade. I don't even know the rest yet. I think I am. 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. I need 2 minutes. I need 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Better see Carnage and Deadpool on my team. Okay, that's probably not gonna happen. Probably not gonna happen. But I have to try them today. Day one, so shit's about to get real wicked. That's for damn sure. What's up, Toki? How you doing? What's up, dude? Okay. 1 minute. 1 minute. We need 1 minute. 1 minute. 1 minute, bro. 1 minute. 1 minute. Those are chief top rank carnage. Ooh, snap. That's what's up. Appreciate the videos. Ain't no problem, dude. Who's the hardest rated character in the game? It's probably me, Deadpool. Hardest in the game is gonna be Deadpool. He has like a million skills. His command inputs are insane. 3 stars, that shit's fake. That shit is fake. He's doing command inputs I have never even seen before. Those command inputs I have never in my life even seen before. Quarter circle back, down forward, and then forward. Square, square, forward, triangle, circle. The fuck is that? The fuck is that? And these are just some of his supers. These aren't the skills. Some of the skill ones are crazy. His raging demon, yeah. The fuck are some of these inputs he has? These are funky. All right, it's 11. I'm restarting my Steam. It's 11. It's time. It is time. Unpacking. Ooh, it's out. It's out. It's out. It's officially out. It is officially out. It's officially Tōkon launch day. That emote is ridiculous. That is a crazy ass emote, but it is PS what 3. Is the game out? Yeah, it's out. I'm unpacking it right now. It is officially done. There's a Hulk badge. The hell? If you gift a sub, you get a Hulk badge. Cool. All right, here we go. That shit opened System 32 on my computer again. Let's see if this PC build is actually fixed. Yo, person, thanks for the gifted. Both said play Power Word. Yes, I'm gonna actually just not play Tōkon on launch day to play Power Word. Yes. Yes, bro. Yes, I will do that. That shit opened my System 32. Ooh, this PC client. Ooh, I'm scared. Oh no. This shit probably still funky. Hold on. Cause why is my System 32 open? Can you close my System 32, please? Oh, I reopened it. A game worth it on broke? You like fighting games? Yeah. Oh, it's opening. Easy anti-cheat. No cheating. No cheating. It's officially out, bro. It's officially out. Let's go. I'm playing all day. I'm playing all day until like at the end of the stream. I'm probably gonna play Rivals, but I'm playing all day. Yeah, I'm not playing Rivals until like 12 hours from now. So if you want Rivals, come back in like 12 hours. probably gonna be a long stream. All right, unpacking is done. Let's go. Ooh, it is time. It is time. It is time. It is time. Wakanda forever. Wakanda forever. Wakanda forever. Wakanda forever. Here we go. Marvel games.
Language setting. English, United States.
Son, not this again.
Confirming current play environment to determine graphics quality settings. Please wait. Options. Configure the game's initial settings. The settings can be adjusted again from the options menu in game.
That shit made my fans
Text-to-speech
turn on loud
on.
as fuck. Oh, I heard that through my headphones. Yo, what are we doing here? A little scary, I must say. Agree to all, bro. Sign my life away. We sign my life away. Okay. Excuse me, what's ever reduced delays due to rendering? Sure. Sure. Nah, I bet you everybody's about to get put on the screen. How long is it gonna take? Okay, it doesn't look like it's gonna take that long. Crash incoming. Yo, it's gone now. It was loud as hell. And then it went back to normal. That shit was scary. We're good. Don't worry. We're good. We're good. Oh, man. You turn off auto combos now? I have no clue, bro. Steam says Cyclops drop in October. They just spoil us. Steam just leaked it. I can't open it here, so let me see if I can check it on my phone. Yo, Ghoul Kid, thanks for the follow. Steam, Tōkon. Where do you see it at? Is it on the deluxe edition? You won the stage, you'll see. I don't even see that. I see a standard and deluxe. Oh, I found it. The description didn't show anything for me. Let's see his languages. Oh, never mind. Year 1, character 1, October to December. That's just the full time frame. And the next is character 2, January to March. Oh, that's actually pretty generous. And you get a year 1 stage in April to June, and character 3 in April to June. Bro, can I get my Psylocke? I know it's Psylocke, bro. Stop playing with me. I know it's Psylocke. I know it is, bro. I know it is. I know it is. Oh shit, it's time. Let's go. Oh my god, my life's getting signed away. Hold on. There you go. You get off that. Excuse me? excuse me, I need Psylocke. She need me. We ain't nothing without each other. And that's facts.
Hello, Captain.
Oh, brother.
I am let's
Okay, I don't know if I'm doing the tutorial this time around. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not doing it this time around. I may have done it last time, but I ain't doing it this time.
That concludes service with Badezu.
I ain't doing it this time. I'll tell you that. I may have done it last time, but no sir. That shit takes way too long. Whoa, I did not mean to press this. What the hell? Oh, that's not. Oh, that isn't it either. There we go. How do I unlock ranked? You gotta do 10 matches of casuals. Here we go. Yeah, we got every stage now. Where's Asgard? I want to go to Asgard. I don't have Asgard. Oh, no, yes, I do. Ooh. I want to go to the Bifrost Bridge.
Select your characters.
Whoa. Random. Whoa. The game is actually out. What the fuck? What the fuck? The game is actually out. This is cursed. Whoa. That's crazy. The game is out, bro. What? Costume? Wait, there's gonna be costumes in this game? Like, actually more than like just the DLC shit? Because why does every character have this button? I don't know. Let's put two characters for last. So I put give me 2 new characters to put last. I know y'all really want to see Carnage, so let's put Carnage. Ugh, why does he look like that? That shit is pulsing. Ugh. What's up, Joy? Deadpool and Carnage? Okay.
Deadpool.
What is this team I got? Nocturnal Exiles? That shit was pulsing, did you see? Don't know who I'm going to use. You better figure it out soon. I gotta adjust my controls, don't I? Wait, what was that? Training dummies. I'll just teach you everything. How do I adjust my controls? Button settings. Light, medium, heavy. I binded this, right? No, wait. Yes. Yes. Unique. I don't know if I'm gonna use quick skill this time around. Oh, I only use it at the end of the last beta, but we'll see. Quick dash. We do need that. That's like that's mandatory. I don't think there's an option there. I'm not gonna lie. Quick assemble. What? Oh, is that assemble I didn't use? I didn't use one of them. Huh? Huh? Oh, this is supposed to be this. There we go. Record, playback, okay. Okay. That's assist. Dash macro. Yes. All right, we're good to go.
Deadpool. I'm on it.
Ew. Ew. Does he not have an air super? What was his air super input? I did air super, it didn't come out. No way, he doesn't have an air super. Huh? He doesn't. Oh crap. Wow, I didn't even notice that yesterday. He does not have an air super. I think he's only getting a game with no air super, no? Oh no, Deadpool doesn't have one either. What the fuck? Oh, these last characters are weird.
Here comes Deadpool. World peace is all on me. Don't try this at all. Don't try this at all.
How much healing does he get from this? Let me turn off health regen. I'm actually very curious to see how much healing he gets. God damn, how do I do this? God, this game's training. I have to get used to this. Where is it? Yeah, matching settings, shortcut settings button. Here we go. Is it more than how much he loses? Wait, he gets more from hitting? God, look how much health he's losing. God damn, he's losing so much health. Don't try this at home, indeed. It's great health too, yeah. Okay. He has a lot of skills. What the fuck is all this? You expect me to do all that? Wait, where's the raging demon? I want to see the raging demon. I can't even find it. I can't even find it. Where is it at? Oh, it's low-key. What the fuck? I don't even know where it's at. Secret input. Yeah, but it showed in the move list on the screenshot. Oh, you have to input it first to find it. Oh, you dead ass. Okay. Okay. Well, the input was. What was the input? Square, square, forward, triangle. Wait, what? Square, square, forward, triangle, square. Okay. Why is this harder than actual raging demon? I'm doing it. That shit is not working. Is it because I have command puts on? Square, square, forward, triangle, circle. Nah, that shit is harder than actual raging demon. What? It's not the actual raging demon input because I can do the raging demon input. That shit's not working. I have no clue what I'm gonna let all the weirdos lab that shit. I'm not doing that shit. Carnage feels weird too. Ugh. Does this pull even on block? Parasite. You don't want to lab Deadpool? No. That's too much shit. I'm gonna let all the fucking weirdos do that shit. Cause I'm not doing that shit. I'm too lazy. Ugh. What's on the line is parasite. Parasite fang, parasite, parasite. We not weirdos, y'all are weirdos, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie, y'all are weirdos. Just like him. Y'all scare me. How do I put that shit back on? Cards on the, oh, let me see if that blade combo's nerfed. What was the combo? Shit's not nerfed. That shit is not nerfed. That shit still does insane damage. This dude did not get touched. No mercy. That shit did not get nerfed. What's? You don't unlock the extra character? I have no clue, bro. My first day out here.
Remind me, Blade. Dark side or blood side?
The fuck is this? 3 bullets. Whoa. You gotta get on episodes? I like the secret character. Punctuality, he says. Jesus Christ. That's my super not working. Is this super input different? Don't say you swear to God. Although it's not. The Deadpool verse.
Whoa! Who just tried to DC? Rage quitting is the ultimate fighting game sin. Hold that pose. Oh, I just love hitting you.
That shit is sick, bro. Who just tried the DC? What the fuck is wrong with this guy? The bitrate goes crazy with Carnage. Well, good thing I stream in high bitrate. Damn, this guy's slow. What's this do? Oh, it's this move. So all his heavies hit multiple times. I don't know the input for Raging Demon Super. I tried it earlier. Low HP? Oh, fuck. Maybe it is low HP. Okay, hold on. What was it? Square, square, forward, triangle, circle. That shit does not work. That shit's not working. Also, my inputs displayed are not correct. I don't think it'll main menu for that one. I think. Did I get sleep? Yes. That shit is not working. That shit ain't working, bro. I don't know what the input is. I don't know the input for electric either. It doesn't tell you. I don't think it tells you in the input list until you do it once or some shit. Because it doesn't display. I just did it at fully. Okay, but I don't know the input. Oh wait, this is it right here. What? Wait, what? Oh, it's cool. Wait, no, it's not quarter circle forward. Oh, it's quarter circle forward. Why? Oops. What did you do? Why is it showing with? There you go. Give me great health to do fourth wall moves. Oh, that's weird. Ew. Interesting. So that's the additional input of rope-a-dope. Wow. That's why you have to stab yourself. Okay, well, let me heal myself then. Oh, well, hold on. Jesus Christ. Okay, what is it? So what's the timing for it? What is the timing for it? Is it actually frame 1? The hell? That poor Yoshimitsu. Okay. What was the other one?
Hey, eyes here and off the phone.
Square. Wait, what? Okay, I don't know the way you input because it's square, forward, triangle, circle, but that shit is not working. Maybe because I use command inputs, I have no clue. What is the timing to do electric? Hold on. Oh, it does work. Yeah, it's not from the pool. You just can do it from the pool. Where's my electrics though? Oh shit, hold on, I gotta you can juggle that shit. Wait, but where's the lightning though?
Perfect. I am the perfect Merc. Measure once, stab twice.
Hold the lightning grenade. Oh, you dead ass. Oh, okay. Well, how do I roll the lightning grenade then? Jesus. Because it's random which grenade you get. There you go. That's hilarious. Bro, I keep rolling the fire one. Blow up already. There we go.
No way. EWG normal uppercut.
Wow. Try Raging Demon again.
Perfect.
Oh wait, do I have to have low HP and oh wow, that's a lot.
Nerf my HP.
That shit is not working, yo.
If you want an autograph, just ask. Don't be shy.
That shit is not working. Square, square, forward, triangle, circle. Alright, I'm sure I would know how to do this shit because I play Akuma in Street Fighter and that shit does not work. Did you watch the character guide? Because it looks like you didn't.
Hey, eyes here.
You think I paid attention to the input list, the inputs on the character guide? Especially when they explain them in technical, and I mean in modern I play on technical. That is the dumbest shit you've ever asked me. All right, that's enough Deadpool. Yes, because we all looked at the input list. I mean the inputs on the character guide. Like what?
Your characters.
All right, let's try Loki and who else? Loki and Hulk. Tōkon anti-heroes.
Now for today's main event.
Holy fuck, this guy's big. Oh god. Can he not? Whoa. Oh wow, you got your combo from that. Got the range on this? The hell is this? Jesus Christ. Oops. Boom. Damn, that sends you rolling. Damn it. My head's so small. Please tell me Hogan ain't weird, right? Oh my god. None of these new characters can use supers in the air. They all have only ground supers. Gamma Bomb. Yeah, most of these new characters, well, damn near all of them, can only use their super on the floor. Not being able to super in the air kind of sucks. Damn. Should have built stronger armor. What is I want to see his back assist. Oops. Oh, Loki's back assist looks pretty good. It's pretty good, no? Let me see Loki.
The power of damage check.
Oh yeah, he has it does the long range version in the air, right? Yeah, if he's on the floor though. Cool.
The power of
Cool. The game out now? Yes, the game's out.
stand back.
Yeah, Loki looks like he's gonna be really good. Can this cross up? No. Oh, you can get some left-right mix with this one.
Backup systems go. Do you really think you can win?
King's in the air though.
Backup
This
systems
TP
go.
move is really good. This alone makes me want to play Loki.
Damage check. System stable. Yeah, hey, take your time.
Wait, so if you hold it, it faints.
System stable.
Ooh.
Let the rain fall. Power of a god. Let the rain fall. See my magic. Let the rain fall.
Damn, Loki looks really good. Have you played an online match yet? No, I just got here.
Power of a god.
Fight Lomo, he's labbing. If you just say he's labbing, why the fuck would I fight him? Think Loki might be a team candidate? I think so. I'm liking him. I'm definitely not gonna play ult. I do not play big bodies. Broly and DBFZ is an exception because that character is so fucking sick. Would you even call him a big body? That's a big body. That's a fucking sand. That's a fucking sand though. That's different. Yeah, I think Loki might be on the team. He has a dive kick. I really like this move. Oops. What is it? Oh, the down move. This is gonna be really good for mix. We shall see, man. We shall see.
Trickery amuses me, but I am also a god of strength and power, and you have ceased to amuse me. Be gone!
I'm liking him. I'm liking him. I think we might lab Loki. I think Loki might be a go. Might be green.
Stand back.
Loki might be green.
Give thanks.
This is good too.
I see the moon.
Do you really think?
Loki might be green. It might be green.
Select your characters.
I'm fucking with the Loki, I can't lie.
Loki.
What else we put on? Well, what else do we try now? I think that's it, right? That's everyone from well, other than I guess the last character. I think I might have to try Carnage again. story's weird though. I think I'm gonna wait for everybody else to figure Carnage's shit out. I need a back assist. Who am I gonna put back assist? I need a back assist. I think I might just do Loki. Loki might be in the back. Shuri? Where's my Deadpool? Why do you guys want Deadpool so badly? You guys want Deadpool so badly? This easily uses 3 stars. That is just such cap. But who has the lowest? Green Goblin? Ghost Rider has 2 stars as well. Danger has 2. One has 1. This is just cap. This is such cap. Why is Ghost Rider 2? I mean, yeah, he has to manage heat, but like you can literally there's so many combos where you can just never even have to overheat ever, or you never even have to go to like max. I think the team might be Blade, Magic. I don't know who I'm gonna put as a back assist. I need a good back assist. Can we see Spider-Man's back assist again? I never looked at Spider-Man's back assist, did I?
Iron Man, Black Panther, Hulk, Storm. Get ready.
Star-Lord? I've tried Star-Lord before. Mag, like you did last beta? I don't know. I'm just testing. If I don't like the new shit, then I'll go back to Mag. Yeah. Is the game fully come out? Yes, it's out. Mag needed for back assist can work though. Yes.
Blaze, I'm on my way. I'm on it. You got it.
Is this the same as Orange's assist technically?
Leave it to me.
This is the same as Carnage though.
I'm on it.
I see the moves. Blaze. Let's have at them, Blaze.
Leave it to me.
Leave it to me. Oopsie. Huh? Spider boot.
Spider boot.
Spider shoot.
System stable.
Spider boot.
System's compromised.
This is DP input or? Oh, it's closer forward.
Spider boot.
Damage check.
Leave it to me.
Get tight. Ready for my fave Spidey sound? Whip, whip, and whip. Don't you just love it? And now.
Yeah, I think I want to lab
Take
Loki.
your time. I'm just catching
I
up.
really like him. And he's fast too. He's not slow at all.
Let us consider this.
Do you really think you can win?
Yeah, who did I put last then? Or I think I might use his back assist.
Loki.
Stand back.
Oops, I didn't mean to switch with him. Just a monkey D Warden.
I'm on it. Do you really think you can win?
Let's have at them, Blaze.
System stable.
It's a really good assist. But I don't like the. Why is the ball going down though?
Backup
The
system.
ball would go forward.
Let's have at them, Blaze.
Hold this.
I wonder if they made DPs easier. They don't feel different.
Leave it to me.
They don't feel different. Alright. Let me look at Loki's move list. I'm gonna check all his skills. Jotun missed. What version? Wait, why is this displayed like this? Hold on. I have to go to main menu. Or do I? The way the buttons are displaying isn't just light, medium, heavy. I think I do have to go to the menu for this. Yeah, they do. Nah, they didn't nerf Blade. I thought they would, but they didn't even touch him. I did the combo first try. It still works. Action icon. There you go. Anything else I need to change? Oh, some characters' voices. Star-Lord Japanese. Max Japanese. Spider-Man Japanese. Where's fucking Green Goblin? That dude's voice is annoying as shit. Can I mute him? Just put him in Japanese. I'd mute him if I could. I'm so serious. Promoter? The fuck, is she playable? Huh? Why is she in here? Is she playable? She might be playable.
Training.
The hell? How do you unlock her? Promoter?
Select your characters.
Nah, but if she was just a story talker, then it would just be other. She would be an other. She's not an other.
Blade. Storm. Magic.
Odd. Suppose my down assist. Am I just gonna put Magneto back in, I guess? Or Doom? Yeah, just put Doom back in. Carnage?
Carnage.
I gotta try Carnage more.
Loki. Get ready. Iron Man. Get ready.
Try more Carnage. Where's Cyclops at? Let's be real.
Do you really think?
What is this down assist? Oh hell no, that's pretty bad, no? Ooh, that is not that vertical. This much probably, the hitbox is probably bigger than it looks. Hitbox probably way bigger than it looks. Also, I need to bind the thingy. Not just this. Bro says darkness is my domain. Should I freestyle it online first and then come back and do combos? Or should I learn? I may at least learn Loki. Yo and Mist. The immune version frees the opponent, making it easy to attacking. When the light button, you can branch into illusion. Oh, does it show illusion here? No, it doesn't. Not yet. Medium version can branch into misdirection. Is that unique? Oh my god, I keep doing that mistake. Why does it do it like that? So weird. Bro, oh fuck, he pressed the wrong button. Fuck. Okay, so that's that. And this is, oh, this is inverted. What in the what? My LB and my whatever. So this is illusionist and misdirection. All right. Serpent strike. This is his DP input. Branch down additional projectiles to the ground. Immune version triggers additional attack even on whiff. Put in a light version, you can branch into illusion. And illusion is a feint. Fenris Fang? What the hell was this? Of course, go back. Passes me version passes to the other side of the opponent. If the opponent's too far, the movement ends. Go perform the attack. Oh shit. This move is good. What? I feel like Loki's gonna be so broken. He seems really good. They improved the input system. I don't notice a difference, but apparently.
Compromise. Lightly.
Nah, I have to put Loki on this team. This dude has too much mix, bro. This shit is too good. Did I put him second? I might put him second. A magic back assist. This cross-up move is so good. Cause like imagine I do like what? I do this with Blade, and then I like they're stuck in block stun, and then I cross them up. And I have like a sandwich pressure now. We'll see, we'll see, we'll see. I think Loki is really fucking good, bro. Just like from what I'm looking at, this looks like good shit. You can throw this move off. Wait, what? Just throw off the opponent's air timing due to delay. You can delay this? Are you serious? What? Oh, that's crazy. Nah, Loki, I think Loki's like a must. If you like mix, I think Loki's a must. This dude is disgusting. What? Media version can branch in the misdirection? This is the held one, right? The held feint. Oh man, Carl Loki has a shield. Great to hold button. I'm using medium versions of okay. Jotun's Mist. Yeah, this dude looks too good, bro.
Now, hell away.
This dude's gonna get real tricky, bro. Like trying to fucking kill this guy. Oh, Loki mastery is gonna be something serious. Attack this around here and teleport forward a short distance. Medium version can teleport short distance backwards instead. Heavy version moves rapidly forward. Follow up with other skills during the movement. Wait, what? Really? What? Are you dead ass? Wait, that's fucking crazy. What? What? No, okay, this character is crazy, bro. Out of all the characters I've seen so far, this character looks disgusting, bro. What is this? Why can he do this? Bro. Can you cancel it into itself? Because you can do shit like that. Okay, yeah, Loki's on the team. Like he's on the team, like 100%. He's on the team. There's just no way he's not. He's on the team. I don't know where I'm gonna put him, but he's on the team. Summon a series of ice pillars from the ground to attack. The aerial version begins at a distance. If the pillars and approaching closer, it's only briefly invincible. He's on the team. Like it's not even debating. Like I don't know.
Overloading.
Let me tell you a secret. I have always wanted to be a hero.
Well, all those spots we just get 2 H.
For it.
No, in block stun. You're gonna be in block stun, and then we're mixing. We're not just gonna throw that shit out. You're in block stun. You're using assist. You can still call assist while doing this stuff. You're in block stun from assist and stuff. We're not just gonna throw that shit out. Okay, I tried DP input. I don't know why that didn't come out. Did he really save after it? Oh, Jesus Christ. Can't do that? No, he's supposed to do that. That isn't combo? Use medium version.
The power of Jotunheim. That was nearly the
They fixed ZP motions being iffy. I don't think they did.
Let the rain
I don't notice a difference.
see my magic.
There, hey, take your time.
Let the rain pour. Pardon me. Let us do combat thee.
Okay, out of all the new K, my favorite is easy to Loki. Favorite's easily Loki, easily. It's not even like close, I think. Supers assemble. Okay, we've seen that already. Unique North Stone. Tricked out. Progresses slowly, activating the attack when near the opponent's leader character. You can attack it, of course. Yeah, we saw that in the video yesterday. You just ground version as well.
Without any freeze.
North Stone arrow. Oh, you use in the air as well. It's pretty good. Illusion. This was with the other stuff. There's a misdirection and illusion. Illusion is just this version. Misdirection is like the actual counter, right? And this one's like an actual counter. These light versions, you can just illusion. Medium versions, that's an actual counter. Every version, obviously, you can't feint those ones.
There, hey, take your time. System stable. Backup system.
So if you hold it, he just won't do anything. If you don't hold it, he'll do the attack still. Interesting. Okay. Is that it? Command normal 4 to H. What is this? Oh, this is a thing. There's an ice thing in the air as well.
And I go.
Is Loki's back assist good? It seemed pretty good when I was looking at it. Look at it. It don't seem like the craziest though.
Stand back.
Oops. It don't seem like the craziest, but it seems okay.
Let's have at them, play.
I don't think it's better than some of the other ones. I think I'm gonna put Magic in the back. Loki second. I don't know who I'm gonna put third. It might just be like, I don't know, Doom or some shit till Cyclops drops.
Stand back.
It's looking like that, I think. Is that it? I think that's it. Yeah, Loki reminds me of Echo. He reminds me of Echo. Let's go online. This is my first or close to first fighting game. I've played the story mode and battled against CPU before. I've played against people here before. I've played these games, bro. How much energy do you need to put in the fighting game? I care about winning. I've played daily, pricing combos, and playing ranked, or the equivalent. This is new. This is a whole questionnaire this time. Describe your skill if I have understand the basics. I win some online matches but lose others. High rankings, highest tier. I have basic understanding, sure, bro. There you go. I mean, yeah, last bait I lied on this already. So I'm not gonna lie again. This affects your rank placement or whatever the fuck they may place you in. I mean, most people are just gonna lie on this. I mean, low-key, I should have just lied on it just so I can like practice these new characters. Because I'm about to get my ass beat by people that are probably just gonna play the same shit. But whatever.
Blade.
I don't care enough.
Loki.
Let's put magic last.
Magic.
Third will be. Holy fuck! Who would I put third? They might just put Magneto back in. What is Magneto's down assist? I don't remember what it is.
Dr. Doom.
Doom's is good. It's the beam. Register team. Oh, you can do that. Error. What the fuck? What happened?
Battle. Casual match.
Okay. I think that's it, right? Yo, my girl, thanks for the 5.
Our next matchup.
Story is partly just the episode shit, no? What do you mean? I mean, it's just. I mean, we're gonna play it, so don't spoil it. Oh.
Moment of truth.
What are you thinking?
Out Brawlers. What a team. Let's beat the Avengers episode 6. Oh, maybe I should play story earlier. I mean, we are gonna play it later, but.
Round one.
Asgard is with you. Let's have at
Oh, fuck.
Ready? Let's do this.
I am ready.
Round two.
How'd that reach me?
No walking away.
Let's have at some play.
Ooh. Okay, happy birthday. That's not good. Ooh, what is that lag? Oh, that lag. What the fuck? Oh, what? Oh, God, he roasted me. This guy knows no combo. Yeah, he's mashing out a couple. I know. Oh, God. He's doing auto combo assist. Auto combo assist.
Let's have at them, Blake. The magic of my true people. How unstoppable.
There. Here.
Asgard is with
What, he mashed?
the power of Jotunheim. That was merely on your knees.
On your knees, fool.
Winner. Player one.
Pro say, get on your knees.
Brace yourself. Round one. Fight.
Let's have at them, Blake. Asgard is with you.
That was bad. Like this. There.
I see the move. Blake.
Oh, what?
Here.
I see the move. Why you?
Take it. Got you now. Here. What's wrong?
Asgard is with you.
I wonder if that quarter circle 4 is over. I don't think so. God, this guy's a mashaholic, bro.
Not today. Cut you into pieces.
Wait, this guy's fire. He's doing auto combo. He's fire? How do I wall stall with this character? Oh, I do close circle back. Oh, story character. Oh. I got happy with it again? Okay, well that's unsafe. Okay, that is extremely unsafe from Loki. I'm never doing that again. That's unsafe.
Nothing can kill me.
Ugh, God, dude.
The power of Jotunheim.
Jesus, freeze. Freeze already. Oh! Oh! Ah!
Victory amuses you, but I am also a god of strength and power, and you have ceased to amuse me. Be gone!
This guy just rage quit. X. Bro just bought the game. Game's open. Bro, game just opened, by the way. Literally just opened.
This team's got some serious power. Enter Nocturnal Exiles! Led by Wolverine. They're here to try for the trophy. Enter Wild
Bloody Doom Carnage Hulk. That's because you like men. Ain't nothing wrong with that. You just need me to tell you that.
Moment of truth. That's it.
That's because you like men.
Our next
Maybe I know
matchup in the
girls ain't because you like men.
champion tournament.
You know who the carrier is already?
Led
Yes.
by Blade.
Yeah, the champion. I just don't know if the promoter is playable. The champion's for sure playable. Is he a grappler? Yeah. Definitely looks like one.
Brace yourself. Round one.
Fuck is this? 8 frame? No, they didn't fix shit. It's oh hell no. Oh. 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 Oh, we playing rivals today. That's for sure. Oh nah, what is this? This PC client ass. I got this dog shit ass steam in my ear too.
KO.
God, this team is insane.
Round two.
Oh, I meant to do attack. Okay, well, how am I supposed to mix him? Like, this shit's extremely reactable. Fuck. Shit is so garbage, bro. Holy. Smashing auto combo so he beats me? Are you serious? Oh God, bro. Oh my God, bro. Oh my god, my input didn't come out because the game is so fucking laggy, bro.
Let's have at them, Blitz.
Let me show you perfection. Too late to run. Nothing stops the girl of my KO. So now you know. Winner, player one.
Fucking PC build is still ass, bro. Oh my god, the PC client is still horrendous. Okay. Does he not read TikTok chat? Bro. The game is out, bro. Just go play, man. Can you call assist action in this game? Not really. Well, yes, you can, but like some skills you can't. I mean, either way, you'd want to call assist before you use your skill anyway, so you can switch characters mid assist. Because most skills are unsafe on block. Okay, I want to test and see if the thingy works. That one game mode. Oh wait, no, it's in battle.
Versus online battle setting.
Is it a room match? Ooh, tournament mode. That's what I want to test out. All players battle one another, determine their rankings. Round robin, single them. Is this an actual tournament mode or like? Can I put bots? I can opt in? Yeah, well, I'm trying to see if I can put bots for the rest of the. Surely you can, right? If you want to hop in. Not sure you'd find the room though. Why is that my player profile? Oh nah. This is so anime. This anime music. Change room settings. Can I put bots for the rest? This requires 4. Yeah, hop in, hop in, hop in. If y'all can find the room, hop in. I think you can just search my username. Can I type? No, he left. Oh man. The main man? What the hell? Alright, I think I need to ready up. I need everybody ready up. Ready up, ready up, ready up. I don't have any stickers. Ready up, ready up, ready up. That dude's big as shit. Main man, ready up. Main man, ready the fuck up. Ah. Yeah, fucking PC servers are garbage. Yo, can y'all ready up, please? So I can start this. I need one more person. Ready up. I can't type in chat. W. Oh shit, it's like an actual tournament mode. Okay, good. It's like actual Tekken 7. W. That's a W. Okay, it's like actual Tekken 7. Perfect, perfect, perfect. We can actually run these with chat though.
Now for today's main up. Brace yourself. Round one. Fight!
Slice and dice. Trigger happy. Wait, give thanks. At any time. No mercy. Let's have at them, then.
So what would we get? Yeah. That's how I wanted to test out.
Snick time.
I don't think you can put bots though, sadly. But if you just need 4 people, that's fine.
No more evil deeds. I see the move. You must hold.
Excellent.
You can't use assist with champion. I'm pretty sure it's intentional.
Three.
Here's my aid.
Pretty that's intentional.
Winner. Player one.
Why did it make me change my order?
Brace yourself.
The fuck? Whatever.
Round one.
I am ready. Macho.
I see the move. Here we go.
Two comboed him.
Call me whenever, kid. Round 2.
Waste of time. Yeah. It's mine. How about me? Barely felt that. Kneeling. Snack time.
This poor guy. I know this poor guy.
Enough of your shit! Oh, you
A wise decision.
Did you rage quit, bro? Oh my god, bro. I can't finish a match, bro. God damn, bro. Fellas are sorry. Oh, I win because bro rage quit. It's fucking rage quit. Like, what are we cooking? Next match. Can I spectate their match? I have to wait? Are you dead ass? Do I dead ass have to wait? I can't spectate. Or that's when spectating off. Display input history of spectators. Oh, I could change the theme. Oh fuck no. Oh fuck no. Don't play that song. Go back to what it was. Nah, I'm good. You play Carnage? Yeah, I played Carnage earlier. Damn, y'all match taking ages. Why is y'all match taking so long? They boxing in there. I can kick people, so. Fucking duck. Howard the Duck. Oh, B, that shit is not working. Oh, there you go. Yo, can y'all finish y'all match? I'm dead ass just sitting here. There's no way y'all are boxing that hard. Holy shit, the promoter looks insane. The way the champion looks insane. His model looks crazy. What is y'all? It's supposed to go up to 2, no? Is it not up to 2? Oh, I put it at 3. What the fuck? It's supposed to 2. Did he have ties? No fucking way they're having ties. Can't watch the match. I don't think I can. Or I don't know how to. Isn't that the match right there? Yeah, that's just visuals. No way I can't spectate. It's F50 for beta weekend. Ooh, lucky? Why is magic first for me? What the fuck? Okay. Was I looking at the wrong side?
Now. Brace yourself. Round one. Fight!
Let's have at them, play.
Full on. Leave it to me.
Oh, brother.
It's no use.
Oh, what is that lag? Oh, what? I get out the combo. I get put in 8 frames.
Full on. I see the baby.
What the fuck is that cap skin?
Gotcha.
I await your call.
Full on.
Let's have at them.
Oh, I have no stakes. Oops.
Copy. No mercy. 101.
You may call for me.
Round two. Fight!
Laser soul.
On it.
Oh, you can't do that combo at the corner.
Leave it to me.
Be wise.
Call for the stop.
On it.
Receive my assistance.
Is he even gonna kill? He's not using command inputs. Oh no, it is gonna kill. Now imagine whooping your ass. You mean the lag is whooping my ass?
Assemble.
用意できたよ
Round three. Fight!
Leave it to me.
Have at them.
Doom stands beside me.
On it. Got me.
Let's have at them, play.
I see the move.
Asgard is with
What? Where did her assist go?
On it. I see the move.
Be grateful to do.
Give thanks.
Wise
Give
decision.
thanks.
Leave it to me.
Receive my assistance.
Asgard is with you.
Round four. Fight!
Let's have at them, play.
On it.
Receive my assistance.
Give thanks.
I can't. Ah.
I see the move.
Oh wow.
Asgard is with you. Give thanks.
Wise
Asgard
decision.
is with on it.
Doom stands beside me. No mercy. Very well.
Leave it to me. I see the light. Here's my aim.
Out of the shadows.
That's the wrong button.
On it. Asgard is with
Receive my assistance.
Excellent. Final round.
In the simple auto combo. Be like me.
on it. Copy.
Receive my assistance.
Asgard is with you.
I'm dead. I didn't call assist before doing that. Whoops.
Winner.
You gotta call assist before you use specials.
Brace yourself. Round one. Fight.
Leave it to me. Give thanks. On it.
What? I did down. Oh, I had no meter. I did down heavy. I'm like, what?
Make call.
Shit is so long that it reaches me at round start.
I am ready.
Round two. Fight.
Give thanks. Leave it to me.
Doom stands beside me.
I see the movement. Give thanks.
Here's my aim.
Allow me. Copy. I see the
Be
movement.
grateful to Doom.
Oops. Sure, your hands will be okay. My hands are fine.
Three. Fight.
Let's have action. Give thanks.
Oh, fuck.
Be grateful to
I seen enough nerf magic. I don't know that. Maybe that is an overhead. I don't know though.
On it.
receive my assistance.
I see the movement.
マジックの時間だ。その身に刻みな。ダークポータル行くよ。
Be grateful to Doom.
I tried to guard cancel.
There's a ruse.
Winner. Player one. Brace
What
yourself.
does it say? The room has been changed to what? What did that say?
Leave this to me. I see the movement.
God, this character's mix is so ass. Fucking hate.
Getting started.
Blades mix.
Soaring justice. Give thanks. Got you. I see you.
逃がさないよ。
Shield strike. Let's have at them. Shield strike. Got this. I see the move. Blade. Pardon me. To petulant.
Oh, what? That didn't reach.
Shield strike. Shield strike.
What the fuck? It hit the clone?
That's one.
For me? I don't know. Hit someone. The only person I've seen so far play online. Wait, no one's playing online? Tōkon does a too scared to add Akumas in this game? What is it? What? What?
用意できたよ
Round 3.
Everyone else is probably laughing. Loving these new characters. Fuck, I don't know what I'm doing with Loki yet. I keep switching Loki and just dying. You're getting touched? Of course I'm getting touched. I'm playing a new character. The game just came out. Oh, I'm dead. Am I supposed to hold? No. I'm supposed to use medium there. I'm supposed to use medium there and then go for the cross up, I think. Oh, done. Okay, so how do I start it again?
Victory!
Wait, but how do I fix the spectate thing too? I gotta fix that. I should probably do first to two. Play Deadpool? No. I can start it again, but hold on. Change room settings. Maybe do first to two. I think 3 is too much. Allow. Apply changes. Oh, you can only fit 9 people. What is the other room type? Wasn't it a round robin? Okay, don't know, Lloyd, you gonna hop in? Is anyone else gonna hop in? I'll do one more and then let's go back online. Okay, that guy left. What's the code? There is no code. Should I put one, I guess? I didn't put a code. I don't know how you find the room. I didn't put anything. I'm just testing this stuff out because I didn't put anything. I think you just search for a username, I think. Okay, I'm ready up so I can start.
First round.
Oh, 2 people get a buy? Wait, what? Oh, I guess that makes sense, yeah. Those combo trials? I wish I could do them, huh? I know combo trials are in the game. Oops. Who are you playing against? Chat. Why did that drop? What?
The magic of my true people. How are you? You can't run. Safe trouble. Admire me. Just let me move.
KO. Excellent.
Go on. I am ready.
Round 3.
Yeah, it's like chatting randoms, yeah.
Why you? Let's have at them, Flynn.
Oops.
How feeble of me. Don't worry.
Be grateful to do.
I'm coming.
Ah,
This is the event.
I don't know what I'm doing.
How does it feel to
What is that? YouTube chat or username? What's wrong with the username? What do you mean?
Be grateful.
They have to have that binded.
This is the event.
I think breaking that manually is probably just not that.
I'm here. You're welcome.
I'll be getting destroyed. What? I'm the blade.
Here's my aid.
How feeble of me. I see the moon.
You need my help.
Yes, man.
Well done.
What's up, Star Queen? What the fuck? Okay. This will follow as well. Oh, you're not dead? I thought you were gonna die to that. All fighters, would I be good? Yeah. People swear you gotta be god like day one of any game. I'm saying, like, what? The game just opened. Like, why we like? It's okay to lose day one. How the fuck do I do the thing again? Oh, it's that. In general, exactly. Like, what? That didn't. Nice.
I'm here. You're welcome.
The game's running free stuff from there. Does anyone know how to fix it? Are you on PC? Why that whiff? Wait, why is that whiffing? I don't get why that whiffs. Oh my god.
With the Ghost Rider?
I gotta change the voice on Japanese. That line is so bad. That line is so ass.
Strength and power and beauty have ceased to amuse me. Be gone!
Oh yeah, that enhances all his specials after that, right?
Player 2.
Or any sword special or something like that.
Semi-final.
That enhances all his sword specials, no? What happened to soup time? Wait, he leave?
Final.
Wait, soup time didn't fight. Or did he fight? Where he left? I don't fucking know. Fuck happened to soup time? The poor soup. Poor soup. Yeah, all his sword moves get buffed or something like that.
Brace yourself. Round 1. Fight.
Let's have at them, Blade. At any time. You're in my sight. Shield strike. Get sight. Done fit. Let's have at them, Blade.
I should have answered.
All right. Freedom charge.
Oh, what? Oh, it's supposed to go back, isn't it? Yeah.
Round 2. Fight.
I'll let you be over. Shield strike. Freedom charge.
I would grace you with my presence.
Where's my assists? It was weird. Why did my assists not come out?
Here's my aim. Neat work.
Oh, the fact that I can kill you is so annoying.
Excellent. Round 3. Fight.
I don't know why a guard cancel can kill you. That's so stupid.
I see you.
Be grateful to you.
Freedom charge. Freedom charge. Here's my aim. Won't get away with this. I'm not done. What? Come on. Now the gloves come off. Living legend.
You can't run.
Consider this. Come through. Nothing.
Winner. Player 2. Brace yourself. Round 1. Fight.
Freedom charge.
You may call.
I see the move. At any time. Gotcha.
Cap seems fair. What's wrong with Cap? What? Oh fuck! I messed up.
Here's my aim.
Assemble.
用意できたよ
Round 2.
Bro, why did my assist just not come out, bro? Oh my god.
Receive my assistance.
Sometimes you do a special and assists just don't come out.
This is a battle for the American dream. Done this. A wise decision. Freedom charge! Freedom charge! Shield strike! Here's my aim. Like a book.
What? Oh, he hit the assist. That can do that. You can hit the assist and that can proc that. Damn, that sucks.
Round 3.
Shield strike! Shield strike! Catch! Freedom charge! I see the move! There you go! Receive my assistance. Doom standing. Freedom charge! Freedom charge!
Oh shit. I forgot which one you go behind people with. I think it's down, medium, I think. I forgot.
Victory!
I forgot. Then overhead, yes. An overhead you can combo off of. Or M. I think both of them do it or some shit. I don't fucking know. Alright. Let me see the combo trials. Where you do combo trials up?
And tutorial.
Character lessons? Ah. Do blades first, I guess. Level of mission, what the hell is this? Challenge with a combo that meet the conditions. Oh, that's cool. Marked for dev support skill. That looks fun. Combo off of poke. You like the most so far? Out of all the characters in the game? I think my favorite character is probably Magic. Okay, what am I doing? These dumbasses put the fucking... Why'd they do that? Oh, I was about to say, bro. I'm like, these idiots didn't put the damn command input. Move name plus... Just put technical only.
Next.
How good they are. Yeah, actually, let me try both so I can remember the name.
That was a decent warm-up. Full on. You're in my face. No mercy. You're in my face. You're in my face. Getting started. You're in my face.
What?
You're in my face. You're in my
What am I doing?
Getting started. You're in my face.
Oh, that?
You're in my face. Yeah, you're done.
What was that YouTube boy saying? Oh, is my chat bugged? Oh, my chat is bugged. Hold on. don't know why I wasn't displaying his. Oh, that's why I didn't display his message. My chat was set to only English, but his fucking thing bypassed it somehow. What the fuck? Odd. That was weird. You're a bot. Okay, what am I doing? Assemble rush? How do I do it? Why is it not doing it? Oh, it's that. What is this combo supposed to be?
Next.
Crouch?
Next.
Okay, these combos are pretty bad, I can't lie. Or unpractical.
Next.
These combos aren't teaching me shit. What am I doing? Let me do that. Okay. All right. That's such a weird route, like, cause I'm doing the optimal shit, and they're trying to make me do some unoptimal shit. They want me to do what? Cause we. Why would you do that? This is ass. This combo's so bad. Demonstrations? It's not about the demonstration. It just, this combo's ass. I know what they want me to do. It's just not good. Oops, I'm doing medium.
I see the move. Let's have at them, play. All right.
Fuck.
Give thanks. Let's have at them. Let's have at them, play.
It's not good. These combos are pretty bad. Jump heavy, forward heavy, jump cancel heavy, jump heavy, heavy. I can look at the sample. This is what they want me to do. What? That's so bad. Alright, end the sample.
Get it?
Oh, crouch heavy. Oops. Oh, heavy, heavy, forward heavy again. Flip heavy, forward heavy, heavy. Oh, yeah. You get a color for being in combo trials, apparently. Fuck, I keep messing it up. Fuck, I keep messing up the second part. I mean, the ender part is optimal. The starters are fucking garbage. I'm sure the ender parts are optimal. Like the heavy, forward heavy, heavy, forward heavy. That part's probably optimal, I think. I could be wrong though. What the fuck? Keep doing me. Whoops. BBFZ and me. Fuck, I didn't hold forward. God damn it. The DBFZ is rotted my fucking brain to do medium heavy. How are you able to run it on PC? Only controls with PC port? Lucky me, I guess. Lucky me, I guess. I didn't press heavy. Fuck.
Not working.
I didn't press heavy. God damn it. It's so annoying.
Tear you up.
Not working.
Wait, no, I'm pressing heavy. That shit's not coming out.
Not working. Not.
What? I'm pressing heavy. Oh, I have to do a jump heavy. Oh my fucking god. Wait, how? I already used my jump cancel though. You have to match heavy for the auto combo part, right? You show the full roster? Not right now. I'm so confused on that last part. I don't know why I can't do this last part. Yeah, you have to mash heavy for the auto combo part to come out. Because if you do auto combo, wrong. See, it'll do that. Maybe I'm just doing it too slow. Oops. I'm not even jumping at all now. Bro. Bro, why is it not coming out? Is this coming bugged? I don't get why that last part won't come out. Oops. I'm like mixing myself up now. This is not supposed to be this hard. I don't know why this is so hard. The heavy part just won't come out. There's like no mixing. Yeah, you have to switch characters. That's just how Blade is. It won't come out. I don't get it. Is there some tricks to this? No, you can't do it manually. I'll try it manually. But when I did manually, it didn't work. Oops. Yeah, see, it won't come out if you do it manually. You have to mash heavy so it will auto combo and pull it down and just your height because they're too far away in the air. Like this. Like, because you can't just do it like that. Because if you do down heavy, you're just gonna go down and it's not gonna pull them. It needs to adjust your height after you do the forward heavy, which is why I'm saying this combo probably isn't practical.
Not working.
Oops.
Not working.
Dude, why? I can't. I don't know how to do this last part.
Not working.
Dude, what is this last part, bro? Yeah, see, I'm looking at his inputs. He's mashing heavy after that. What? He's not doing down heavy. He's literally doing the auto combo part by just pressing heavy again. What? I am so confused. This shit is not working. It won't come out. What the fuck? Is this possible or like, is this combo even possible? Okay, I'm sorry that this combo is even possible. It's just not giving me my heavy. I don't get it. Is this combo possible? Probably because of the spinning thing at the beginning. Let's see. No, I don't. It doesn't do anything.
Getting started.
It literally won't give you my second part of the heavy. The jumping, like the ending there, the jumping H. I'm gonna mash the fuck out of it. Hold on. Oh my god, it finally worked. I just mashed the fuck out of it. Dude, why is that like that? I mashed the fuck out of my controller. Literally going. It finally fucking worked, bro. What is this? Oh, it's this combo. I did this. What do I do after that? Oh, DP? Jumping H and then DP input to this. To land and do that. Okay, got it. Quarter circle forward. So gun? Okay. Oh wait, you said gun. Oh, medium. Okay. Which one do y'all want? I can't tell because input's inverted. Okay, I need to look at the sample. I don't know which move that is for the last one. Oh, plus medium plus. Oh, a super. I'm fucking stupid. That's super. Yeah, I'm tripping. Unless it's medium or heavy.
What I was hoping for.
Crouch. Oh. What? Oh, stand. What the fuck is this combo? Okay. Midair. You want me to car this? Are you dead ass? Is that dead ass what you guys are asking me? Oh, you guys are sick. And then you? I mean, Tiger Knee. I said Kara. Why the fuck do you guys want me to do this? Oh, you guys are crazy for this. What?
No mercy. No mercy.
Oops. Wait, could just go backlight? Okay. I don't know why the fuck. This is such a fucking ass route. That's so extra. That's so extra and so unnecessary. Why do they want you to tiger knee? Why the fuck would I do this? Was that it? Oh, love what mission? I have to do over 3,500 damage. Okay. And during the combo, they want me to use super. Start their combo from this. Can I use assist? Okay. Let's do. Has to be 3,500. How much is that? Oh, that's it. That's over 35. Oh, that's easy. Oh, I need super meter. Fuck. Okay. Yeah, that should be 35.
That was good training.
Stand medium. And during the combat, I'm gonna use light. Yeah, well, that's easy.
I see the move. I'm not done.
What the fuck? $45. Oh shit.
I see the move.
Yeah, okay, yeah, supering there would have just killed. What's up, Rug? Okay. Oh, I didn't super. My bad. Oh, I'm doing the input wrong.
I see the move.
Fuck. $345. Okay. Midair, the combo starter needs to be this. That. Oh shit, no assist? Okay, this one's kind of hard. Let's see. What can I think of? Damn, wait. No, I have to wall splat. I have to. There's no way I don't. Damn, 45. What the fuck? 45. I don't think I'm good enough for this guy to think of something for this yet. I need level 3 if I want 45. What if I just did this and this did enough? It won't, obviously. Okay, I know a route. I know a route, I think. Wait, what about if I do light? Lights. Would this be cheats if I did this like this?
I'm not done.
I'm trying to think. Ah, fuck. Okay, maybe I don't lose level 3. Okay, I'm gonna think of a route for level 1. Let's see, mid-air gun. Which one has more damage? This? 600. I look through just aim. Never mind. Damn, no assist. No assist. Oh fuck, I went to level 1. Wait, so you don't gain meter in this game after using a super, right? I mean a special, right? What you do is just heavily scaled. Okay, I'm close. I think that's to do it. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. What? Oh, yeah, okay, I was about to say. I thought I got no assist. I thought I got no assist, bro. I was about to say, holy shit, bro. Okay, so I gotta do 70k damage. Oh, that's easy. It's easy, no? Isn't that basically free? I'm trying to think of the way I want to start this combo. Why the fuck did Deadpool not come out? What are you doing? Was that too much? Why the fuck did that not come out? 62? Okay, that's sad. I would tone it up, I guess. Oh no, I gotta use DP there. That still won't be enough, huh? I don't think I'm out enough with this character to fucking do this route. I haven't labbed it. I don't know. 66. Well, I'm getting closer. So how unplayable was he on PC? Like your shit. That's for sure. Damn, what's his best starter? I don't know what his best starter is. I guess this. Oh yeah, that'll do it. Okay. Why is Loki missing? Yeah, that'll do it, I think. I think that'll do it. I just gotta put it all together now. What? My super didn't come out. Fuck. Hey, you turn auto combos off? You can't. You can't turn auto combos off. You guys keep saying this. You can't. Just stop mashing. Stop mashing. You cannot turn auto combos off. Stop mashing. That's how you know you're mashing. If you're getting auto combo, that means you're mashing. Stop mashing. Oh, that's max? Fuck. If this isn't enough, I don't know what is. Please. Yes! Yes! Fuck is this? Wait, what? Marked for deaf supported skill. What the fuck are you asking me? What am I? What are you asking me? You want me to do what? Are you fucking crazy? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have to do 6 enhanced specials. I don't know fucking wait, no assist. I don't know a route for that. At the end, they want me to super. Yo, eat a dick.
I'm not done.
I don't know a route for that.
I'm not done. Take this. Get done. Over here. Take this. No mercy. Over here.
Bro, I don't know a route for that. Is there an example? There's no sample. Can you guys even do that? I don't know a fucking route for that. What the fuck? I don't know a route for this, bro. They want me to use in like supers to where my swords enhance 6 times. I don't know a fucking route for that. What? A 3 is all I got. I guess when you wall splat them, they want you to reload. Oh, fuck no. I don't know a route for this. What? Who the fuck is that, man? I'm leaving. I'm leaving. What? I'm leaving. Like, I don't know. I'm fucking leaving. What are you talking about? I'm leaving. What the fuck? I don't know a route for that. The fuck? Have you lost your mind? I don't know a route for that. Like, that is so specific. I'd have to wall splat and then reload while wall splat. I'm not making the route for that. I don't feel like doing that. That's gonna take too long. That's gonna take too long. I'm not doing that shit. That's gonna take way too long. Challenging these nuts. What the fuck? Fuck you. That's gonna take way too long. I'm not doing that shit. You Loki's combo Charles. Not doing that shit. You lost your fucking mind. Motherfucker has lost his marbles. Talking about some do a combo with 6 enhanced version of your sword. Yeah, eat a dick. Eat a dick, bro. I'm not doing that shit. Got me fucked up. Okay, what am I doing?
As prophesized.
The blade isn't me? Bro, that's not even a combo trial. I did all those combo trials. The combo trials are ass, yes. What?
Effortless.
I said effortless. Got to hold it. Oh, you could do that? Okay, I didn't know you could do that. Do something you can, I mean, you could probably hit it. It's just so specific. I don't have the route for that. I have not played a blade enough to have that. This is day 1. How the fuck? I could probably find a route for that after. Well, I mean, I can find a route right now. It's gonna take me too long. Mainly specifically because you have to reload mid combo. You have to do 3. They want you to do 3 enhanced specials and then wall splat. And while they're wall splatting, you have to be on the floor to reload your stakes. And after that, you still have to have enough combo meter to do the rest of the combo. Do 3 more and then end with level 2. I mean level 1. Yeah, I'm not doing that. I don't feel like doing it right now. I can find her out. It's just gonna. I'm just gonna have to use too much brain power. Fuck that. That's too much brain power. That's too much brain power. What the fuck is this? I don't know what this means. A during attack hit. Oh, assist. What? Isn't that not it? Stand heavy and you jump cancel. And HH, what? Does Loki feel good? Yes. Loki's my favorite out of all the new. Okay, I don't know what you're asking me. What? I did that. Heavy. Wait, you didn't even do stand heavy. You did crouch heavy. What? Oh, or maybe he didn't. Never mind. Oh, he didn't do 2H. What the fuck? Oh, that pops you up in the air? I didn't know that. I didn't know that pops you up in the air. His stand heavy pops you up in the air. I did not know that. I was doing stand heavy, crouch heavy. Because I was assuming like that's what they wanted.
Effortless.
Effortless, it says. Ooh, what is this? What the fuck is this move? I didn't know he has that. H, 6H, and then this. Oh, the dive kick. Okay. Oh, heavy. Fuck. I mean, like.
Over so soon.
Mysterious lunatic. Fuck, I do. What?
Getting started.
Jump heavy. Why is that not connecting? Oh, quarter circle forward. Oh, I read that wrong. Okay.
Not bad.
What is this? What? Down you on hit. I don't know what this combo looks like. I'm assuming you do ice into ice, no? Oh wait, I'm right. Bro. What? Okay, I have to look at this. Oh, you can cancel this into specials, huh? I forgot. Wait, that's a down input. I don't fucking get it. Let me see it. Oh wait, I didn't see that. So okay. Yeah, I think I gotta back up a little bit. I thought they wanted me to put 2U in again, but no, they don't. And then, oh, you can use the super in the air, right? Yeah, you can. Okay. Fuck. Oh, crouch heavy. Cool. Move is so cool. Wait, so what am I supposed to do? Oh, yeah. Okay. I'll jump medium. Neutral jump medium. Jump again? Okay. Damn, this is a funny one. Is it jump medium heavy? It might be jump medium heavy. Okay, I don't get the second part. Jump medium, do I fall or what? Oh, it's jump cancel. The fuck? What the fuck? Why is this not working anymore? There we go. Yep. How annoying. Why is the second part so annoying for this? Why is the second part so annoying? I'm supposed to be neutral jumping. But I did that though. But do you guys want dive kick? Oh, you guys do want dive kick. Fuck. What's Deadpool's theme sounds like? Exactly what you would think. Whatever you're imagining, it's exactly what you think. That, fuck, I keep doing the wrong input.
One does not cross a frost giant.
Mumbo jumbo ass music. That's exactly what it sounds like. Oh, this is 2 hits. I didn't know that was 2 hits. So you do this, this, this. Oops. And you can call this this. Okay. Out of your team, who are you going to play the most? Blade and Magic. Well, I'm playing everybody. I'm switching characters a lot. This is not a 1v1 game. I'm playing all of them. Level 3 after that? Okay. You're mashing? What are you? Yo, you... Stop typing, please. That's not reaching. Think we ain't caught that? Caught what? What are you saying? Bro, this part into this is throwing me off. Is that really gonna combo? Is that really combo? I feel like I'm doing this wrong. Oh, it does. What the fuck? But how though? It's not. How do you combo this? What? Oh, is he doing a heavy part? I don't get this. I don't get how you do this. What? It's not comboing for me. You do. Yeah, but how do you combo level 3 into that? How do you get level 3 into that? I don't get that. How do you, like, how is he doing level 3 at the end? Bro, I don't. I can't get level 3 there.
Let me tell you a secret.
How, bro? How is he doing that? Need to stop mashing? Bro, okay, you guys don't understand how this works. Never mind. Bro. That shit won't come out. I don't get it. It's a timing issue. The super won't come out. Well, I mean, they're not hit stun enough for this super to connect. And it's not like I'm mashing or anything. I'm using one button super. It's still not coming out. So it's coming out at frame 1. But it's not connecting. I'm doing it the exact same way he's doing it. Do I have to delay? No. So you do down, down, light, and then this. Close circle forward, light. Unless they want me to do like a different version. What? Unless they don't want me to do it in the air. The counter, yeah, I keep saying my close circle forward is wrong. Do they want me to do it on the ground or in the air? Hold on. Maybe on the ground. Oh, it's on the ground. I'm doing it in the air. Okay, I get it. Tried to tell you? Okay, I'm not gonna lie, you're going. You said something completely different. You didn't have to ban him. No, don't ban him. Bro said stop mashing. Like what? That's completely different from what I'm doing.
Victory amuses me,
There you go.
but I am also a god of strength and power, and you.
Like this is completely different than what I'm talking about. You're talking about mashing. Like it's not. That's not what. That's not what I'm doing. Like. What is this? What's the main team so far? Oh, it's this now. Okay, I don't think I can do this. I don't have any combos with Loki. I have 0 combos with Loki. Crouching you? I don't have any combos with Loki yet. What is the startup? Okay, I have to actually go lab this character. I don't know the startup on this move. This shit is huge. I think you get colors for combo trials, but I could be wrong. I got ranked on things. Carnage combo trial 2. Carnage combo trial 2.
Versus Arcade and Tutorial. Character Lessons.
Which one? Which one's 2? This one? Oh, I don't know which one 2 is. Which one is it? What is it called? Oh, the damage combo 2. Forward heavy. What do you do after that? You do max range U. What do you not understand on this? The inputs are killing me. Max range U. So you do that and then do this. You? Oh, you do U, forward U, and level 3. You do that. Can you parasite thing and pull yourself? Oh no, you can't. Oh, that's why you have to do that. Oh, you do. Okay. I know, I see how to do this. How the fuck do I connect that last part? How you connect that? How you connect the max range mid-air U? How do I connect this move to it? No, I didn't do magics yet. I don't know how you connect this. I'm trying to let me look at the sniper though. All you gotta do is low to the ground. How low? There we go. Yeah, delay like crazy. It's like a big ass delay. What the fuck am I doing? Fuck. Wrong super. That's not that hard. You just gotta delay it like crazy. You have to delay the parasite thing a fuckload. A gigantic delay. It's a gigantic delay. And then after you do quarter circle back, like you do the kick thingy, and then with this kick thingy you gotta enhance it. Why can't I do the kick? Yeah, when you do the kick thing you gotta enhance it, and after that you just super. It's just a massive delay. That's all it is. It's just a gigantic delay, so you can be range perfect on parasite thing. Carnage fun? I have no clue. I've not been playing him. I have not been playing him. I was just checking that combo for somebody. Training. All right, let me check low-key shit.
Select your characters. Low-key. Blade. Magic. Dr. Doom.
I'm just putting random ass characters in.
Black Panther, Hulk, Storm. Get ready. We've got a high-profile match.
We got a high-profile match.
In the orange.
We got a high-profile match. Okay, what am I doing? I ain't check frame data. I make Iron Man on block. Minus 12?
If you wanna stand still and
It's plus? This is plus? What? Wait, this better. This character's better than I thought. Loki's better than I thought. What? What's the range of this?
if you wanna stand still and
Not enough. Not enough. Not enough. Not enough.
Well, he's +5 from that? What? This pushes you back, but like this is +5, and the fastest no one's game is 6, so you just frame trap somebody. I make him jab.
if you wanna stand
How does this game's training mode work? Holy shit.
still and
Wait, what? Oh, you can hit him during it.
Doom stands beside. Doom stands beside.
I see, I see.
Receive my assistance.
Okay, so he's plus at the end of it, but like
What's next? How that be? Not enough. Hello, race.
Doom stands beside.
wow, that's so good.
Doom stands beside.
Fuck is this Doom assist? Shit his ass.
Doom. Doom. I'm on. Be great. Receive.
Try doing the first combo they showed in the Loki character guide. It's really saucy and optimal. Maybe later. Hold on.
Receive my assistance.
That was optimal, but
Doom stands beside.
fuck is my DP knock him out?
Receive it.
Okay, what else do I check on this character?
Incredible. How feeble of me. How feeble of me.
beside
What?
Doom stands.
Feel my power.
Receive my. Receive my assist.
How the fuck?
Receive my. Receive my assist.
How is he hitting me?
Doom. Doom stands beside you. Be grateful to Doom.
Damn, he's actually hitting me. How's the game running? Game is online is still laggy as shit on PC.
Doom stands beside you.
Are you beyond restraint?
Fuck.
Skills. How feeble of me.
There, hey, take your time. I'm just catching up on some emails. Receive my assistance.
The omens are run. Pardon me. Run. See my magic. So obvious.
Try with a quick swim meeting to counter him for trying to mash. I don't think that's how that move works. What? It's not for misdirection. That's for holding. You don't have to hold. You don't have to press quick skill. You don't. Oh, you mean like hold medium? Oh, I know already. You said quick skill. I thought you were talking about unique. I'm tripping. I have to delay that? There we go.
Receive my assistance. Receive my.
The timing is weird on that.
Be grateful to do.
I'd probably not use Doom for that, but you get my point.
What's next?
That's so good.
The magic of my true people.
That's so good, bro. That makes you trying out Deadpool? Yeah, I tried out Deadpool earlier.
Stand back.
Okay, I need combos with this character. Make some combos. Can I do that meterless? Dude, if main team is gonna be the forward on Summer Outriders. I don't know. Well, I mean that wouldn't be real because I don't have Ghost Rider on here, and Magic is not on there. Magic's not on there either.
Be grateful to do.
Oops. Why is this light version not connecting? What's the current meta for the game? What? Game just came out. What? Oh, that's what you do.
That was neat. Backup system. Want you to win this. Over here.
Trying to MetaMask day one? Like, I didn't know we was competing. Can I do this? Oh, no, you can't.
Feel my power. So obvious.
That's really good.
This was compromised. Feel my hell away. So obvious.
It's really good. What about this ice ball?
There, hey, take your time. I'm just. Hell away.
Can I do? Oh, you can. Is that like an actual overhead?
It's mine. Not enough.
I turn this off. This is an overhead? Oh, come on. It's not an overhead. Damn, that sucks. This would be so good if it was an actual overhead. Damn, that sucks. I suck at labbing. How do you suck at labbing? What does that mean? You should be patient and just look for shit.
Backup system. Doom stands beside me.
Oh. I was gonna try and do this and an empty jump low, but you can't do that.
Receive my
Now, what do you think I'm doing? I'm just testing shit. You probably just don't know how to lab. It's not that you suck at labbing. You probably just don't know how to lab. No hello back? Bro, I was in the middle of talking this thing, bro. Ugh. Jesus Christ.
I'm off. Loki, there you are. Full on damage. Over here.
All right, let's go online.
Casual match.
Can I add my team, please? I can't add my team from there.
Casual match.
This is RB. Oh. Maybe I put Loki last.
Magic.
Let's try this. I'm definitely gonna use Loki though. Loki's on the team. He mainly looks at Twitch chat. I look at all of them. Just that most of my TikTok chats are just, does he read TikTok chat? Does he read TikTok chat? Does he read TikTok chat?
What the?
You can do that. Damn, I wish you can. I wish I was an overhead. Oh, wait, you can jump.
Moment of truth.
Move is plus. Damn, that move was good. So TikTok B, when I'm dual streaming, I forget TikTok chat. I use Big Finger. I mean, I just use TikTok a lot in studio. I have the shit open. It's just that if I'm just gonna get asked, does he read TikTok chat? Does he read TikTok chat? It's like, bro, what?
Brace yourself. Round one. Fight.
The fuck is that color? That shit distracting as hell.
I am ready. Be grateful to do. No mercy.
Oops. Oh, you using all of them? No stimulator, LBS on one screen and Twitch another. Well, I have 3 chats in front of me. I have YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch chat in front of me. It is overstimulating, but it is what it is.
Receive my assistance.
I be forgetting Magic has Dark Child first, so when I did Super, I was like, wait, what the fuck? Whoops. I forgot you're supposed to wall splat, then Super.
Round three. Fight.
You need my help. Magic. Doom stands beside you.
What's up, IX? Oh, snap. Oh shit, why'd that go the wrong way? Is Tōkon worth getting? I mean, worth playing? I like the game.
Here's my aim. Give thanks to it.
Receive my assistance.
You've been on the game for a while? The game just opened. What do you mean? I've only been live for like 3 hours. It's like nothing.
Stands beside me. No mercy.
You need my help.
Yikes.
Winner, player 1.
I'm gonna change the order because I want to use Loki.
Brace yourself. Round 1. Fight!
Be grateful to do.
What's next?
Receive my assistance.
Here's my aim. How that be?
Ready to go.
Round 2. Fight!
Never run.
Damn. Uh-oh.
You need my help. One does not cross. A frost serpent.
A frost giant.
Power and
Round 3. Fight!
you need my help. Yes, I am the god of love.
Wait, so does this enhance my sword for the rest of the match or just the round?
They must know the truth.
Holy shit, Nova, thanks for the 10.
You are done. Awake from your slumber. There you go.
Doom stands beside me.
Oh no. Thanks for the subs, bro. Appreciate it. Thank you. Whoa, that was lag.
Winner,
Maybe Loki Kratos axe? Kratos axe.
brace yourself. Round 1. Fight!
Doom stands beside me.
Pardon me.
Receive my assistance.
Here's my aim.
Mix.
Metallic might. How can this be?
Oh,
Doom stands beside me.
it's the guy from Rivals. Oh no.
When Magneto calls, the heavens answer. Give thanks to Receive my
Am I dead?
Be grateful for doom.
Oh, I got mixed.
I'll stand by.
Psylocke in this game? I wish. I wish. The Rivals OC? I should ban your ass.
Give thanks to me. Be
What's
grateful.
up, Samantha? Oops.
Receive my assistance.
Okay, I'll wake up to it. I don't know. Oh, what? You neutral jump, so it messed up my... She neutral jump, so it messed up my thingy. That's crazy. Wow, Mash, whoops. Is the game free? No. Heck no. Games are not usually free.
I will fight on. I am right. Steel yourself.
I don't know how to use Magneto, so I'm just kind of like freestyling combos, and it didn't work.
Be grateful to do. Steel yourself. You are outmatched. I am right. I summon your command. I see the move. Metallic might.
What was that lag?
Excellent.
What the fuck? Okay.
退屈しのぎにもならないね。
Winner. Player 2. Brace yourself. Round 1. Fight.
Wise decision. Doom stands beside. I'll stand by. You need my help.
Oh, that's hella unsafe. Damn. I should probably use Blade before I lose, but like, bro, everyone I'm fighting doesn't switch characters. I'm like the only one switching characters. God damn it. I'm like the only one switching characters day one, bro. So I'm gonna lose the people that obviously don't switch. Like, I'm trying new shit. Everyone else isn't trying shit. But I could just switch the Blade and just beat this dude, but I don't want to. I want to try Loki because Loki's new. It just came out. Ugh, it's just annoying.
Here's my aim. Wise decision.
Trickery amuses me, but I am also a god of
I want to
strength
buff my
and
sword thingy.
power, and you have ceased to amuse me. Be gone! It's mine.
Be grateful to do. Here's my aim.
Oh my god, her normals are so long. Oh god, that crouching medium is so privileged.
precision.
Grab me? I'm losing so much from trying Loki, bro. Fuck. Many combos for him. GG's. Fucking Loki bombos. Luna still be a cool rep in this game. You need to be banned.
The power of Yotna.
You need to be banned. Ooh, hold on, that's a route. Cool route. They do Nutrigen for that one. We need Squirrel in this game. Yo. Mute up. Mute. Mute up, bro. Holy shit.
Brace yourself.
Stop talking.
Getting started.
You're in my sights.
All right.
You got me.
What the fuck am I doing? Looking dagger, cool.
My
Toss some
apologies.
Squirrel and Luna Snow. Yo, if y'all don't stop talking.
I am ready. Match it.
This one is cool. This is Miss Marvel's theme.
Getting started. Freedom charge. My apologies.
I'm prepared.
Iron Fist would be sick in this game. Okay.
I'm not done. Shield. I see the move.
Okay.
Danny Rand? Make him a stance character? What in tarnation?
Brace yourself. Round one. Fight!
All right. Getting started.
The fuck? I don't know what I'm doing.
My apologies for the delay.
Round two.
Not working. Shield shot. Soaring justice. Okay. I am ready. Magic.
We'll get away with this.
Assemble.
I'm ready.
Round 3. Fight.
You need my help. Magic.
What am I doing? I gotta stop doing that.
Getting started. Getting started.
Winner. Player 1.
Player 1.
Brace yourself. Round 1. Fight.
I await your call. Magic.
I'm not done.
You need my help. Magic.
Assemble.
Assemble.
Call upon a god.
2. Fight.
A wise decision.
Let's have action play.
Excellent.
Oh wait, I thought the match was over.
Round 3.
My bad, gang.
Shield strike. Not working. Getting started. Here I go.
Storm. Motherfuckers play Storm?
T, get in position.
What the fuck? People play Storm?
Can't fight. Freedom. Hold it off. You need my help. Magic. I'm with you.
He just pressed every assist button. What's wrong with Storm? And nothing's wrong with it. I just never seen a Storm player. I didn't see a Storm player in ages. The last time you fought a Storm? When the last time you fought a Storm? Let me know.
This is out of your league.
Stand back.
Who said this is out of your league? That's crazy.
Stand back, Blade.
I'm on it.
Give thanks. I see the moon. Blade.
Doom stands beside you. No mercy. Receive my assistance. Be grateful to do.
Be grateful to Doom. Be grateful to Doom. Let's do ranked. Okay, the team I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna do Blade Magic. I don't know, Blade Loki. I'll put Magic in the back. Blade Loki, Magic Magneto, or I think I put Doom here. I still don't know who I want to put here. Don't want to use Magneto. Hope around, put Carnage. I could put Star-Lord. I don't know who I want to put, bro. Fuck. Fuck. Okay, hell no. I'm playing Hulk. Can't play big bodies. Look at down assists. I think I might stick with Doom. I might just stick with Doom there.
We've got a high-profile match.
We got a high-profile match. What? Lily Pichu is voicing Demon in Overwatch? What the fuck? What the fuck? Lily is voicing an Overwatch character? That, what the, what?
If you're praying, I assure
Wow.
you a god is listening.
Are you doing Tōkon content? Yeah, I am. I am doing Tōkon content. Wow, I did not know that. Well, I mean, it just got announced. That's a fucking W. Holy W.
Brace yourself. Round one. Fight!
Let's have at them, player. Pardon me. Feel my power. Elevate.
W.
I would grace you with my
I just mixed the fuck out of him, I can't lie. I just mixed the fuck out of this kid.
Round two. Fight!
I need the Loki scrolls.
I'm here.
So much ice in this game.
One does not cross.
Get blicked. Get blicked.
Power of the gods.
Round three. Fight!
Here I go.
over here. Be grateful to do.
Weapons hots. Deadpool is calling you? I don't think he is.
See my assistance. That won't work.
Bro, doing the combo from the fucking character guide. All right.
Round four. Fight!
What?
I see the move. Here I go.
I don't know any dude combos. Holy shit, I forgot all my routes. He's learning at least? Fuck no. We gatekeeping learning. Oh, I didn't call my assist.
Receive my assistance.
Hilarious. Yeah, we gatekeeping learning. No one's allowed to learn. If I'm playing the fucking game, nobody's allowed to learn. Fuck that. Fuck that shit. Did he leave? Oh, he left. Fuck that shit. This is ranked. That was my first ranked match, bro. Nobody's allowed to learn. If I can't learn, no one can learn. Hey, you're on predicts. It's getting icy. It's getting icy, chat. It's getting icy. Notice no guarantee, bro. Fucking, you guys need to be banned. Like, actually, a lot of y'all need to be banned from this chat. Yo, yo. If Luna Snow comes to this game before fucking Psylocke, I will uninstall this game. I swear to God. I swear to God, I'll uninstall this fucking game. What the? Oh, am I supposed to do that? Don't you want to do a lecture on Deadpool? Fuck no, I don't. Fuck no, I don't want to do electrics on Deadpool. Hell no. An attack fighter? You want me to risk doing electrics and fucking the inputs up? Hell no. Oh fuck no, not an attack fighter. Yeah, I don't fuck with Luna. He was a good PvP when I played Future Sight.
No mercy.
I don't know, man. I got off work at 5. I'm hyped. Yeah, make sure you slide me that page. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Put an extra shift for me.
Brace yourself. Round one.
Yo, that Spider-Man skin is sick. What am I doing? Turn on the subathon. Turn the subathon back on. Summer's about to be over. It's not summer no more. No, it's not. Yes, it is. Why can that kill? Oh my god, that fucking mechanic is so dumb. Why can that kill? Why is he, what? I don't know why you're able to kill me with a guard cancel. That's so dumb. Starts smashing auto combo. What?
Gather before me.
It's time to get icy. Ice me out, ice me out, ice me out. Boom. That is so much fucking damage. What the fuck? Why does that do that much damage? The summon was crazy in this game.
Be proud.
Even the man in the mirror. Never put Iron Man back in for the rocket assist maybe?
Be grateful to do it. No mercy.
Give thanks to me.
So dark. Ah, wrong button. Who do you think I am? Why'd she just smack her like that? That was fucked up. I was fucked up, I can't lie. You smack your shadow magic like that was kind of rude. Wrong button. The blitzcrank. Yeah, very similar. Fuck am I fighting, bro?
Let's have at them.
On the defensive.
Oh, my fucking neck. No, my neck, my fucking shoulders. Ah. Loki any good? He's really good. Ah.
I see the move.
Fucking god.
もう出られるよ。
Round 3.
Oh, wrong button. I'm bugging her. Does Penny speak English? Why Penny speak English? Out of the shadows. I grabbed, but he mashed because he's a mashaholic, I guess. I called assist. Oh, okay. He auto combos me. Fuck is that lag? Come on, man. Oh, okay, bro. He just mashes auto combo through my fucking. Bro, would it kill you to ever stop mashing?
The power of Yotna.
He wakes up mashes. What is wrong with this kid? Dude. Oh, fucking hell. Magic assist got me. Yeah, I gotta rebind that. Oh, you could just hit through that? Land to play some fighting games? Like local? Yeah, I gotta rebind the crossover thingy. I'm having it on I'm manually doing the input, which is not it. What button do I put it though?
Please do contemplate the many errors you have made to end up here.
Moment of truth.
Maybe I just put it back to this, but I have to turn manual and put back off. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Button. Quick skill, boom. Time to manually do every super again. Well, I mean, the only one I don't do manually is a level 3. what button this is, right?
Here I go.
That's that, right? Or is it this? Aren't they the same thing? Aren't these the same thing?
Here I go.
Yeah, they're the same thing. Quick assemble and light plus assemble is the same fucking thing. Why? I don't know why they're separate inputs. Is there a difference between quick assemble and light plus assemble? Does anyone know? It does the same thing.
Here I go. Here I go.
I don't know the differences. Yo, Red, thanks for the 13. It's the same thing. Why the fuck are they different inputs then? Can't jab there.
The power of Jotunheim.
Ah, I can do that. Does that work? Doesn't work. You like imagine where did Loki take that spot? Loki's pretty cool. I think Loki's probably my favorite right now. I'm really enjoying Loki. This is an overhead, right?
Here I go. Let us begin. Let us come. Let us gather before me. Come.
Let's go back in. It is. Yeah, it is. Oh, what the fuck's not blocking?
Here I go.
Yeah, it's an overhead. So I can do like, how the fuck did I get over here? Alright, let me queue up. All in is crazy. Okay, y'all are Quite dangerous.
Get ready. The sharpest sword in the world is coming at you. Let's hurry it up! I'm starving!
Brace yourself. Round one.
Let's have at them, Flint.
You may call.
Oh,
Give thanks. Do it.
Winner, winner.
Carnage murdering is exhausting.
Round two.
oh, you can hit this normal. It's nice.
Let's have at them, Flint.
Get done.
もう出られるよ
Oh wait, that isn't one spot. Oh God!
Let's have at them, Flint. How does it feel?
You may call for me.
Round three.
Oh, what the fuck?
Beyond restrict. Incredible. How about this?
Oh, I'm at the super. And submissions already.
I would love.
Winner. Player one.
What the? Y'all arguing over predicts and shit?
Brace yourself. Round one.
I see the move.
Perfect.
Winner, winner.
Pay that out. This guy is terrible. What the hell? That's fucked up. You can't just do that. You gotta wait for the set to finish. You can't just pay out without the set finishing. Bro, talking about some payout. This guy is terrible.
I see the move.
Look, bro. What is it a bet on, bro? Then bet it. What if I lose? They you to scan people.
The magic of my true
I'm gonna twist on hard rules. I don't know.
trapped in my plans.
You may call for me. This is my carnage.
Oops.
KO. Perfect.
How he get the game, but I don't? You can't just... Bro said how he get the game, but I...
Our next matchup in the Challenge of the Champion
Oh
tournament
my God.
is led by Loki. This team's got some serious
Bro said how does this guy get to have the game, but I don't?
Chaotic Exiles.
I'm crying, bro.
Carnage. They're here to try for the trophy. Enter Crimson Spider-Verse.
How does he get to have the game, but I don't? Is insane work, bro. I'm crying. Why is that switching my character? Those how does this bum get to have the game, but I don't? Oh no. Little geezer. Can I not do that? Why did I switch my character? I wish you can like whiff and then like throw an assist out. You can't though. Yo, where's Phoenix Cyclops up? Trying to light a motherfucker up. For the one time, let me light a motherfucker up. Trying to light a motherfucker up for one time. You ever opt to blast a motherfucker behind a McDonald's before?
Get ready. The sharpest sword in the world is coming at you.
Brace yourself. Round one. Fight.
The fuck?
I will grace you with my presence. No mercy.
I see the move.
Winner, winner. I would grace you with my presence.
Let's have at them, Blade. Kiss back to me. Let's have at them, Blade.
Auto combo city. I fucking hate playing this day one. Who approved that dumbass message? Which one of y'all mods approved that dumbass message?
I see the move.
Doom stands beside you. No mercy.
Let's have at them, Blade.
Let me show you perfection. Are you ready? I'm a samurai, asshole.
How was it dumb? I see a blacklisted word in the message. Therefore, it is a dumb message. Right or wrong? Was there a blacklisted word in the message?
We've got a high-profile match coming up.
Right or wrong? Can you get the high rank rating? These matches are not fair. What the fuck? How is it not fair? I'm new too. Dark child. 15K, are you winning? 15K, that's it. Coward. Coward. What is the Q thing? Why is there so many steps just the Q? Non-stride player spotted. Excuse me. I don't play stride, I play Lucy. That's different. Game is harder than fighters? No. It's not harder than fighters. You don't even have to use command inputs. Fighters, you have to use command inputs. You don't have a choice.
I see the move.
How does this work again? How did this combo work again? Oh. I forgot what the inputs are for this combo. What was it? What was the starter for this? Was it crouch heavy? Crouch medium, crouch heavy? I forgot the starter. Does I remember what I did? I think it was that. You can't call it doing the special, so it had to have been before. Damn, hold on, let me check. I don't remember what the starter was. I don't remember what the starter was. That's so sad. Oh, it was what is this? Medium, heavy. Oh, it was medium, heavy. It was that. Oh, this is not working anymore? This might not work anymore. This combo doesn't work anymore, I think, because it's not propping in the air enough for me to do this. That or the startup on Magic's portal is longer. Yeah, this doesn't work anymore. All right, let's queue.
I see the moon.
Moment of truth.
I see the moon.
Wild Brawlers. The Wild Brawlers.
We've got a high-profile match.
We got a high-profile match.
In the orange corner, with Wolverine. At the lead, Wild Brawlers. In the blue corner,
Sub for the Hope badge. Make sure y'all sub up.
brace yourself. Round one, fight!
Let's have at some play.
My turn. Here, be tag home. Clock up here.
Just like his ass.
No mercy for you.
I see the moon. Play.
Got it. Run.
Give thanks.
For you. For you. You may call for.
I see the moon. Play.
Okay.
いつでもいけるよ
Round two,
任せな刻むよ
Give thanks.
Receive my assistance.
Pardon me. Feel my power.
Got you. Better watch out.
Incredible.
That's it.
Run. Oh my. How's that feel?
Mixed.
Already.
round three,
You're cooked, bum.
Oh, wow.
Asgard is with you.
Be grateful to do.
見切れるかここで決めるよ黙れ
Felt nothing.
聞かないね
Shit. For you.
何がよ
No mercy.
Oh, what the?
That's it. Shush. Off you go. Cut you into pieces.
消し済みになりな
Nothing can kill you.
Asgard is with you.
Got it.
It's crazy. That's fucking crazy.
今のが全力
round four,
I'll go. That was bad.
Let's have at them, play.
Gotcha. Nothing can kill me.
Of course, my shit just drops for no reason.
Get away. Weapon head. All right. Got
Bro, I jabbed. Okay.
victory.
Oh my god. Oh my god, that mechanic is so brain dead. I knew got mixed. That Loki cross up is so nice.
I would love to say that that was a difficult
Winner, player 2. Brace yourself. Round 1. Fight. Throw it down. Are you?
But why are you ending the predict every... Well, bro, you're not supposed to end the predict unless the set's over. Bro, you don't know how to run predicts. You're supposed to end the predict only if the set is over. Not every match.
I would grace you with my
First to 3 wins? No, it's just first to 2. Online is first to 2. If I'm still fighting the same person, why would you pay out anyway? It's ranked.
Not today. My turn.
Yo, Cat, what's up, dude? Thanks for the raid. Yeah, you're supposed to pay out every set. How you doing, Cat? We missed you, dude. I haven't played Rivals in ages. The new season will probably drive you insane. The new season will probably drive you insane. Oda's hurting today. No, that's not good. Get you some cough drops or something. Cough drops up with, bro. I know T does. I just cheese that guy.
One does not cross a first sight. The power of the
Oh, lordy. I haven't played with you guys in a while. Just let me know when you guys want to play. I'm down whenever. Oh. Oh, shit. Yeah, my cell phone's over, so I'm free. Chat can't keep me hostage anymore. What's your stream over there? Am I dead? I think I'm dead. Lucky? What you mean lucky? How am I lucky for that? You guys held me hostage for 31 days. Or 2. That's a lot of time. I don't gotta stream tomorrow. I can do whatever I want. I can slack off. Oh, fuck. Game any good? Oh, fuck. I was reading chat. I might be dead. I think I'm dead because of that. Oh, I'm not dead. What? Oh my god, that move is so annoying.
Nothing can kill me. Don't mess with me.
What? Spider-Man? Yo! This asshole! Spider...
I'm the best there is at
Oh my god, he shot webs at me while I was punching him! Oh, this fucking character, bro.
Brace yourself.
This fucking character, bro. Oops. Tank's got a stick. What the fuck is that assist? Why does that stun for that long? Oops. Oh, that's the wrong button. Oh shit. Holy shit, what the fuck is this character? Okay.
Shouldn't have got on my bad side.
You may call for me.
Round 2.
What the hell? Why did that combo drop? You went low. Okay, so the low one you can't mash on, the high one you can. Okay, got it. Oh my god, this fucking character. Freeze, boy.
Round 3.
Bro, I thought it was a fucking Fantastic Four. I'm like, how the fuck are you in this game? The Ghost Rider, the Ghost Rider color looks like a Fantastic Four member. This shit is throwing me off. Oh wait, wrong button. Oh, whoa. You're on the wrong fucking button. I'm blocking. How to... Okay. Okay, bro. Oh, what is that lag? I know stakes. Okay. I mean, I guess.
Come at me.
Overhead. Oh, the Ghost Rider hit me. You can't grab that. That's so brain dead. Why can't you grab that move? It's so stupid. I don't get why you can't grab counters in this game.
Why vampires are so scared.
It's so silly. All right, now you can pay out. Well, it's too late now. But also, shout out to Cat. Thanks for the raid again. Appreciate it.
Winner, player 2.
You paid out right anyway. Yeah, just for the next match or whatever. Yeah, don't pay out because it'd be annoying if you had to keep running a predict every single round. So we pay out for the set.
In the orange corner, with Loki. At the lead, Chaotic.
Sheesh. Okay. Okay, I'm binding that super thing back. That super input in this game is so it's so bad. I'm not doing that. Yeah, I'm not doing that, bro. Where is it at? Nah, I just cannot do that half circle back forward. It's so bad, bro. My controller is way too sensitive since I play on leverless. It's just not it. Not doing that, bro. This character is so sick, though. Why does it keep switching me? Right.
The magic of my food people. It's mine. It's mine.
How do I do this?
It's mine.
Oh, you can EX it. Wait, so if I want to cross up, I do that? Okay, I mean, I guess. Or side switch. I can do that. This character's sick, but he's definitely gonna be hard. He's definitely hard. It takes some getting used to.
Brace yourself. Round 1.
Penny. Fucking Deadpool. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. Oh, okay. Dude, this shit is laggy as hell. What? It's 6 frames of rollback. Oh, this stage doesn't have any walls? I thought this stage had rolls. I mean, walls. It said rolls. What the fuck is happening?
Be grateful to do.
Yeah, PC version still cooked. I literally tweeted it earlier. It's still cooked. If anyone's thinking about getting the game on console or PC, I think console is still the play. Get console and then turn off crossplay. As crazy as that sounds, it doesn't feel like they changed shit.
Be grateful to do.
It didn't feel like they changed anything from the beta. I mean, they claim they did. W ice. Not like. Never mind.
Enemy intercepted.
Never mind. What? The fuck? Oh, I forgot I changed the bind. Oh, I'm like, why is my overhead not coming out? I kept trying to overhead him like 4 times, and I'm like, what? Oh, that doesn't work. I forgot he doesn't have an air super. Well, he does, but you have to like send him to the ground.
The magic of my true people. How unsightly.
Winner.
Loki is so sick in this game. I can't wait to master him.
Brace yourself. Round 1. Fight.
Oh wait, why did I rematch? This guy's laggy as shit.
I see them. Skill when it's time.
I will grace you with my presence.
On your right. Give thanks.
Doom stands beside me.
Oh wait, I could have just blasted her ass.
Perish. Now fall.
On your right.
I don't know why I did that. I'm a fucking bot.
On your right.
You escape.
I really enjoyed the set to back with this guy. It's a fucking mistake, bro.
Round 2. Fight.
God, bro, it's so fucking laggy. Oh man, I can't even block, bro. Hey, yo.
Now fall.
Asgard is with you. And above you too. Watch out! Timing window. On your right.
Now fall.
I see the move.
Oh, why? Going to lose my mind. Why is it so laggy, bro? And why the fuck is my TikTok make me do a verification for if I'm AFK, bro? I'm literally right here, bro. This shit said it's gonna end my stream in 50 seconds if I don't fucking do this verification. Actually fucking trolling me.
One does not cross a frost sight. The power.
Unable to verify. Are you dead ass?
On your right.
Okay, there we go. Okay, now I just lost her out. Thank you, TikTok. Okay, yeah, I actually just lost her on. Okay, much as a bot. God, bro.
Doom stands beside me. Receive my assistance.
Oops. Oh my god, it's so fucking laggy, man. Oh, what is that move, bro? I'm dead, bro.
Here comes Deadpool. World peace is all on me. Again. Ignominies. Time to add it.
That was my first loss in ranked. That's my literal first loss in ranked. And it's to this laggy ass motherfucker, bro. God. Oh my god, I've not lost a single rank match to that. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know. I'll try, but I know I'm gonna suck. Okay, well, how else are you gonna get better if you don't play the game? Are you just gonna sit there watching, or like what? Does she speak Japanese or English, dub? No. I didn't study the English. I only said like a few characters to I mean, I didn't study Japanese. Is this the same laggy motherfucker? Say you swear to God. It is. Oh my god, bro. This fucking game is insufferable, bro. And I doubt I'm gonna fight anyone on console, because everyone on console just turned that shit off. Cause but the game is going in slow-mo, bro. This shit is so annoying. Going in slow-mo and this dude's spamming fucking auto combos. Why the fuck does that give you a combo? Oh my fucking god, bro. It just rewinded. What the fuck was that rubber? Oh my god, I hit her and it rewinded the game. Okay, man. Are you ever consider worse? Probably. Bro, what? You just teleported out of my combo.
The match of my true people.
You can't run.
How unsightly.
Winner, player 2.
Jeez, can I blacklist people in this game, bro? No way these idiots made this game without blacklisting in it. Like, what? Are we dead ass? There's no blacklisting. You can't blacklist people.
Match.
Are they trolling? No way you dropped this game without blacklisting.
Our next matchup in the Challenge of the Champion tournament is
What the fuck are we
led by
cooking?
Loki. This team's got some serious power. Enter
Chaotic Exile.
Hidden in the mains? Like, what?
Pardon me. Face my rope.
Oh, wait, this isn't comboing. Oh. How does this combo go? Hold on.
If you pray, I assure you a god is listening.
Oh, I didn't say the combo. I lost it.
Moment of Truth.
I lost the combo.
Brace yourself. Round 1. Fight.
I'm here.
That dude mashed so fast.
Damage check. Here you go. Damage check.
You may call for me.
I am ready.
Round 2. Fight.
Heat seeker. Take this. Over here. That was neat.
I see the move.
No mercy. Backup systems go.
Oh, whoops. This can kill his hard armor, is it?
You may call for me.
Round 3.
My turn.
Fight.
Why the fuck did that drop? Ah! Yo, Shuri, stand still for 2 seconds, bro, please.
Receive my assistance.
Why does she groan like that when she's getting hit? Oh my god. Bro, what the fuck? She sounds like she's dying. I mean, she is, but like, goddamn, bro. At least be like cool about it. She sounds like she's like actually getting like tortured. Like, can she like not do that?
Brace yourself.
Like, oh my god.
Leave us to me.
Not enough. I see the move.
Eat this.
You may call for me.
What? Better than when it sounds like they're moaning? I guess.
I am ready.
Round 2.
This is mine.
Just look at this beauty.
Okay, I mean, I guess.
Backup systems go. Ineffectual. Annihilate.
I gotta stop doing that.
Annihilate. Okay then.
I hail Bast.
Fuck your bast. Oh shit. Wait, it was a prank. I didn't know she could combo that. He's yours to like ass, yes. It's still ass. I don't think they changed a single shit thing, bro. It feels the exact same. I keep pressing the wrong button. Why this thing got a 2.5 rating on Steam? Because the game runs like fucking shit on PC. Game is like barely fucking playable on PC. Oh! Nah, I'm on PC. This shit's us.
I'm with you. This is my territory.
I wish Blake could air dash twice. That, oh my god, mixed with that would be so nice.
You need my help.
Let's have at them, out of the way.
This guy's mix is so fucking garbage, bro. Oh my god. His mix is so garbage, bro. It's so fucking cheeks, bro. I gotta just stagger him with normals, I guess. Like, I don't know.
Now for today's main event. Here's Loki. Strutting in, all cool and composed. Here we have
Chaotic Exiles!
in the opposite corner, the leader, Black Panther. Give it up for Wakanda.
Alright, let's do one more and then let's go fucking unlock this champion guy, whatever the fuck.
Perfect.
Fucking PC porters, fucking cock and balls, bro. Holy shit. Mixed reviews. Yo, let me get a review up here. Such a fun game. Of course, Sony has to ruin everything. I was looking forward to this. Developers said the piece will be improved. Give some credit. It's slightly better than the build beta, but unfortunately, those improvements still unplayable. Can't maintain 60 FPS. Yep, sounds about right. Fucking auto combo city. Button. Went to DP and switch characters. Oh, I keep forgetting how his super works. God damn it. I keep forgetting you had to bring them down. Am I dead? Oh, this fucking auto comboing fiend. God damn it. Oh, I'm alive. Hold on. If I win this, your mom's a hoe.
I await your call.
Wait, so whose mom's a... Wait. Wait, that don't count.
They must know the truth. And the truth is, you are...
That do not count. Oh, PC port curse. That do not count.
Final round.
He's mashing light every fucking 2 seconds. Holy fuck. Okay.
Receive my assistance.
You need my help. Feel my power. Stop shooting. My wrath. So obvious. You have.
Yeah, I won the match, so yeah, bro. His mom's a hoe.
Brace yourself. Round one.
I didn't specify. I said if I win this. I didn't specify round or match, okay?
You may call. Receive my assistance.
Let's have absolute play.
Be grateful to do.
I have to go low, right? Oh, you fucking Doom, you asshole. God damn it. Ah, fucking Doom shot me in the damn legs. Shot my damn legs.
Be grateful to do.
Auto combo city. Auto combo city. Auto combo city. We love it. We love it. We love it. We love it. We love it.
Be grateful to do. Doom stands beside me.
I was wondering, are the combos and block hard, or is it like fighters easy to pick up? It's like fighters, but a little easier. You gotta call your sister earlier in this game. You can't call your sister anytime in a combo, sadly. But in a block string. I wish the block strings were more like fighters, but whatever. The fuck? Why that not combo? Why am I missing this?
Doom stands beside me.
Nice rubber band, I guess.
Winner, player 2.
That's at least bad. This makes Tōkon look a bit better.
We've got a high-profile match coming up.
Okay, let's go do episode. Unlock somebody's story.
Being transfixed by a god is quite please do contemplate the many errors you have made to end up here.
All right, bro. What am I doing? Who's y'all want to do? Whose episode do y'all want to see first? Avengers, X-Men, Guardians, Samurai, Knights of Doom. Let's do a predict. Let's do a predict. Blade, that doesn't answer the question. Do. Who else is in here? Samurai. Just 2 minutes to vote. Vote on the predict. Wait. Oh fuck! I did a predict instead of a poll. Whoops. Hold on. Let me fix that. Whoops. I mean to press that. Don't vote on that. Well, I mean you can. It doesn't matter. There you go. Pulls up. I vote on the poll. Knights of Doom. Vote. Yo, Goff, thanks for the 265. I appreciate it. Yeah, let me go grab a drink. Oh, this is happening. So I'll be right back. Wait, what on the pool? Samurai. All right. Let's see it, I guess. I wonder if they want you to go in order. I doubt it. If they really wanted you to go in order, it wouldn't let you start in any order. Oh, you can skip the battles. Wow. Is there a difficulty slider though? You can play in English, but sound effect in Japanese. That's funny. Wait, it doesn't even give you the option to.
Samurai Outriders.
See the Samurai Outriders. A woman wearing a strange outfit shows up at Robbie's car repair shop. Her aim is to get Robbie to enter a certain tournament, which he refuses. Okay. Oh, everybody's for that thing? Fuck it, I'll let it play. Well, he eats a sandwich. That Captain Marvel? No. Or maybe this is the intro that plays at the start before you play. I think you get to see this before you play any story. Like it'll play regardless of whichever one you pick. But if you pick a different one, it won't play this again. I had to guess.
So, boss, what you think?
Champion low-key sexy. What are you? What?
You sure, boss? I mean, they fought pretty well. Maybe we could spare this one for once? Okay, boss. It's showtime!
Do not know. But there are a few people sexy in my eyes, and the champion is definitely not one of them. I'll tell you that.
Okay, next up is a darling little place. Homey, not fancy like the Shi'ar. Nice color scheme, green and blue. You're gonna love it.
Most said, "Hold." I leave that all to you.
She just didn't get out of the way. Lucky I was already
It's
on
all
the
for
phone to
you,
my
bro.
lawyer, so I could sick him on her. Anyway, I need the car for tomorrow. I've got a hot date.
You need that shit tomorrow. Do you see what that looks like?
Sorry, man. It's gonna be Tuesday earliest.
Exactly. What?
I'm backed up.
Tomorrow.
My dad's taxi company has a contract with you, right? It'd be a shame if he had to move it elsewhere.
I haven't got enough hours to get this done in time. And my other jobs? If I don't get these finished, a lot of kids aren't going to school on Monday. I also have a bunch of your dad's cards. So if I don't get on them, he'll probably fire me anyway.
Damn. Get fired or get fired.
Probably isn't definitely. You'll definitely be fired if you don't fix mine.
As if I care about the sort of nobodies who have to use a school bus.
Tomorrow, it's ready or else.
Wow.
Kill him.
Hmm?
He won't be missed. You'd like it. I certainly would.
Nah. If we murder every asshole customer, I wouldn't have time to do anything else.
Come on. At least a dose of the penance stare. He's got some juicy sins to burn him with.
I mean, you could scare him off.
Let's see what he's done and hit him with a real punishment.
Well, he seemed like a real shit.
Language, bro. Language.
You swear all the time.
Well, yeah, but you don't want to end up like me, and damn.
Damn.
I'm gonna have to work all night.
How about you call in some favors?
No, this is my shop. If I can't do it by myself, I can't do it. I'm gonna have to call takeout for you. And then you need to
is there a Comic-Con in town?
Not Comic-Con.
Oh.
Sorry, I'm already booked up. I can't help until way into next week.
Nope. I've got a job for you. It's a job for the other guy.
Hmm? Other guy.
Oh. Huh.
I wish she'd give me a job. You guys need help.
Congratulations, citizens of planet Earth! You've
So
been
how are they gonna play
selected
this
for
again?
an
Just in a
amazing
different order.
opportunity. Welcome to the Challenge of the Champion!
Hope we give him a job?
Your
What are you
best,
talking about,
bravest,
bruh?
and most
Oh, nah.
violent fighters will compete in a tournament to win the honor to face the champion! The supreme master of the pugilistic arts. But what happens if they lose?
Why is it not let me play on PS5? Are you using a PS4? Are you sure you have a PS5?
Truthfully, you don't want to lose. You probably will. And now, all selected leaders have received their invites. Next, they choose their teams. How many in your team? That depends on your local culture. For example, the Shi'ar employ an Imperial Guard, and their unit is 100, so they
Damn.
got to send teams of 100 against the champion.
Teams of 100.
You get 4? Are you sure, boss? That really doesn't seem fair.
I wonder why you picked
I
4
get it.
specifically.
4 fantastic people went into space from Earth and ushered in their super heroic age of marvels. Clever, but 4? Well, on the plus side, this should be
Clever,
pretty
but
quick.
4?
Oh, that's right. I nearly forgot. The one little thing the
Maybe?
boss hates more than people who can't fight is people who don't fight fair.
Maybe he's only letting him get 4 because
And
he fought the Fantastic Four. They almost beat the living shit out of him. They probably beat the shit out of him. They probably got really close to beating him. They probably got really close to beating him. And then like either they all died or at least like one or two of them died or some shit and fled. That's my guess. So he's like, damn, these people from the earth strong as shit. I'm not giving them 100. I ain't letting them get 100. That's just not happening. I think that's what happened. If I had to guess. Because why else would he say only 4? They wouldn't just reference Fantastic Four. No way. Who knows what they're writing for that? It'd be pretty interesting if at least like 2 of them Fantastic Four are dead or some shit. I don't think they would kill Invis though. They'd probably kill like Reed and like Thing or some shit, or Reed and like Johnny. I don't know. We'll see how this game's story end. But I'm assuming the story's gonna lead into the DLC, of course. But has to.
What are you gonna do?
Get back to work.
Yeah.
Oh, she's back. Uh-oh.
What? What are you doing?
You got fancy sci-fi teleporters and you need me to explain? I'm working.
I showed you I chose the right leader.
But the tournament! The fate of the world!
As far as I see, all that matters is someone faces that champion guy.
Yeah, why does it gotta be him though?
I'll forfeit my matches, and you can skip to the Avengers or whoever. Their job is saving the world. My job is fixing cars.
But
It's a huge honor. He'll probably offer a prize.
Working.
oh, bro.
Seriously, lady, when he's made up his mind, he's made up his mind. You're not gonna change it.
You new kidnap a kid? Oh shit. Oh wait.
Gabe!
Whoops.
Bring him back!
My bad. I didn't mean to jinx that.
How dare she? Kill her.
Look, I'm sorry. I didn't want to do that, but this is my job. This is the guy I was looking for.
Jeez, bro.
You fight, and you fight properly, or your brother stays gone.
I'm not a team person. I don't know any superheroes.
Hey, Robbie, look at the invite.
Nice predict.
Ah, there you go. Scan it.
I knew who's the first memory he's gonna get.
Ah, great. Directions. I know where to take you.
New York? What the?
Let's go! You're on a road trip from hell.
Get Luna Snow, she'll carry. I'm telling you guys, some of you guys need to be banned.
Midnight Sun's destination reached. Get out.
Ain't no Midnight Suns here.
Where the hell have you taken me, you dumb...
Blade is just randomly in New York.
Vampires called in some help.
This first episode?
It won't be
Yeah.
any good. Sure.
Blade is just randomly in New York.
Vampires. But this is the Muramasa blade. It can end God.
He just randomly goes off horrifying monologuing.
It'll turn you into demon sushi.
You've taken me to a monster hunter! You hunk of junk!
Okay.
Brace yourself.
I do not know how to play Ghost Rider. Oh, I remember. I get bonuses for using the auto combos. Okay.
Kill him. He messed with you. With us.
Car one, everybody did.
Take him for a ride.
Throw him under my
Break
wheels.
him right open.
Throw him under my wheels is crazy.
You'll like it.
You'll like it.
Shut up!
Car one, everybody did.
Back off, you demon! Ah!
I owe you an apology. I was too quick. I see what you are now. I knew Johnny Blaze. You're a Ghost Rider. And he had it under control. You don't seem to.
Damn.
What's going on?
That lady in the sky kidnapped my brother.
He did have that shit under control.
I've got to fight in this dumbass contest to get him back.
That's what you're doing today. But you've got a tank full of rage. What's your priors?
I was,
Damn.
murdered and resurrected by this demonic car. It makes me fired up. It makes me want to be bad. That's not me. I won't let it be me.
You can't let it take the wheel. I can help you not be that monster.
You're resurrected by a car.
To be a hypocrite.
A flaming car.
How dare he judge you? He came at you with a katana. Let's see how much of a hero he is beneath those sunglasses.
No, don't! No! No!
He really doesn't have this shit under control. Holy shit.
You can't trust anyone without proof. Heaven stare!
Uh-oh.
Oh, I'm sorry. I try to stop it and... How can you keep so cool when you have all that inside you?
My life is paying for things I've done. And making others pay for what they've done. And yeah, it's not easy.
There's a ghost rider who uses a horse. What?
I've trained all over. Fought anyone who knows anything.
That Iron Fist? What the fuck?
As a samurai, you learn. And I've learned.
Why is he not playable?
I want to help, kid.
Should have been him instead of Penny.
Control then. You need help. You need 3 with you to enter this tournament. There's one standing here. If nothing else, the katana qualifies me.
That demon has a grasp on my soul.
10-year end.
All because I was stupid enough to trust someone
I don't care which one we get. He'd be sick.
To trust someone again.
This dude. Okay.
Fine. You're in. But not because I need your help. Just to get the numbers I need for the tournament.
That works for me. So we need 2 more.
The fuck? Always putting black men in. Never mind.
Is the demonic car in charge? Yes.
No! But it's taking us where we need to.
What the fuck?
Hey, whoa! No!
Yeah, this car like fly, kinda. Where the fuck are we at?
Dinosaurs? There's dinosaurs?
First trip to the Savage Land.
Oh, the Savage Lands.
It's my first trip outside the USA.
Shit, I'd like to go to the Savage Lands.
Stop 2 for the Midnight Suns. Get out.
Hey. Are you trying to poach dinosaurs? If you are, I meant to, stop and or stab you.
What the hell?
Let's be honest, it's gonna be stab.
What does it say, Marvel?
But if you're not a poacher, grab a sun lounger and pour yourself a cocktail. Though I'm beginning to suspect I'm actually being paid to stay out of the way. Like, can you poach a dinosaur? How would you even get it into the boiling water?
Tell your machine to find someone else.
What?
You don't want to risk working with Deadpool.
The Dio's voice actor is there,
Which
yes.
fits the bill.
Blade's voice actor in Japanese
We need
Sukuna.
people, and quick.
Oh, he can fight. He's a killer. But he's the wildest card in the deck. Whose team is he really on? You can never be sure. Hell, he can't.
You're forming a team! I've been turned down from the Avengers, X-Men, the Girl Scouts, everyone!
The Girl Scouts?
I'd love to join your samurai outriders.
X-Men turned him down.
The invite says we're the Midnight Suns. For some reason.
Oh no, you're the samurai outriders.
What?
It says so on the title screen. Let me in. Don't trust me? Hit me with that stare thing.
You want it? Are you crazy?
Yes! For both!
Oh, well.
If being vengeanceified is what it takes, I'll...
Vengeanceified?
He wants it.
No! We could kill
Okay.
What? Nothing?
There's nothing to say.
Spoilers. I'm not exactly all there.
Nothing
I have a
in
brain like one of those holes in a wall in a kid's cartoon. Blackness. Forever.
Not a single thought in his head. Nothing.
See, this is why I make jokes. No one likes me when I tell you what it's really like. Though a whole bunch of people don't like me anyway.
Blade? I'm sorry, man, but we're in a rush. Deadpool, you're in. Let's go.
There's nothing in that brain of his. Nothing.
Actually, there's something else we should do. What is it? I remember! Genre conventions dictate we fight!
Genre conventions. So hardest ability, you can't change the ability.
Brace yourself.
Like hell!
What the fuck? My controls different here? Easier if you lose. How would you lose to level 2 CPU? Oops.
You could hurt someone with that thing.
Okay, we fought. Can we go now?
Nope.
What?
You need a nice length for a cutscene. Going now would be too quick.
Oh.
Wait. Soon. Soon.
I changed my mind. Let's fight again.
Yo! I lost later on in the story, but I'm trying to get this game, so it's fine again. That's fine. Bro lost again. Hey, bro's trying to fucking fight him again. Oh, what the fucking Asgard?
Who cometh?
Cometh. Cometh.
My son's beard.
Damn. So this beard is crazy.
Three's the charm for the Midnight Suns.
We're here for Thor, right?
Samurai Outriders.
Whatever. Where are we?
Asgard, home of the Asgardian gods.
Is that a Thor thing?
Thor thing. Yeah, where's Thor at?
Yeah, Thor. You really are green, kid.
Green.
This is like a movie set. Gabe loves this kind of stuff. He'd be flipping out. So, who's your last teammate?
Ah, strangers arriving just as Loki requires. The skein of fate shows her hand.
Skein of fate.
I'm sure I'm the god you're looking for. Let us be gone. I trust this fellowship of yours is planning to be doing deeds a
Don't you dare talk about leaks in there. He will be banned.
From here?
Wait, he just wants to get in the car.
Okay, I know a guy who wants to skip town when I see one. What's going on?
Why does he want to skip town? Fuck did he do? Oh,
People are blaming me.
Oh, Thor's missing.
Ooh, a classic Loki betrayal story. Maybe it's a future you manipulating past you. I like those. Or the ones where you're a sexy lady.
What?
Truly, I am not responsible for his absence. I know nothing. What are your goals?
Arxus would make a Lady Loki skin
My
too.
brother gets it.
And that shit will sell. Oh my god, if they do a DLC for Lady Loki, that shit would sell. Like a costume? Just a costume. It doesn't even have to be a full-on, just a costume. And they get Magic's voice actor, just like they did in Rivals. Oh my, they actually probably will do it. What the fuck? No, because they actually probably will. What the fuck? Oh man.
He's fought the Avengers by himself. You can't believe a word he says.
Hey, don't knock living chaos until you've tried it. But if you're going to be boring, we do have a solution to untrustworthy people, right? Hey, evil car! Hit greedy with the penance stare.
No, please! Don't! I'm begging you!
Being this scared of the stare doesn't exactly make me trust you.
Of course I'm scared. I have done ill for as long as Vikings have told tales around northern fires. They're described at length in the mythology section of any Midgardian bookshop.
Mm-hmm.
If your gaze was applied to me, I could be annihilated. That's what I deserve. And I want to change that.
What's to prevent you running the second we get you out of here?
Because I'll be pursued eternally. I run and I just keep running.
Running.
And they have flying horses. They run quicker than me. No one believes I can be better than I am. And worse, I fear they're right. I am a god. I do miracles. The greatest miracle would be to change myself. I'm trying.
All right, Loki. You're our last member.
You trust the god of lies. You're too soft.
Yeah, but our goals are aligned. Let's go.
Oh, Loki. Why join these nobodies when you have a finer option? Join Doom.
Why the fuck is Doom here? I text someone back for 2 seconds. I look away. I see fucking Doom.
Process of trying to prove my innocence. The innocent don't traditionally stand with Dr. Doom.
Besides, you're a villain, which means you'll always lose. Dramatic necessity is gonna come at you fast.
None may insult Doom. Doom will crush your pitiful dramatic necessity.
Oh, here we go.
Brace yourself. Final round. Fight. Get ready.
I'll play Loki. Oh, we're not. Yeah, I'll fuck with Jersey Mike's. Jersey Mike's. I haven't had Jersey Mike's in ages, I think. Or maybe I never had it.
Can't block dramatic necessity.
Dramatic
It's the
necessity.
ultimate super move.
This is not a defeat. This is Doom withdrawing his offer to a dispensable subordinate.
So what does Doom do in his story? Does he just go around recruiting people?
If Loki does not accept my hand,
No one wants to fucking join him though.
there are many who will.
And he eventually just gets to like the bottom of the fucking barrel and has to get like Carnage.
I'd like to think that this is at least some.
Is that
evidence
what
of
his
my
story is
goodness.
like? I'm actually curious what his story is like now.
Doom.
Hey, you talked the kid into this already. You need more than that from me.
There he is. Get him.
In which case, the gods have finally found me.
Don't let the traitor escape!
Can we leave?
That's kind of not up to us. The car goes where it needs to end.
Ah! Yee-hoo-hoo!
Round trip for the Midnight Suns. Get out.
Samurai Outriders!
No one's calling it
teammates,
Samurai
we're good to
Outriders.
go.
He's so sad.
No, we're 4 people. We are not a team.
I'm sorry, Blade. You're skipping straight to your big stage debut.
What?
Congrats.
How desperate was he
I'm
to
here.
accept Carnage?
Don't
Doom had to
ask
have been
me to
extremely
pretend to
desperate.
like this bullshit.
He had to
It
get
is
Carnage, bro. Like,
bullshit.
damn.
But
And
you
Green
want your
Goblin,
brother,
like-
right?
Damn, bro.
Murder her.
Well, you at least need to fight her because
The hell?
excuse me, allow me to explain. The challenge of the champion.
Uh,
The thing about about the champion is that he loves fighting, as much as I love pavilion outfits. So why even bother having a tournament? Why doesn't he just fight everyone? Hey! Don't you dare even think about stepping on my rhetorical question. Because he likes the best! He doesn't want to dirty his fingers on the throats of people who aren't worth it?
Uh-huh.
So
Oh, we gotta do a
have
tournament?
series of knockouts, and the winner gets a crack at the big guy.
Get to crack him?
However, there is
What?
another problem. The champion will be watching.
Oh, you gonna be stealing tech?
And if he sees a fighter who he thinks is below par, ta-da! So here's the too long didn't read.
Too long
Make
didn't
sure
read.
You're all good enough to compete against the big guy.
Oh, available. Then Doc Ock,
You
Thanos,
first
Ultron, Red
have to
Skull.
fight little old
Why is your
me.
mind so dirty? What you mean? Get the crack at him. You said not me. The fuck?
Brace yourself.
Oh.
Final round.
What? Destroying attack items. What the fuck? Spikes can be destroyed but cannot be blocked. I don't feel like we know that. Oh, maybe I should have read all that. Oh, that's... Oh. Okay. Get in the... Bro, what the... Oh, that's... What the fuck? Oh. Ow. Ow. I don't have 150 meter. I'm talking about some use a symbol.
Come on. Here I go.
You want me to just use it on her like this? Okay, fuck, I'll just do it.
Whoa! Who just tried to DC? Rage quitting is the ultimate fighting game sin. Hold that.
Hold that.
Excellent.
Who just tried the DC?
Kill her.
Who just tried the DC? Was it you?
Pop her like a balloon.
Balloon? What the?
Yeah, you guys are in! You have talent and power to spare. And you're wasting it. Ghost Rider.
Most interesting.
Give a guy a break! I'm here to do a job. I just want to save my brother.
It's a bricky.
It'd be easier if you just made them go away permanently.
Permanently.
They're so
guy.
annoying.
This guy, bro.
Relax and do what comes.
Did he say Muda in the voice lines? Yeah, only in Japanese though. I'll change this thing in Japanese after this. Just remind me.
I've already got a demon car trying to make me do things. I don't need you all joining in. Well, what now?
You fight. Fight as if your life depends on it.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, it's Gabe's life that's on the line here.
Hi! Congratulations, denizens of planet Earth! Allow me to introduce your glorious champions.
Okay.
Fighting Avengers!
Oh, it's this trailer.
The Unbreakable X-Men! The Amazing Guardians! The Knights of Doom! Boo hiss! The Midnight
Samurai Outriders!
Your champions! Will they triumph? Fighters, assemble! The challenge of the champion begins!
I like how they incorporate the 4v4 element into the story mode. It actually like matters and is important in the story. Kinda. Danny Koo? Oh no, bro, stop.
Where the great potential? Whew, I'm intrigued.
Where are we?
Sounds like you're not using your gifts.
Gifts.
And Loki, more than most, is aware that sometimes your gifts are not ones society will approve of.
Knock it off.
Blacklisted name Danny Koo. What if he pops up in chat?
Loki's advice.
Shit, I'm never getting invited to a preview stream.
Advice.
Yeah, sure. Knock it
That's
off, Gramps.
blacklisted.
So, what happens next?
You are crushed by the iron fist of Dr. Doom.
What the? Oh, I'm fighting them first?
You managed to find a team after I
No
turned you
team.
down. How interesting to see who the lesser choices are.
What? You prefer him to me? I ought to murder you.
Absolutely not. Loki is the god of lies. He is trying to turn us against each other.
This is exactly the reputation I am trying to escape.
And this whole team can fly other than Carnage.
Listen, evil guys, we're in a fighting tournament. But all you guys do is lose. So is there any other reason why you're here? Are you poaching dinosaurs? You're a genius, right? I bet you could work out how to get them into the boiling water.
I have no time for this idiocy. Knights of Doom, destroy them!
Knights of Doom, destroy them.
Brace yourself. Round one.
I got you. Come on.
Oh, what the fuck?
Gotcha. All right.
Oh, it's 2 rounds.
Had enough? Get out.
I'll practice Loki. I did not expect Loki to be my favorite character out of all the new characters. I definitely didn't.
Not yet.
Never know who you like. I'm like, this is Zoner. Yo, why can't I jump cancel? Can you not jump cancel a story?
Perfect.
What the fuck is wrong with the game?
I don't understand. If you're the ruler of Latveria, why don't you change its name?
Latveria.
It's nearly the same as Latvia, which is a real place. Ah, it's confusing.
Be gone, fool.
It's pretty funny.
You will never defeat the champion.
We did well enough against you.
And even if you do, you'll waste the prize.
A prize? Doom, what do you mean about a...
What?
So, this competition is not merely a
Car
chance to
gets
save the
teleported
world?
too. The car teleporting
Some
too is
manner
funny.
of, remuneration?
Yeah. That chorus line reject tried to bribe me with this to get me to join. I told her to stuff it, and then she stole my bro.
Ah, yes, of course. That's the important thing. But a prize of cosmic proportions is certainly an interesting extra.
I'm good now. I'm trying to clear my name.
I am! Maybe this wish could prove my innocence. I would never dream of doing anything untoward with a cosmically powered wish.
When I'm finished with you, you'll be wishing
Jesus.
you never showed your face around here.
Why did they start with magic in the middle right there like that?
Hey, calm down.
Why did they start with...
We apologize. Magic is distempered. We may have to fight, but there is no need for hatred here.
I have no words.
Glad we're being civilized about all this violence. Let's do this.
I have no words.
Oh, come on! I don't want to be a samurai outrider anymore. I want to be with you. Where's Cable? Cable would put in a good word.
Where's Cable?
You dropped your trash.
Hey, he's with us. Don't call him trash.
Brace yourself.
Using Deadpool?
Round one. Not today.
Oh, this dude has armor.
Watch out. Not today.
Oops.
I like that. Move up my HP. Who are you? Come on.
Don't miss. Not today.
Oh, I need the bomb, don't I?
landing. Don't try this at home. Normal uppercut dodge.
Hit this move with electrics.
Are you embarrassed? You should be embarrassed.
Round 2.
I see the move. Dead shot. All right.
Ah! I shocked myself.
Head cold. Someone order I got you. That's what me. Up, up, and away. Now let's dance. Hey, puppy. Deadpool core. The secret of comedy is timing.
Jesus. Jesus. Yo, don't kill him, Ghost Rider.
Looks like the trash took you out.
He's about to murder him.
Nice one, kid.
Good luck. We've not met before. But the future of the world relies on you.
I can't believe she laid that on me. Just trying to get my bro back is enough to worry about.
Like it or not, there's a duty.
Well, duty can piss off. I'm trying to keep my head in the game.
Some of y'all are crazy, bro. Are you able to change to Japanese right now? No.
Where are...
No. Magic lucky I'm not there, son.
Oh, great. Now I'm that guy who says, wow.
Take it from someone who's been up here a lot. You never get used to it. That's a plus. Spider-Man, Spider-Man. Friend of Deadpool, he's my man.
Friend of Deadpool, he's my man.
With man, you... Oh no. Guys, we have to beat them. They are dangerous and irresponsible. This is a team with Deadpool and Loki.
That is a pretty dangerous team, I can't lie.
Brace yourself. Round 1.
How do I do it again? Oh, yeah, that's how. I forgot to play this character, so it's kind of like funky. We spinning that chain. That shit spin like a Beyblade. I forgot his 2H's ass. Look how weird this character feels. Can somebody please laugh at that guy's joke?
Don't worry. I'm gonna handle this.
Okay. We got off on the wrong foot. I was an ass.
You are an ass, I'll tell you that. Hold on.
Okay. You seem extra peeved?
Peeved?
Peeved? I'm pissed!
They kidnapped my brother.
Okay, I get it. You're coming at this from a good place. I wish I was that good when I started out.
Oh.
Let me tell you why I get twitchy when I see people being irresponsible and not looking at the
Bro,
big
I'm
picture.
not listening to fucking your sob story, bro. Can I skip this? Son, we're not doing this for the millionth time with Spider-Man already. This is not his fucking story. We are playing Samurai Outriders. I'm not listening to his fucking sob story. We are not playing his team story. So I'm not listening to
I
that.
don't want any of this.
I'm not a dickhead, bro. How? This isn't his story. We're playing you guys voted for Samurai Outriders. We're hearing the story of the Samurai Outriders. Spider-Man is not a Samurai Outrider. So why the fuck would I be listening to his damn sob story? You guys voted for this. Not me.
Because we're not letting any team with Loki past us. You
The
can't
fuck?
trust him.
Damn.
Little green god only good for smashing.
That's crazy. They said because y'all got Loki, I can't be trusted.
Compelling, ethically gray anti-hero too. I demand
Ethically
my
gray?
Hulk punching. Hell. I know I have to fight as hard as I can. Otherwise, something bad happens to
Where did
me.
this random Spidey hate come from? No, I'm not hating on Spidey. I just watched the Spider-Man movie the other day. I'll spoil it for you right now. I'm joking. The Spider-Man movie was fire.
They're the professionals.
But
Yeah, they are.
I'm not listening to his sob story.
All the rep in the world. But if they win, go through, and then lose.
Do it fun and gifted. I'll ban you for free.
You're gonna be thinking, maybe I could have won.
Yeah, you're right. The Avengers are going down!
Brace yourself. Round one. Fight!
Come on!
I can't remember forgetting that doesn't work.
You have skills.
Did you see that? Oh, hell no! Hell no, you can't hit him! No, that shit is OD. No, that shit is OD. You cannot hit him. If he's using a special, you just dead ass cannot hit him.
Round two. No use. Smash you.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Bro!
The Avengers!
Defeated at last.
Blade, this is where I would reveal a diabolical scheme, if that was actually my plan.
That's what you say if you had something down your pipeline. I'm still watching you.
Ghost Rider, I don't know you, but I'm impressed. I heard you worrying that this was a job for the Avengers. You're right.
I'm finally an Avenger! Do I get access to the pool?
Do I get access to the pool?
Congratulations!
Huh?
See? This is what happens if you commit yourself, Ghost Rider.
Mm-hmm.
Look at you! Standing next to a god. A vampire wielding a blade that can kill gods.
Damn.
Samurai Outriders reporting for duty.
Someone who can actually attack the fourth wall. Wow. A hyper rare collectible.
They were a compliment of some sort. Someone who could attack the fourth wall.
Ghost Rider, you have the potential to ride across the stars themselves.
There's no end to what we could do. Fun forever. No one messing with us. The stars running scared.
Where's Gabe?
Is that all you want to know? Aren't you curious about where you are?
No,
There's a fucking champion, bro.
I want to know where your boss is. I have a lot of work to do, so get him out here. We're gonna kick you back into deep space.
Sheesh, we put a lot of work into building this. But if you insist.
Do you insist?
Prepare to face.
Yo, why is he so dripped out? Holy shit.
The Star of Kong. The Duke of Get Your Dukes Up. The Baron of Beatdowns who will headbutt you into individual atoms. Elder of the Universe. Mr.
Oh? He just drops his glass.
Words are beneath us. Actions are worth more than any word.
And the greatest action is to fight.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Brace yourself.
Oh, he's not that big.
No mercy. A momentary.
Come on!
Take this.
I got you.
Now it is our fight. Feel my power.
Oh, what the fuck?
Stand back. Feel my power.
Oh shit. Oh shit, got bombos.
Now
Really?
stand back. You have not won yet.
All right. On your right. You're gonna love this.
Interesting.
Oh,
You lose.
Do the split.
that works. It's too high. I don't know if Deadpool can super in the air, so that's why I just did it on the floor.
I kicked your ass, you bastard. Give me my brother back.
Of course.
Jeez.
Gabe! Are you okay?
I'm not sure.
They fatten him up.
I think I overdid it. I feel like I'm gonna explode.
God damn.
Hold up. Have you been sitting here the whole time, stuffing your face and playing video games?
If I'm the brother, don't take me back. It's crazy.
No, me and the lady watched a little TV too.
I'm not a monster. Gabe's sweet.
Nah, you a monster. You fed him like 5,000 calories probably in the past day.
Sorry, we're all doing our jobs.
TV with the lady, yeah, leave me. Yo.
With the puny one.
You bastard! Where did you send Gabe?
Worry not. I merely returned him to his original location.
Damn.
And now,
No more
Victor,
sweets in TV.
what prize do you desire?
A prize? Nah. All I need from guys like you is to be left alone.
Really?
What about the universe?
You risked everything for a nothing like that boy.
Damn, nothing like that, boy. Oof.
Really? Okay. Haven't we had enough of this crap?
Absolutely. This asshole needs to... No! Don't!
Heaven's Stare!
Is they even gonna work on him? Oh. Is that how many planets they've blown up?
Ooh, that looks hurty.
Hurty.
Of course it does. His sins dwarf even mine. He has destroyed whole worlds.
No. He hasn't. He teleports them to some kind of prison dimension where he brutalizes people with his training. Your planet loses. He'll turn you into someone who won't, no matter how much it hurts. That fascist asshole.
Losers are beneath my concern. You punished me. Now I punish you.
Oh.
Robbie, you still have a wish. Ask to be spared. The champion's a guy with a code.
Nah.
Nah. I'm doing my own
Free all
thing.
the world you've stolen, champ. That's the wish.
Very well. For your impudent bravery, I'll do it.
There's a Psylocke magic color.
I will have my vengeance.
What the fuck? That shit looks cool too. It's color 5.
Are you okay?
How do I get it?
Spider-Man,
I gotta play through the X-Men story. Fuck.
the Avengers, hell, even you.
I forces for Psylocke being. I'd sacrifice you for Psylocke. I can't lie.
Nobody is a nobody. So everybody has to go home. Or no one else.
Us too. Wait, no.
Get out of here. This isn't your fight. Blake, look after my bro when I'm gone.
I'm not your babysitter. Look after him yourself. After we beat this asshole.
Quite. And yes, I guess this is what I do now. Heroism. Heroism is petrifying.
Bro. Ah, never mind. I'm not gonna say it.
Because you need us, stupid. And I'll admit, I was kind of disappointed. I was expecting him to do the giant muscle thing. Where's your giant muscle, Skinny?
Very well. I will show you giant muscles.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Why is Loki a femboy in this game? He's not a femboy. Come on. Man, I say he a pretty boy, so he gotta be a femboy. Is he handsome? So he's a pretty boy? Calling him a femboy? How do they even correlate?
It seems I am about to add another planet
The
to
fuck?
my collection.
Bro, he ain't got pupils. Holy Z Broly. That's a fucking Z bully if I've ever seen one. Oh fuck. Most said my contest, my rules. What the fuck? Yo, can you stay on the floor?
Alright! I see the move! On your left! Unexpected! Not so fast!
Oh shit. Fucking clones of him? At the shadows. Wait, I can't level 3 him? That was level 3. What the fuck? Why'd they give me that input? I did level 3 input. Oh well.
Alright! Let's have at them,
Oops.
I got
I got him! Oh, what the fuck? He overthrew it! Oops, wrong button.
We'll survive. Watch this! Game over!
I'm trying to fool around with that stuff. Oh fuck, I'm about to die. Let me not do that. Did we win yet or? Oh look, you didn't take damage. Yo, Phoenix Cyclops, where you at? Phones don't give a weird. They do more. Look like they do more damage than they actually do. That's because it's just one health bar. They're probably used to seeing 3. So it's attack better. If they, sometimes they do a lot more damage. He's one character, so but it's story mode. But if they only have like 2 characters, they do a lot because the more characters you unlock, the more HP you have. That's why sometimes it looks like they do a lot, sometimes they don't. Yo, what is he doing? You gonna blow up your own planet or? Yo. Am I gonna do X-Men story? Sure. Later though, not now. It's been 7 hours? What the fuck? This is a fucking Super Saiyan 3. Fucking Super Saiyan 3 champion. I gotta fight him like this? That's not good. Oh fuck! Oh! Oh wait, I might actually lose. Oh, what is that OTG? What? Wait, you can't level 3. Like level 3 inputs just don't work. It'll only give you level 1. Oh fuck no, this motherfucker is tripping. Yeah, I can't level 3. It won't let me. Like the game, literally, you can't level 3 in the story.
Kneeling.
23k damage grab is ridiculous. Woo. Ow! Ow! Oh, what the fuck? Those are not even him! Or I guess it is, but oh shit! Wait, am I dead? Holy shit, that was a wall splatter. Dude, what the fuck was that? A fucking death ball? Fucking death ball to me, like from fucking Cooler or Frieza. Send us to the fucking moon.
Yes. Yes. That's how you do it. Nice first step.
First step? What's the next step?
Next, kill him. And everyone in the room.
What?
Everyone you meet.
What?
Little brother of yours, making you work for him and slave for.
What is wrong with this car, bro? What in the fuck? What the fuck is wrong with this car, bro? This shit is tripping.
Okay, now that we got that out of the way, it must be time for the real boss fight.
What?
Oh, if there's a secret boss in an arcade, it's gotta be a samurai lady.
Oh.
Where's the samurai lady to face the samurai
am ready. Enough of this nonsense. Be gone.
Viking. Be gone. Wait, that's it?
Robbie.
Wait, that's it? He just loses like that, that's it?
Oh, it's way too much.
Drinks?
I take it all back. You're a genius, Wade. I don't know if you've changed, Loki, but that was a good start. As long as you get a round in, you're welcome.
Well, I am a lord of Asgard. I have gold. And I love Midgardian drinking. A chance for something other than mead.
You go ahead. I need to get back to work.
You fix cars.
I do, and I have a backlog, and if I don't catch up, well, it's not the end of the world, but it's pretty bad.
Why does Blade look kawaii in this game?
Trust me, we know cars.
I don't know, just the art style.
Hey, I fixed Humvees when they're still moving.
70s, Jesus Christ, Unc. Jesus Christ.
Of course, you have to do the difficult part, GR. Say it. Say the magic words.
I need help.
Drinks postponed then.
Rage of mead, bro? I don't age.
I
stopped at 19.
Grossest idea of what these mechanized carriages even are.
I was 19 after that.
I dare say
I just stopped aging for some reason. That's why I always say I got the same cut every time.
Yes, it is unusual to have a Norse
I don't
god
age.
helping out, but here we are.
Yeah, I said I got the same cut every day, right?
Carriage ready. Good as new.
Mechanical carriage.
Enjoy all your dates.
Dates? With an S.
I'm sorry, but excuse me?
Oh, shit.
No, you see,
dates?
Oh, I presume you knew he was seeing all manner of other girls.
Men too, or what?
Gods of lies pick up on this kind of stuff.
Oh, shit.
I can't believe you!
Yo. Yo,
God
yo.
of lies and God of mischief. Still, Asgard seems to have given me space to breathe. Perhaps I can find my brother now.
Really? You don't know what happened to him?
But what happened to him?
I looked it up. Someone on Reddit leaked the DLC.
Why? I fucking can't believe I fell for that shit. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god, bro.
Oh dear. I sense that cackle.
I took him fucking serious for 2 seconds, bro. I don't know why I took him seriously.
Can we kill him? I hate this face-turn bullshit.
Shush.
I won't. We can still have everything. We showed what we could do together by beating the champion. You had to fully unleash me to beat him. The power. You liked it. It's only a matter of time. Sooner or later, you're gonna leave a whole lot of blood on the tracks.
Bro, you okay? What's wrong?
It's nothing. Blade, you made an offer. I need to know how to stop
Asgard
this
seems to have given
going
me
off
space to
road.
breathe.
How is Blade gonna teach him this?
You got it. But let's
Hey,
get this
isn't
card
that a
done first.
whatever? Will story become a video? Yeah.
You're afraid.
Do a video on all of them.
Nah. I don't mind blood on the tracks.
I'm gonna do X-Men later today.
It just has to be the right blood. Kicking the ass of assholes is all I want to do.
Aw, are you completing your character arc? Good for you.
For the magic color, yes.
You should know, I learned nothing.
Oh. Okay. Ghost Rider. Oh, cool. Oh, my page crashed. Pretty cool. So the champion is just gone, or like? But where's Thor? I ain't find Thor. Samurai Outriders. What the fuck? A floating head. Scarlet Witch. Who is that? What the? Is that? That's not a costume. I didn't mean to click. Whoops. Whatever. Fucking Wanda. He was chilling there. Can I skip this? I wonder if this is copyright. Use champion in battle. Oh, brother. He does not summon allies when using a symbol instead performing actions unique to him. Your jump you may face powerful opponents. Ah. Okay, well, we'll try X-Men later today, I guess, or something. I don't know. We'll see. How long did that take? Was that an hour? Oh, shit, that is an hour. That was an hour and 30. Damn, that's pretty long. Okay. Okay. Well, when we do the next ones, like, we can just skip like the cuts we've already seen. What is this? Interesting. So does anyone have the game? Do y'all want to do tournament mode again, or what? Anyone want to do some tournament mode, or yeah, I don't got the game. Oh, I got a Loki color. Let me see. Just got off of it. Oh, maybe we can run some later then. Holy fuck, he's gigantic. The fuck? Cool colors. Who's this color referencing? feel like I've seen that before, but I don't know who. You said I got a Loki color? Where? Ooh, that looks pretty good. That looks pretty good. Is that color 6?
Spider-Man.
I have a blade color too. Purple blade. Oh shit. That going for Ghost Rider, I assume.
Ghost Rider.
With the white ghosts. That one looks sick. This one is sick. So what else did I unlock one for? I mean, it would have to be Deadpool, no? Ooh, what is this color? What color is this? Let's see if his skills are blue as well. Probably. I'm pretty sure they would be. Cosmic Shapeshifters. His book has soul on it, yeah. Game feel different to beta? No, not really. It is. Damn, so y'all should do story for your characters, because you might get a color that changes shit. No mercy.
Perfect.
10 is online. This Loki color is cool. This stage is sick. And TikTok thinks I'm fucking AFK again. How the fuck does this guy work? Literal fucking boss character. Oh my god! Kick this shit in! Damn!
Champion spirit cannot be extinguished. You never stood a chance.
Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit.
Finishing hold. You had your chance, but this battle is over.
Damn. Send you to the fucking moon. Jesus Christ. Grandly? Kinda. Oops, wrong thing. I gotta turn health regen on. I don't know what his meter thing does.
There's no way. That had to hurt. No quitting now. The odds are in my favor. No escape.
They can't do that like that.
There's no way. There's no way. I love this part.
What was that literal grappler? Yeah.
I love this part. I love this part. Too late. Got you. Got you. Got you. Take this.
The fuck is that?
Charge up. I missed. Charge up. Charge up. This one's compromised.
Oh, we can't use assists. Oh shit, I forgot. What, the assemble button doesn't do shit with him. It just does clones of him. Jesus Christ.
Try stopping me. Too late.
Literal fucking boss character. He's cool as shit, but I don't think he's gonna be that good. I doubt he'd be that good. Characters like this aren't usually that good. You can't even do light, medium, heavy. Can you do light, heavy? It's not even a true combo though. So, okay, he still functions as an assist. This back assist is ass. But does it hit people out the air? Oh, that shit is garbage. Combo man, is it? Cool character. But I don't think he's good. I don't think he's gonna be good. He looks cool, but like I don't think he's gonna be good. I mean, he shouldn't be good. I'm not gonna lie. He should be low tier. I don't think he should be like Brogan. A character like that should definitely not be Brogan. I wonder what Doom color you get. What for bottom assist again? Yeah, just put Magneto in or something. Character like that should not be Brogan. Let's go back to ranked, see if I can get some people. So, well, yeah.
Our next matchup.
Not looking at his form. That was his form. He's already in it.
Led by the champion.
He's already in his final form. Wait, why the fuck am I playing as him again? Oh, it just loads my training mode shit. That was his form. This is a simple super. Oh. I saw the BSG one.
My power knows no bounds. Feel the wrath of my.
Wait, so how does he go into? I thought he was already in it. Primordial face breaker. Heavy damage from middle strike. Even if everyone losing the current round. Yeah. So he has to be in awakened form. God, his model's fucking gigantic. Increase the time of champion fights, coming faster while on the offense performing. Remember, switch or whiffing certain moves deplete. If he whiffs moves, it depletes the gauge. When the gauge is max, hitting a supernova slant or cosmic crust outside a combo. Chef swims into his awakened state. Wow. When he's in the awakened state, various moves comes enhanced, such as his skills and unique moves. Gains an aerial dash initiative. Oh, he can finally air dash. Extra speed on his. Okay, when he's in awakened state, he's definitely gonna be good. Wait, he might be able to get this form pretty easily then. Oh shit. Oh shit. Never mind. I don't think it's gonna be garbage. He can air dash. Damn. Experience movement dashes away from me to cross around until the match is decided. Match is decided? What?
If you're afraid, I assure you of God. Are you beyond restraint?
Wait, what? Oh, never mind. No, this kid is gonna be good. What? Oh, never mind. I thought he was gonna be fucking garbage because he can't use assist and shit. Never fucking mind, bro. What do you mean? Heel kick combo with the champion. This motherfucker is gonna be doing stupid damage. What? Can I get a match, please? I want to play the game. I already saw that combo.
Now for today.
Surprise!
Brace yourself. Round one.
A wise decision.
Is this a mirror match? Is that a magic?
Are you beyond
I was graced with my presence.
Oh, this guy actually knows Loki combos. Whoa.
Power before a god. Like
Ask any time.
Round two.
Give thanks to you.
A wise decision.
Let's have at them, play.
Here's my aim. Receive my assistance.
Why do you know this? Wait, what the fuck? Oh, this motherfucker got an early copy or something. How do you know this combo? What?
You need my help.
Chris rivals. Hell no. It'll literally just be whatever I feel like playing that day. Why can't I throw my... Oh my god, I shot the gun. It wouldn't let me throw my stakes. I don't get it. I don't know why it was like that. It was so weird.
Here's my aim. A wise decision. Be grateful to do.
How dare that blasphemy may be a threat.
This game good, yes. Good for Summer Song, Color Your Night, probably.
Perhaps I went a bit futile. Give thanks to me.
I will deal with this.
You need my help.
What? I mean, I don't blame him. That shit is fucking buns. You might as well walk away from the beater. The match is fucking lagging. It's not even a fun game. It's very unfun if the match is lagging. Okay, why? Yo, this guy is optimal as fuck for day one. No problem, Kazante. Crack didn't have low key. We're at early copy. This dude's low key is optimal as shit. What the fuck?
Here's my aim. I see the move. Are you beyond Utah? Pardon me. So open. You need my help. My rock. You make call.
Okay.
Pardon me. Get back to me. I'm with you. You need my help.
Be grateful to do.
I see the move. Why you?
Hey, like the game's fun. The game's fun.
Stand by Loki.
Round 2. You need my help. Not yet. I see the move. You bled. A wise decision. I'm on. Incredible. Get back to me. You don't know fast. Here's the humans up here.
Be grateful to do.
Oh.
How feeble of me.
We tried out Carnage. A little bit. Not that much though.
The omens are poor. What's next?
We'll get away with this. Very well.
A wise decision.
Am I gonna have a birthday?
Feel my thing. Feel my power. How that thing.
We'll get away with this.
Excellent.
Magic good in here? Yes, Magic's good in this game.
Round 4.
Let's have at them, Flesh. You need my help. Get back to me.
Very well.
The magic of my true people. Let's have at them, Flesh. Are you beyond restraint? What's next?
We'll get away with this.
Incredible aim.
I will deal with this.
You need my help. Are you beyond restraint? Incredible. Again. Ignominy.
Winner. Player 2.
Okay, maybe he didn't have a workout. He just labbed, I guess, to start. I mean, it has been 7 hours. So. He probably just labbed. Only low key.
Wise decision.
You make calls.
I am ready.
Round 2.
Let's have at them, Fled. How
I see the move.
No mercy.
Let's have at them, play. Feel my nose.
Here's my aim.
Oh shit, that was overhead. Whoops.
Here's my aim.
Ooh, why do you know this? What? No way. Okay, he must have literally left only Loki, because if he switches to a different character, he literally insta loses. Woo, I switched. No! Oh my god. Fuck. Because why the fuck do you know this route? His Loki is pretty optimal, I'd say. He had the floor set up too with the ice too. Like, what the fuck?
Here's my aim.
Be grateful to do.
Oops. Went to anti-air.
Player one. Next matchup in the Challenge of the Champion tournament is led by the Champion. This team's got some serious power.
He finds one good Loki player on release. Watching in terror. This Loki's more optimal than my fucking blade from last beta.
Not so fast.
Boom. Boom.
Not so fast. Not so fast.
Oh wait, I think he can't use assist yet. This Ghost Rider color is so sick.
Moment of truth. I see the move.
I'm here to help. Fired up.
Jesus.
Take this. Go down. Take this. Go down.
The omens are poor.
There's no way. Are you? Go down. One strike is all I need.
Oh, it's an actual command grab super.
One strike is all I need.
Hey, this is all cute. Is it actual? Well, let me see. I'm actually curious.
Are you ready?
Oh shit, it is.
I had high hopes for you.
Oh
But
shit.
you'll never defeat the champion. To fight is to live.
Yes, please do contemplate the many errors you have made to end up here.
Not so fast. Too late. That had to hurt.
Why you?
I'm up.
Annoying. Give thanks.
All right.
I've got your back.
Why you?
Take this.
Why you?
Moment of truth.
Yes, please do contemplate the memory.
All right, let's keep going. Is it a fall after?
Brace yourself. Round one. Fight!
I'll take this.
Are you beyond? Give thanks. Annoyingly good. Incredible. On your right. Incredible.
No mercy. I got you.
I await your call. Let's have at them, Blade.
Oh.
Are you beyond
Oh, that hit me down.
Life has its...
Round two.
Are you beyond restraint?
Fuck.
So on your left.
I think Japanese, yeah.
And if I be single, watch out.
Oh, what the fuck?
Go on.
Round three.
On your right. The magic of my true people.
That hurt. Oh, what? I jabbed.
On your left.
Oh, I tried to dash over it. That shit is high. I mean, that shit is gigantic.
Round four.
Won't get away with this.
You need my help. Magic. On your right. Feel my power.
You can change it for separate characters? Yeah.
Victory amuses me, but I am also a god of strength and power, and you have ceased to amuse me. Be gone!
Oh boy.
Won't get away with this. No mercy.
Here's my aid. How feeble it Too slow. Pardon me.
Oh, I tried to jab. Oh, I do forward. I do forward heavy. Nah, I gotta do forward heavy there. I gotta stop doing heavy. If you stand heavy there, if you're too close to the floor, it won't connect. I think it's better after stakes to do forward heavy. Oh, I'm gonna just start doing that with blade.
Are you beyond Give thanks.
How feeble it is. How feeble it is. On your left.
Whose team is this? Champions?
On your right.
This ranked, yes. Oh, fucking Deadpool.
Round 2.
I see the move. Flare. How feeble. At any time. Let's have at them, Flare. On your left.
Oh, God, that stunts for so long.
The magic of my food people. How unsightly.
Whoa, that crossed me up. Fuck. Try to do a low to the ground.
Round 3.
Let's have at them, Flare.
Oh, you gotta be shitting me. That's not what I wanted. I meant to hold it.
On your right. Are you beyond the strip? Are you beyond the strip?
Oh, fuck. I thought you could do that.
On your right. One does not cross a frost side. The power of the gods.
Round 4.
Stand back.
Won't get away.
You need my help.
I'm on.
Oh, no, that's not good. A fucking spider, man.
Final round.
I see the move. Here's my aim.
Oh, that low clip me. Bro, I pressed heavy. Oh, wow, we traded, but his beat me? Oh, wow. Confirm the colors for Goblin. Champion got mixed. Champion. Does he have mix? I'm finding somebody here that just don't switch characters. It's hard, like, being one of the few people that switch characters. Then when you fight people that don't switch, it's like very hard to like keep up since they're playing their one character they play and then you're trying to play multiple. How do I switch my character that was in the training thing?
Ranked match.
I was trying to play that team, but I don't know why it didn't give me that. Okay, I guess I gotta change it manually. Oh, you get the. I see.
Magneto. Magic.
Annoyingly, what's this? Annoyingly, what's this? Annoyingly, what's this? What's this? Annoyingly, a fine low blow. What's this? A fine low. Oh my, fine low. Annoying. Shoot a fine low blow. What's this? A fine low blow. No mercy. Oh, a fine low blow. Annoyingly good. You got this. Why you? Annoyingly good. I see the move. You need my help. You annoyingly. Oh my annoyingly. What ails? You annoyingly good. I see the move.
Yeah, Loki assist is fast. That shit keeps whiffing. I gotta do it really late. Carnage Hogan again, yeah. Deadpool one screams funny.
Our next matchup in the Challenge of the Champion tournament is. Brace yourself. Round one. Fight!
You got this hot. This is the event.
Every match is Loki. Yeah, I don't know why.
Are you beyond the strip?
Fuck.
You can't run. Farewell.
Oh, fucking lag, bro.
I am ready.
Round two.
Oh, wow.
I'm on. How feeble of me. Go on, go.
Tag home.
I got a lag problem as well. Everyone is if you're on PC.
You need my help. Here's my aim. The magic of my true feet.
Perfect.
How on sight. Kneeling before a
symbol.
I'm ready to go.
Round four.
He mashed auto combo. Okay, man.
Strength and power and you have ceased to amuse me.
Like, brother. Okay. What's up, Blossom?
Let the rain fall. See my neck. Are you beyond the strip? Here I go. How feeble of me. Here I go. What's next?
Oh, you got mixed. That dude got mixed. What's up, Havery? Appreciate the raid. What were you guys up to? You on this game? Awesome.
No mercy.
Are you beyond restraint? My wrath! What ails? Let's have at them, Blade! Have at thee! You have been incredible! Why you just give incredible! Annoyingly good! You're dead! Why you power of a god! Incredible!
Force me restore my PC twice? Oh no.
Tag home. Round 2.
Oh my goodness. This flag is so unfucking fathomably ass, bro. Oh lordy.
You have ceased to amuse me! Be gone! Pardon me!
He just mashed the assist button.
Incredible.
From Rich on block. Looking for it. You can.
Round 3.
How feeble of them. Why you? Are you beyond risk? What ails? You die. What ails? I see the move. Blade. Let's have at them, Blade. Farewell. This is my wrath. Hey, you. Here comes.
Like, what am I supposed to feel, bro? That shit is so mind-boggling. Like,
Feel my power. Why you? I see the move. Gotcha. Incredible. Over here. Why you? Get tight. To me.
Won't get away with this.
One does not cross.
Auto combo city. Oh my god, it's so fucking laggy, bro. GG.
Winner, player 2. We
Having second thoughts?
Why the fuck am I back on this team? Huh? What? Auto settings, please.
And now, Loki! Power of being transfixed by a god is quite new. Now!
Okay, so you use medium DP in the corner with Loki. That's good to know.
Our next. Brace yourself. Round one.
Oops, button. What? I'm oh, I back. Whoops.
At any time.
Round two.
I see the move. Gotcha.
Here's my aim.
This is my power. Asgard is weak.
You're free. Says who? You are black. I'm joking. Nice. You in the game cam or what? Are you a coward? You a coward.
I shall rain my righteous fury.
Oh, that's awkward. I just got auto comboed. Oh my god. You don't fuck with Orville? He's a chud? Oh shit. My bad. My bad. What the fuck is happening?
Here's my aim.
Oh, this auto combo shit is so whack. Stop auto comboing. Come on, learn some combos. Please, for the love of God, bro. We're in ranks.
Wise decision. Magneto controls all.
Magneto controls all.
Winner, player 2. Brace yourself. Round one.
I use the arms of strength. So obvious. So obvious. Pardon me. Pardon me.
That didn't hit. Ah. Mag lab session. I don't know if I'm gonna actually even use mag. That move needs more startup. Ooh, it's broken. No, who tested that move and thought it was okay. Did it wrong. What? You're crazy or mashing there. I meant to cross up. What's up, turtle? I will say yes. Out of all the characters on the team, yes, the least experience I have is Mag for sure. Definitely need to lab Mag, yeah.
I will go. There's no escape. I'm your master now. Asgard is weak. Might. How? I'm coming. Shrapnel spike. I'm coming. Steel yourself. Iron Rock. Steel yourself. Might. Iron Rock.
I think it's a bounce.
Ride on metallic might. How? Simple error. Metallic might. You cannot escape. You are outmatched. You are outmatched. You are outmatched. Metallic might. Steel yourself. Iron Rock. Steel yourself. Magneto controls all. Found you. I warned you. I see the move. I'm your master now. This is my power. I'm your master now.
Map is this? I think the champion.
Stand this. There's no metallic might. I'm coming.
Who let you out? That's crazy. You saying it like he was in a cage. That's crazy.
Ride all you want. There's no escape. Ride all you want. I summon your. There's no escape. Ride all you want. This is my power. Asgard is weak. Found you. Iron Rock. You cannot resist. How?
When do you use the command grab on this character? Puts metal down.
How? Your fate is sealed. I warned you.
I gotta read Magneto's move list. I gotta read his move list. Yeah, I put Magic at the bottom, and I put Loki in the back. I mean, not Loki in the back. Pun? Not pun. Fuck am I saying? What's his name in the back? Fucking Magneto. Oh my god, yo, please, bro, let me play the game. Oh my god, bro. Oh my god.
Mate, I am ready.
Round 2.
Let's have at them, Blitz.
Let's have at them, Blitz.
What's with the sudden interest in Loki? You know, aside from back to the guide. Doesn't mean shit. Doesn't mean I won't play him. Also, why'd you spam it like 5 million times? What the fuck is that? What is that lag? Oh my god, bro, please, bro. Arxis. How, bro? How, bro? How? How? How did you guys do this? You're so weird. Is he mad he's winning? Bro, are you brain dead? Do you not see the lag? Yo, are you trolling me?
Now for today's main event.
Are you like actually rage baiting? Like I don't.
Blade.
Some spam carry. I want to go through your bum pick Star Lord. That was gonna be good. Afro looks nice, thanks.
In the opposite corner.
I know you see the lag. I'm not mad at him. I'm mad at Arxis. Arxis made the game. This PC client is laggy as shit. Anyone that paid $80 or what I pay 90 would be mad. Like what? I just joined. Oh, I paid fucking $90, bro.
Here's my aim. This is my power. Steel yourself. Iron Rock. Metallic Might. Magneto control.
Look at Magneto's move list. Gotta play his damn character real quick for the one time. Magnetic Blast. After attack, debris remain on stage. When input to draw more. More debris spread the faster to input. Oh, when charges? That's cool. It would not be knocked back by projectile or assist.
Metallic iron right. Metallic might.
You don't want to be knocked back though. What does that mean? Like the fucking.
Metallic might. Iron right.
What do you mean won't be knocked? I won't be knocked back. It knocks me back.
Steel yourself.
Like am I plus on block or something, or what do you mean by that?
Iron right. I warned you.
By projectile or assist during the default state. While clouds of debris are present, Magneto will not be knocked back by projectile or assist during the default state. Like I can't get pushed back while blocking, or like, well, I don't get what they mean by that. Do you play controller? I play on leverless. Magnetize active each cloud of floating debris to do additional follow-up attacks.
Iron right. You cannot resist. Give thanks.
Oh, that's what the follow-up's like with metal.
And now, I want. You cannot resist.
That's what it looks like with no metal. There is metal. Oh, I see.
I warned you. Magneto controls all. I warned you.
There's a fucking gigantic bounce.
You are outmatched. I warned you. Withstand this. This is my gift. Thank you. I warned you. You are out. I summon your demise. I summon your demise. Magneto, you are outmatched. Magneto controls all. Magneto controls all. Magneto controls all. You are outmatched. I warned you. Iron Rapid.
Whoa.
Metallic might. Steel yourself.
This is cool.
Metallic might. Steel yourself.
This is pretty fun. He's a fun zoner. Marks is my goat. Hold on. I was joking about the lag. I still don't get what they mean by the knockback part though. It says, while the cloud debris present, will not be knocked back by projectiles or assists. So like if anyone uses a system, I can't get pushed back. Is that what they mean by that? Gravity bind. Light and heavy hits grounded, medium, crushing everyone's. Do damage the more debris that are present. Creates 3 debris after. Ooh, that's pretty cool. Push 3 after you do it. That's active, pulls the opponent in before the grab activates.
Might. I summon your demise. How? Magneto controls all. How? Your fate is sealed. This is my power. You cannot escape. Your fate is sealed.
How much damage did I do? That's a lot. That's good damage. Polarity shift. That was us. Launches. After launching an opponent. Yo, Clover, thanks for the gifted. Or no, sub. I appreciate it. Text him with debris. Works well as an anti-air. Movement speed. You do heavy damage. The more debris that is present, the follow-up attacks change while magnetize is active, doing more damage. Shrapnel spike. No, I didn't know he had a down input. Magnetize active makes you do more damage. Okay. Clouds will be right on stage. Rain down front. It's an actual attack. Oh, this is the pull move.
Iron Rock, steel yourself. I warned you. Magneto controls all. Shrapnel spike. There's no escape. Shrapnel spike. Give thanks to me. Shrapnel spike. I summon your
So if there's debris on the stage, I can do this. What? Interesting. Test more of that. Yeah, I heard.
Brace yourself. Round one. Fight!
Let's have at them, Blade.
I await your call.
Ready whenever.
Round two. Fight!
Pardon me.
Nice.
Assemble.
Assemble.
Round three.
Stand back, Blade. Feel my power. Feel now. It's mine. What's next?
We'll get away from this.
Here's my aim. The magic.
Goodbye. What? I'm about to say on your fucking knees. Now, boy.
Winner. Player two. Brace yourself. Round one. Fight!
Oh. Hold, what? What that mean? I'm talking with the Venom. I mean Carnage. What'd I say?
I am ready.
Oh, I don't have no thingies. I'm stupid. I thought I had stakes though. Team to change the poses.
Ready whenever.
Round two. Fight!
I see the move. Let's have at them, Blade.
We'll get away.
I see the move. Blade. Weapons high. Stand back, Blade. Incredible.
Yo, what are those noises he's making? Can you calm your ass down? It's crazy. Why is he making noises like that? That shit is disturbing.
No mercy.
You need my help. Magic. Here's my aim.
The fucking auto combo merchant, bro. I fucking hate this guy. Holy shit. That's crazy. What, 5 of them? What the fuck am I doing? What? I was across the map. Oh my god. Okay, bro. Who the fuck is that? This skin is so hilarious. Oh, that was my rank up? I didn't even notice.
Our next matchup in the Challenge of the Champion tournament is led by Blade. This team's got some serious power. Enter.
This team's got some serious power.
Let's have at them. So obvious. A wise decision. I will go.
What was I doing on Magneto? Oh, shrapnel spike.
I am right. I will master now. A simple F. Feel my might. Shrapnel spike. Shrapnel spike. Found you.
Wait, shrapnel spike does that? Jesus Christ.
Shrapnel spike. You are outmatched. Shrapnel spike. Magneto controls all. Shrapnel spike. I summon your command.
Wait, how much debris does shrapnel spike take for me to be able to combo off this shit?
Feel my might. I summon your demise. Shrapnel spike. Shrapnel spike. Shrapnel spike. I summon your demise. Shrapnel spike.
Oh, just one?
You are out. Shrapnel spike. You stand there. You cannot resist. I see the move.
Oh, so there has to be thingies out.
next matchup in the Challenge of the Champion tournament is
Based on screen, probably is.
Magic. This
How you do the
team's got
Kazuya
some
thing with
serious power.
Deadpool? How do you even do that? The party.
Brace yourself. Round one. Fight.
Let's have at them, play.
Full on.
No mercy.
I am ready. Magic.
Oops.
I await your call.
Round two. Fight.
No mercy.
Give thanks to me. Here's my aim.
We'll get away with this. Gotcha.
Let's have at them, play.
Go on, go on.
Assemble.
All ready.
Round three. Fight.
We'll get away with this.
That's awkward.
Let's have at them, play. Give thanks to me.
Why my back does this not come out?
Asgard is weak. Worry not. I see the move.
You can do that? I didn't know you could do that. Heavy DP delay into level 1. Okay. Game's going good. Ranking up.
You need my help. Magic.
Asgard is weak.
Oh my god. Oh my god, he got mixed. He fell for the clone. Are they champions? No.
You need my help. Why?
Oh my god, what is happening? Oh my god, the mechanic is horse ass, bro. I actually just lose because of that fuck ass mechanic. Are you dead ass?
Here's my aim.
Oh my god, are you dead ass, bro? That mechanic is horse ass, bro. You get a full combo off our guard cancel. That is brain dead.
Let's have out some play. You're no fun.
Oh, sniped doing Logie. Sniped him.
I am ready. Magic.
Oh my god. Oh, a three-way happy birthday? Jesus.
I await your call.
Oh my god, I backed up too and that still caught me. That's crazy. Yeah, because what is a Magic drop for Loki? That's not drop Magic still on the team. It's a 4-4 game.
Brace yourself.
Why'd I drop Magic?
I see the move. At any time. Give thanks to me. You need my help. At any time. Magic. Round 2.
Fuck, I did too late.
I see the move. Round 3. Leave this to me. This is my power. Give thanks. Studio controls all. Studio controls all. Magneto controls all. Will spike. This is my power. I master now. Give thanks to me. Found you. Asgard is with you.
I switched and blocked. That's dead at. Oh no, that's crazy. I switched to Loki and blocked. I switched to Loki and blocked, bro. What the fuck? That's crazy. I literally switched to Loki and blocked.
Over here.
Give thanks. A wise decision.
Over here.
Stand back. So obvious. Pardon me.
We'll get away with this.
It's my rock. Now. It's my rock. How about this? So obvious.
Moment of truth.
Feel my power.
Okay.
Leave this to me.
Wait, so there's one piece of metal out, right?
When Magneto calls, the heavens answer. I'm your master now. You have nowhere left to. Found you. I warned you. I shall rain my righteous. This is you cannot resist. I shall rain my righteous fury upon you. Found you. You cannot resist. When Magneto calls, the heavens answer. I am run. I am shrapnel spike. Found you, shrapnel spike.
So you can shrapnel spike in the air.
Shrapnel spike. There's no escape. This is my. I summon your demise. Withstand this. You are outmatched. Shrapnel spike. There's no escape. Right.
We'll get away with this.
I warned you. I see the moon. Withstand this. This is my power. I'm coming. This is my power.
Moment of
Feel my might.
Brace yourself. Round one. Fight.
I see the moon. Play.
You're precise.
Bro, just 2 H's? Okay.
I am ready. Let's have at them play. I see the move.
Okay, so I guess if I'm in the air, I have to just end it normal.
Round two. Fight.
Oh, brother. Okay. Odd, but alright. The fuck was that cross up? What? Oh, that's the wrong one. Oh, this guy only hits me with 2 H's, that's it. Oh, there's a hitbox in front of it. Oh, interesting.
Here's my aim. Barbecue chop. Here's my aim.
KO. Winner, player 2. Brace yourself. Round 1. Fight!
Incredibly. I see the move. Play your thoughts. Let's have that gunplay. Incredible. Futile. I see the move.
Nice. Blade kind of sauce. It's just a, you know, you just need to use the system mechanics to make Blade work. That's the issue.
I see the move. How feeble of you. Give thanks to him. And away.
Oh my god, this character is so fire.
What's next? Kneeling before a god would be wise.
MVP en route.
Round 3. Fight!
Feel my power! Feel my power! You have to do. I'm with I see the move.
Oops.
Feel
Oh my god, Loki is so cheap. Loki is so cheap, bro. Yo, this character is so fucking cheap, bro. Oh my god. He touched that shit and just bounced. Oh, this character is hilarious, bro. Bro, I knew the moment I tried this character. That's the one. That's the one, bro. Yeah, Loki, that's the one. That's the one right there. This guy is so cheap, bro. Oh my god. Dude got crazy makes, crazy damage. His shit looks sick as fuck too. He has plus specials. Oh nah, this character has it all. What he not got? You can zone too. You don't even like. You can zone if you want. I'm not doing it, but you can zone if you want. I've barely even been using this air trap, this ice trap in the air. You can zone with this dude. Same thing with the floor thing. This dude cheap. What's the win-loss right now? I don't know. I don't think anyone's looking at their win-loss right now because this fucking lag, though. I have no clue what the win-loss is. I only lost a few, though. Is it light? Oh, it is light.
Victory amuses you, but I am also a god of strength and power, and you have ceased to amuse me. Be gone! How?
Wait, so what does this do? My sword, my fire sword is... Oh shit, my shit's on fire. You can really do left, right.
Are you beyond restriction? You have skill.
Which one was the one where you used the skills to? I forgot. I forgot which decoy one is the one where you can still use skills. Oh, there you go. You can do this. God, this fucker does damage. Holy shit. How's Tōkon been 9 hours in? I mean, my favorite character in this game right now is easily Loki. Like, yeah, I know, crazy. Crazy how that works, huh? Favorite character right now is easily Loki. Easily.
Surprise!
Brace yourself. Round one.
Get back!
Gotcha. I await your call.
The mix? Oh yes, for sure.
Here's my aim.
Jeez.
Life has a certain comedy.
Comedy.
Like now.
Like now, that's fucked up. That's crazy. None of the characters I main in Smite, I play in Rivals. Like Loki, Thor. I don't play none of them in Rivals. That's awkward. I think it was too high. But no, he was too high. Just kick Blade to the curb, bro. Blade is made in this game, bro. Hold on. His mix is buns. You need an assist to make that shit work. What the fuck? I did level 3, it didn't come out. I did level 3, that shit deadass did not come out. The downplay? Sage not gonna pop out of nowhere. Get mad at me again. You have to switch character, bro. That shit is like his solo mix is so buns. His solo mix is so buns. You jump over them. I just wish he had solo mix. Like he has mix if you switch, but like he doesn't have much solo. That shit is like kind of fake. What's that mean?
Anytime.
Oops. How'd that come out? They Loki over Blade?
I am ready.
He can't hit me! He can't hit me! I'm crying!
Here's my aim. I am right. Incredible. Incredible. Withstand this. Right. Asgard is weak. Incredible.
Oh, you can't pull like that? Oh, I think it was probably in Block Stun. I think it was in Block Stun, yeah. I got confused. What the fuck was that mix? I kept feigning him, that's why. brother did not know which one was me. Oops. That's the wrong button. Whatever, I fixed the combo.
Ride all you want. Ride all you want.
Winner, player 2.
Fall off hard when people get used to him. If anything, it's just gonna get stronger. He has too much mix. You'd say that, but his mix is just gonna get better over time. Once people start throwing assist and doing stuff, it's just gonna get better over time. He's like the mix character.
Are you beyond this? Give back to me.
I don't know if there's something I can do there. Nightcrawler? How you know Nightcrawler would be mixed though? What if he just like rush down for like a Rekka? Thoughts on Avatar? I refunded the game. That should tell you my thoughts. I've never refunded a fighting game until that. I've played tons of fighting games on this stream, and I have not refunded a single one. Even though I don't care if I was having fun playing Azula. Finish the fucking game. I still have net impact. Finish the fucking game. Finish the fucking game, bro. Like, I don't care if it's $30. Finish the fucking game, bro.
Now for today's main event.
I don't care if it's $30. Finish the fucking game.
Strutting in, all cool.
There's a tournament today for Tōkon on the Arxis channel. Maximilian, Ludwig, RDC, Boxbox, Dotto, Lily, Sayu, and Cricket. Funny.
Give it up for Nocturnal Exiles. Tensions are.
Who wins this? Doesn't Max just win this? Doesn't Max just win this?
Brace yourself. Round 1.
It's where you're like Max and Dotto in the finals or something like that.
I await your call. I see the move. Are you beyond this?
Me and Max got this.
I'm ready to go.
That's not the wall? Holy shit, how far does the stage go? Did he dash over me into the trap? Did he just dash over me into the fucking trap? Are you dead ass? He dashed over me into the trap and got frozen and died. Oh my god. Oh shit. The blog, whoops.
Let's have at them, play. A wise decision.
That motherfucker came out of nowhere. Spider-Man came out of nowhere. Holy shit. Am I just jabbing at the wrong times?
No mercy. Let's have at them, play.
A wise decision.
Oops. Ah, I did the wrong button. I'm expecting a Spider-Man overhead, but he's not even doing that shit.
When Magneto calls, the heavens answer.
Trying to do check level 3 there. Oops. Did the wrong input.
Brace yourself.
My Spider-Man's Japanese.
Let's have at them, play.
Perfect.
I am ready.
Round 2.
Like this. Gotcha. Get back.
Please tell me someone's gonna find something better than that combo. That combo is so boring to see now. I don't think it was.
Get back.
How feeble of me. Out of the way.
Why the fuck is it 360? Are you dead ass? Oh, my monitor went black. Alright, bro. Oops. Oh, wrong button.
Let's have action play. You need my help. This is my power. Straight. Ineffective. I see the move. Ineffective. There's no escape. Shrapnel fight. I like you. Stand this. Give thanks. Metallic might. I warn.
So is electric just plus in this game? I don't know. I have no clue what the fuck it is. Is electric's plus?
It's not over.
What the fuck? I don't know how to do any blocks into a Magneto yet. I'm actually gonna lose that switch to Magneto. Uh-oh.
Not yet.
Oh, I actually just fucking sold. I actually just lost that switch to Magneto.
I'll take you.
Winner, player 2. Brace yourself.
Up Thunder.
I see the move. Blade. Give thanks.
Oops. Marvel Rivals? What the fuck? This is not Rivals.
Incredible.
Bro said Rivals.
Winner, winner.
I await your call.
Round 2.
Rivals experience. That was fun. What's wrong with it? Oh, that disappears if you get hit? Ah. Excited with GTA 6? Yeah, I'm gonna play GTA.
Let me tell you a secret.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
Incredible. Wise decision.
Oh, come on. Fuck am I supposed to combo off that wolf? I think I'm supposed to just jab it or something. I don't know.
Get out of my way,
What the fuck? I'm blocking. Game. What was that? I didn't even jump or nothing.
You need my help.
I like that. Let's have some play. I see the move.
Clutch.
I'd call you a joke, Wade, but you see, jokes are funny.
Damn, can't call him a joke.
Jokes are funny. He's not funny.
My man is not funny.
All right, let me see this tournament.
Our next matchup in the Challenge of the Champion tournament is led by Blade.
Holy shit, that's a lot of people streaming
This
Tōkon.
team's got some serious power. Enter.
Wait, so which channel is this tournament on?
Led by Blade. They're here to try for the trophy. Enter. Nocturnal.
What channels am I supposed to be looking at for this? The Arxis channel?
Clash. Which side will stand as humanity's last hope? Get ready to make some noise.
Sorry, I'm taking some notes here, man. I'm a bit of a Hulk aficionado myself. I'm taking the day one notes. Really, really strong with this character right now, but momentum here for Box. Claps in the air. He's kind of like a zoner when he has those air claps. Because the game encourages at him.
Yeah, the nice thing too is they disobey projectiles. So you may be like, oh, how does Hulk get in, right? He's really fast.
Let me see.
He has normals, and he has anti-projectile options. So even though he doesn't have an air
This is an interesting
he has his own ways
list, I guess. Very random. I don't know if it's balanced though.
Assist from Magic, you know, and the front throw.
Grab. Runner on in there with that grab.
This is a tournament.
Convinced, Box to block.
Definitely not balanced, but well, I guess.
Boxes and navigating around with Hulk to find the opening. That was a solid usage of the assist to help enhance the neutral game to pin down and find a solid opening.
I mean, wouldn't just Max or Dada win this?
I like the attempt. I like using the heavy version of the tackle. All the
So we Box. I don't know how much Box been playing, but he can win.
Extra like combo stuff so that you can do, which is really nice because it just gives you access to bigger damage, and you build a ton of meter when you hit people in this game. Every time you hit with an assist, you build meter. Every time you wall break or wall splat, you build meter. So, you know, it's really nice to like take advantage of all the
Man on that
the
Hulk.
game gives you. I love him backing up there after the wall splat there to call the magic assist just to help cover any roll or defensive options. Just really great coverage there from Dododoya to sequences, and that's our first game right there. That's 1 point on the board. Dododoya, the leader of the pack right now. Really solid.
Is he streaming?
So that was really close back and forth between the two.
He's
But
not.
I have to imagine.
Oh, yes, he is.
GG, Box, GG.
Wait, it's over?
He's approaching behind.
Oh, it's
Iron Man
first to
B,
one?
And then he's just running at you, and then he's got good combos, good confirms. Like,
Oh, nah.
that's a pretty.
Oh, nah. Son, what? Oh, no. Oh, no. Why is it a first to one, bro? First to one is sick work on a tag fighter. Something late.
Now for today's main event.
Match queue. A queue? What the?
Brace yourself. Round one. Fight!
I see the move. No mercy. Gotcha. There we go. Gotcha.
Let's have at them, play. Waste of time.
I'm with you.
Oops.
I see the move. Play.
KO. Round two. Fight!
Oh fuck, I forgot to do the thing. I had the combo on.
Oh, nice.
So the light version does not give a wall splat. Okay. I mean, heavy version does not give a wall splat. I wonder if the medium version does. I don't think it does. Oops.
A predictable result. I have plenty of experience.
Predictable result, damn. Talk your shit. Talk your shit.
Brace yourself. Round one. Fight!
You need my help.
Get ready. Let's have at them, play.
At any time.
Get back.
I'm ready to go.
Round two. Fight!
There you go.
Why do I keep doing that? Oops. Oh man, wrong button. The command grab.
You need my help. A wise decision.
Round three. Fight!
I am right to the move.
You cannot resist. I warned you.
Oh, nice. Time God is with you.
I don't know what I'm supposed to use shrapnel spike. Don't I have to like bring them down and then shrapnel spike to pull them back or some shit? I don't fucking know how the route goes. It's something like that.
Now you suffer. Withstand this. I'm coming.
Bro, we kicking the shit out of you. God damn, his legs are long as hell. God damn. Sheesh. How strong is Magneto's powers are? You control metal. Do you know how strong that is?
No mercy. Over here.
Get back! A wise decision. I see the move. Gotcha. Get back! Here's my aim.
No mercy. No mercy.
Oh, this combo still works. Oh, that still works. Combo's ass though. I don't see what you just like. I don't know. There's no reason to do this shit in combos. That should just kill scaling. I think. I'm pretty sure it does. And Avatar? Nothing happened to Avatar.
I see the move. You need my help.
I think it's pretty good if you switch though. We've been doing mag? I think so. When can I use this in the air? What's the startup of this? 40 fucking 3? Oh god. Can you combo off this? No.
Here's my aim.
I guess the medium version of this is fucking useless other than to faint.
And I go.
Yeah, medium version of this is like pretty buns in the air. I just want to do ice ball after slam down. Ice ball after slam down. This one? Yeah, you can do that. Oh, you mean like that one? Yeah, you could probably do that.
wise decision.
Oh, they both do the same damage.
It's mine. It's mine. Pardon me. It's mine.
Can't take the corner with that.
The magic of my true people. This is the magic of my true people.
Does that do more damage the further you are from the corner?
One does not cross across sight.
No. I thought it would keep going and do more damage. Nope. Doesn't do that. It's just a set distance. Nah, it's fine. I have not looked at Twitter yet. I'm pretty sure that they got some crazy shit on Twitter already. Pretty sure if I look on there, I can find some nasty ass shit. There's a lot, yeah. Let's start with those 15.
Here's my aim.
Who on Twitter? Who was that?
Brace yourself. Round one. Fight.
Oh fuck, I wasn't looking.
Freedom charge. Freedom charge. On your right. Freedom charge. Freedom charge.
You need my help.
Freedom charge. Let's have at them then. All right.
Nice up.
Okay. Worry not. Shield strike.
Storm 4. Oh god.
I await your call.
Round two. Fight.
Let's have at them then.
Why is that? Maybe they did nerf that because that doesn't work anymore. I've been trying that combo all night. Never mind.
Round three.
On your right. Asgard is with
A wise decision.
Keep worrying not.
I'm with you.
Fuck. I'm trying to do this magic combo and I keep fucking it up.
Out of the way.
Freedom charge. Freedom charge. On your right. Freedom charge. Freedom charge.
Here's my aim.
Freedom charge.
Fucking freedom loops. Freedom loops is crazy.
Round four. Fight.
On your right. Freedom charge. I see the move.
You need my help.
Magic. Getting started.
working.
I blocked, but all right.
Freedom charge. Now the gloves come on. Living legend. Front sail fist. Punctuality.
When Magneto calls, the heavens answer.
I see the move. You
Oh my god, that mechanic is so garbage, bro. Why can you kill someone with a... That's so stupid, bro. You can't hit it, you can't grab it, and it can kill you. Like, like, what?
Freedom charge. Your left. No mercy. Keep tight. Not working. Worry not. Freedom charge. Freedom charge. And shield shot. Your left. Gotcha. I see the move.
Excellent.
Shit is whack, bro.
Give them much time. Round 2. Fight. On your left. Freedom charge. You have freedom on your left. Freedom charge. And freedom charge.
Wise decision.
Freedom charge. Are you? All right. Out of the way. Shield strike. Are you? I see you.
Bro.
Shield strike. On your left.
Oh, it's not projectile duel.
I am ready.
BP can still one shot with his passive active. Well, obviously, what? Bo did the video on full health BP. Because that's the nerf. Of course I did the short with full health because the nerf is what?
Out of the way. Shield. Marcus Hill. I'm with you. What is? Freedom charge.
59, 40, the team have got a 10 damage nerf. Like, you're saying this like there's not regenerative life in the game. Like, you're not gonna always be in passive. Like, what? Of course we all know he does more damage at low HP. Like, why would I show it with low HP instead of max when the nerf is literally targeting him at max?
I'm with you. Not yet. Steel yourself. Withstand them. I warned you. I'm with you. Magneto field strike. On your right. Freedom charge. There's no escape. What the? Like this. I see the move. What is this? End of the line, pal. Try to keep up.
God, bro.
Every blow is a strike for justice.
Is the game good? Series or mixed? Because the PC client is horrendous. The PC client is bad. It's still bugging like fucking crazy and laggy as shit. If you get the game on console, if you have a console. Good. I have it on PC, but like, I'm just gonna have to wait for them to fix it. It's too late. I already bought it on PC.
In the orange corner, with Blade. At the lead, Nocturnal. Exiles. In the blue corner, with Captain America. Here are Super...
Okay, I'll come to you.
Smart and run away. No mercy.
Here's my aim.
I lag damn near every game with 10 ping. Yep. Sounds about right. Kappa Shotos, a fighting. This is a tag fighter. That don't exist.
You need my help.
Not working. Let's have it.
You're personal. Don't blink. No.
I'm not.
Don't blink.
What?
No, don't blink.
What?
I'll show you perfection.
You can do this. It's pretty funny.
I'll show you perfection. No mercy.
Let's have at some thing.
You need my help.
Getting
Okay. Really new maps since the beta? New maps? Yeah, I'm on one.
You have the person with the most fighting game experience. Oh,
Did I just miss the match?
Lording that they can do such as wild.
So that is it's gonna be interesting to see Mac. Usually not in tournaments and stuff like this. I always hope that he enters. I think it's cool when he plays and stuff like this. So excited to see him do. And I also noticed he was streaming in the middle of the day, which is a rare sight. He always wakes up at like 11 p.m. Pacific and streams like all night. He has a pretty wild nocturnal schedule. So seeing him in the daylight is definitely pretty wild. I'm not convinced that he's not a vampire, to be honest with you.
I mean, it shows how much Marvel Tōkon Fighting Souls must mean to him, because it's definitely a very special game to come out for us fighting game fans. And yet, I think people tend to forget, you know, they see Smiling Max, the guy inviting all the new people into the community, putting out approachable content. I think people forget that Max is really nice at fighting games, especially this genre.
Oh shit, I missed the thing.
And he might be here to remind some people why he is Maximilian Dude.
Yeah, I think
Shadows don't really exist in a tag fighter. I mean, he has a DP, he has a fireball, but like that's like every character. That's like almost every character in this game.
With Max, so you know, this is definitely a game he was very excited for. You could probably tell by his reaction. We get the Cell intro from Deadpool. Oh, we got the champion stage. This stage also has no wall breaks, if I'm not mistaken. This stage, just like X Mansion.
This stage has no wall breaks.
It's not a bit of mercy for Maximilian Dude. He had the two characters in the conversion there, let it go. Oh, we're getting an active tag. Is that our first, one of our first active tags, I believe, of this event?
Holy shit, optimal.
In the corner and just meaty spin unlocks another character, so has the whole team available now. And
oh no, not like this.
Red Wolverine. I don't think I've even seen this color.
Oh, this is bullying.
The colors in this game are gorgeous. I'm used.
Is this behind? No, music is overlapping. It was weird that he's streaming this early. He's never live this early. This is crazy early for him. Because he's West Coast. So he usually goes live at 9 West Coast time, which is 12 for me.
Okay. He's jumping around.
I await your call.
That back assist on Blade is so good, bro. Shit, what if I just throw Blade in the back? Oh, what is this combo?
Oh boy!
Yo, he was trying to hit him with some nut shit. What the fuck fuck is he doing? Why? What? What the?
Oh boy.
Oh,
What
God.
is? What? What did Sayu just try to?
I got colors. I got colors out
What
of it.
the
Oh
fuck
shit.
did he just try to do?
Oh, you actually get colors just for
Where
playing
the
the
fuck
game.
is? Oh.
Right away, but that is a solid cue that Max is aware of the mechanics, right? The fact that assists in this game, when they hit, it immediately allows you to tag into them to get conversions, and you can sort of like option select that or confirm it, like using your assist as an extension of your own point character. That's definitely something that's going to be developed by players as they get stronger and stronger with this game. Because otherwise, you can't active tag to your assist for a longer period of time, right? You're not rewarded with that option unless you specifically snipe the point character, your point opponent, with your assist. So that's going to be the big differentiating factor, I think, of the higher levels of play here. Like, how can you call assist to cover different ranges on the screen? And how can you convert from them either with your point character falling behind it or by active tagging into them on hit to get a combo pickup?
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, something cool that people may know about Sayu is Sayu is a VTuber, but also the FleshTuber version of Sayu is the voice actor for Deadpool in another game that you guys may know about. So that's, I think, probably why Sayu is here, if I had to guess, and also playing Deadpool, who's Nolan North in this game. But yeah, I mean, you know, we're all familiar with Marvel IPs here. I've played a lot of Rivals, and Deadpool is very, very cool in that game as well. So cool to see the shared love of the character.
Wait, there's a GTA trailer, but it's exclusive to Netflix.
I mean, yeah, these are iconic characters.
What the fuck does that even mean?
Games, media, and
how does that even work, and what does that even mean?
In Marvel Tōkon fighting Souls 4v4 action here and beat the crap out of each other. What more can you ask for, right? Like that's what fighting games are for, man. Like you always just wanted to have your favorite characters in the game, see what they can do, and we got them all right here. So it's a big day for fighting game fans and Marvel fans everywhere. It's also a big day for Kraken here, man.
Yeah, and I mean Deadpool.
Scared for these players here.
I was gonna say Deadpool is a character that I think literally everybody. It's hard. You want to be mad at him, but he's just so cool. It's hard not to like him.
Fucking Deadpool, bro.
I think he's awesome in this game. He's one of those characters that is so cool that I want to play him even if I'm not gonna play him. You know what I mean? Like I need to know how to play him just because you need it on your.
You got a high profile match.
We're back around.
Wait, so how does this work? Do they just keep fighting?
So this is I think the end of our 8 players, if I'm not mistaken, right? We're wrapped right back around. Back to the start. So Maximilian up against Kraken here, and
wait, so it's just winner stays on, just King of the Hill, and then whoever has the most wins of them.
Red Wolverine. I think this is the color you get, by the way, for beating the trials. The combo trials.
Very interesting.
And you get color unlocked in this game, so this is probably pretty important for everybody, yourself included. When you win 10 casual matches, you unlock color 6 for the entire roster. So that's one thing. And then you also unlock colors by beating the story mode for the characters, and also by doing the combo trials. So combo trials will unlock for you this color for a lot of characters. So there's a bunch of different ways to unlock colors. Each character has 8 colors, I think, by default.
Finds the Wolverine. Kraken had, he had the first strike, he had the grab, he got the wall break, he assembled his team.
The big wolf.
Definitely really
Wait, so he's using Wolverine, Doom, Blade, Carnage?
Having more options, but it was all Wolverine from that point forward. And I feel like Max is also, he might just be swapping characters just to get more screen time with that character, you know what I mean? Like, I think he's in cruise control, I don't think there's a matchup specific reason. He just might feel like playing some Doom right now.
Yeah, and it is good. Like, that's the thing that makes this cool, is that swapping between your characters is
ideal.
Ooh, like, it makes your combos better, gives you better mix-ups, gives you more control of everything. Like, it is really cool that this game promotes swapping around and doing cool stuff with your whole team. It really makes it feel like a team.
It's a cool tournament. I don't think the players...
An excellent tag.
I don't think it's balanced, though, personally.
Yeah,
Team Cyberpunk? Yeah, we have.
His call timings are just immaculate right now.
I don't think these teams, well, not teams, these players are balanced. Some players are way better than others. Just some people entirely new to fighting games.
Ooh, anti-air, okay.
And then there's some people that have been playing fighting games for years.
The air dash out, side swap.
Decades even.
Oh, in the front and the armor, actually.
It's weird how they chose the players, but I mean, obviously it's just to promote the game, so it doesn't really matter. It's not for money or nothing.
With some hitboxes, nice air coverage with the Carnage assist plus the anti-air move. to confirm from Max. There were some good moments there from Kraken, right? I mean, he wasn't able to convert those into full combo conversions into a loopable like offensive sequence, but you saw like the horizontal shooter assist plus the high-reaching anti-air coverage options. Like you cover basically 2 zones at once. You can pick an assist option, either like your shooter assist, which is usually your horizontal coverage, or like your down assist, your anti-air assist, which will go up in the air, and then you cover the opposite area with your point character, right? So there was definitely some solid fundamentals there from Kraken. It was just more about like, can they turn that into a full combo? Mostly because you want that combo to turn into a knockdown, so they can try to mix them up one more time. Like that gluing together that final piece will then have everything flow like you're seeing with like a Maximilian and Dododoya right here, right? They get one hit and that turns into an advantageous situation to potentially get the next hit. And that's the big difference right now.
Yeah, for sure. And like that kind of comfort with the system mechanics seems like a huge amount, but you can learn it pretty fast. That's the nice thing about games like this, is like versus games tend to seem really scary, but when you play them, they're actually very straightforward. I think especially this game has 1-button specials that you can use, right, with quick skill. So you can learn the game. It has lots of stuff in the game to help new players learn, and you can play 1 character at a time. And then you can evolve and start to play 2 and 3 and 4 and like mess with the other parts of the game. So it is very cool. I think that it seems like, oh, there's a lot of stuff I got to figure out, and that kind of like gap is not that big. And I think you can get there pretty quickly with some practice.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they have the auto combos in the game, right? The different link skills with the lights, the mediums, and the heavies, and they all have different utility. So if you're not comfortable with trying to do a more manually adjusted for combo with your different normal attacks, you could just find an opening with an assist call and go light. You got a solid combo right there. If you want to spend some meter, you can do it with the mediums instead. So there's a lot of ways to
small 10-hour stream, small 10-hour stream.
Like, how do you maneuver
small little 10-hour
and get the hit, right? I think that's so important.
I mean, if I wasn't doing this, I'd be playing test server.
That's why I was pointing out that with Kraken. I feel like he had
with
that
a hood.
Neutral. It's just then maybe
it's hoodie season.
To convert that super jump into there and
know about that.
And get a light conversion, get a knockdown going.
It's hoodie season. What you know about that?
Like just small steps away from gluing the full sequence together. And like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if we see that evolution just in this event alone.
Yes, I'm putting tape on my wrist.
Yeah, that would make sense. I saw some of the players in between matches like starting to look in there and be like, okay, so how does this Tōkon assemble work? And then I saw somebody was asking basically like, okay, what does it do when you hit light and assemble together? And the chat was like 7 things. It's every system mechanic in the game. So like, okay, I just gotta use that. So
and most of them good. Yeah. Most of especially if you find yourself on the back foot a lot, like they're all the defensive mechanics are tied to that.
Are we watching?
Plus a
tournament, a
together,
day 1 tournament
mechanics, and they
with all those people on the left side of the screen,
or they provide an invincible counter where if the opponent attacks you during that time, then you're gonna go ahead and nullify their moves, or it gives you an offensive armored overhead, which is kind of both defensive because if they try to attack you, you just armor and smack them for their troubles, and you get your offense started. So those 2 buttons combined with the different directions will give you so many strong defensive options that will help to deal with these maybe more experienced players who are putting you in bad situations. There's definitely a way out. There's a lot of defensive options to try out and just see how they work.
You got to jump scare them sometimes, you know? You got to just start swinging with that armor and the defensive mechanics. And the thing is like the idea is to try to react when you see it. But if you're unpredictable with it and like they're worried about all kinds of other stuff, it's very easy for people to miss it, right? So that's something that you got to be tricky about for sure. And yeah, I think the second go around for a lot of the players, we'll see people like start to mess with other stuff a lot more. So.
Box coming back up here. Box, you know, whenever I see them play a fighting game, they're a bit of a...
Yeah, you could say it.
They're a bit of a psycho, is how I would like to put it. So we saw that against Dododoya. Strong showing, but that might end up with putting you sometimes in disadvantageous situations if things don't go your way. I feel like there's potential here to catch Max off guard, but maybe towards the end of the set, there might be a more careful approach to bait these responses from Box. So I'm wondering if Box can just steamroll fast enough with his chaotic style before Max can adapt. I think that's going to be the best shot he has, because the longer the set goes on, it's going to get worse, is what I think.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about Box is, even in his main game, but also especially in fighting games, instead of doing like a quote-unquote correct thing. He goes, wouldn't it
be
hype
cool if I did this?
Completely ridiculous choice. And
Wouldn't it be
worked out.
cool
So that's
if I
kind of
played only
his way of thinking.
Vi
He's really, truly
and
a
I
content
don't use
creator
an
at heart.
assist
So
character
instead of
ever?
doing what, like, the correct
If I
choice is,
played
he
Juggernaut
loves to
Vi
be
to
the most-
Challenger.
against everybody else's better
The most box
like,
box
you know,
shit
every
I've
time
ever
he's in a
seen.
slam and somebody's coaching him, they're like, please don't do this, and then he just does the most ridiculous thing you've ever seen.
Wouldn't it be cool if I just
that
kept
is how
parrying
he is.
over and over and over?
Yeah, we saw it a little bit earlier with him. He was willing to use the defensive mechanics. He was willing to swing on wake up. And he is very good at a bunch of other fighting games. Like I mentioned, 1800 TR, Tōkon rating in some other games. And he's just really solid at a bunch of different versus games, you know, games like this style. Like, he just knows what to do. He knows how to learn. So with a little bit of time, he can get real scary.
Yeah, he's a gamer. I've played him across loads of different games, and I've been so surprised by how strong he was before we started playing, and then as the sets went on, I was like, hold up, man, I don't know if I can keep playing you because you're gonna start making me look bad. Like, like I could feel you downloading me as we go on, and I was like, for the sake of my own reputation here, Boxbox, we might need to play off stream here. I don't know. You're styling me too hard. You're making the most ridiculous reads. So this might be the biggest opportunity we've seen for an upset so far, I think, but it's still, it would be a very big upset because I think Max is looking extremely comfortable right now.
Yeah, he is. He's definitely good at this style of game, that's for sure. So I'm excited to see it, especially because I know in between, Boxbox does not like to just sit there. You know, in between, I saw him practice. So I'm sure that he was doing quite a bit of homework already on how to like improve and like what he should figure out and like do better as the game goes on. So this is the kind of thing right up his alley, right? And for us, like, you know, whenever we plan, him and I run a lot of creator events together. So whenever we run stuff, he always wants to be good. He always wants to be like one of the highest seeds in the bracket. He always wants to be like a strong competitor. He does not want to be someone who's like, oh, I showed up to the event and like I kind of like bummed it up as like a new player and I didn't try hard. Like he really wants to try hard and do well.
And we're seeing Max here, though, getting that unique skill overhead, giving him that red
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, hell nah.
Interaction, giving him combo extension.
You like it like
defensive
this?
Mechanics. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, we want defensive mechanics in this house. We like that. And yeah, that's the cool thing about Wolverine. His
nah, ain't no way. Is it like it on Max's end too? Or is it just the spectate? Now, this game's smooth. It's just the spectate. Oh no, 2 to 3 frames of rollback. Oh god.
Oh boy, a little weird.
Jesus.
Wonder if it's an incompatibility thing? I don't know.
That shit laggy.
Laggy as hell. I'm gonna put the tape on my wrist a little too tight. I'm taking a break because my wrist is on fire. That's why.
Oh boy.
I'm just watching this for now.
You chopped up. Chopped up.
I just finished the episode battle. This shit was awesome. All of them? I only did one. I'm about to do the X-Men's. I'm about to do the X-Men's. After like one more rank match.
Choppy, choppy.
Get up. Hulk's turn now. Round 3.
I think this character was really underrated in the beta, to be honest with you. I think like a lot of players didn't play him very much or didn't like talk about him.
I did 3.
And I think he's like really good and really fun.
Yeah, all I did was Ghost Riders.
Calls out the counter there, so that was pretty interesting. You know, he delayed on the offense, and Boxbox is using defense mechanics, but it can be countered if you delay.
All of them as well.
Which opens up other scenarios as well, right? That opens up the ability to move on wake or press buttons if there's delaying, but good call from Max.
Yeah, and I like that he's using the hard tag stuff too. So if you input the tag and then you do a special move, then the tag will still come out, but you also have access to like, you know, your character on point to run around. So it's like calling an assist. Look at this, almost.
Oh my god. Taste of your own medicine.
That's evil.
Reversal ultimate right there from Max. Wow, Box almost getting around on the board. He called out the wake up counter from Max, and the wall break gave him an extra chance at life, and Max seals the deal.
Where do you put the inputs for that
You
one?
know, that's one of those things that's like, it's good today. Reversal supers, it's good. It's gonna be good day 1000, year 5. You know, it's
No, it was one button.
always gonna be good.
I checked.
Sometimes when you're in some trouble, you gotta just say, listen, man, I'm gonna do this. And
The
you're
one
just
button
gonna have
super
to
is just so good in this game.
Max has been doing this for
Do
about
we know yet
3
if
decades
Infernasu would be
at this
playable?
point, so
Probably not at the moment.
That's barely an exaggeration, by the way. So
That points in the
wake up
mag.
super
I don't
has
have
been
a.
good across
I don't know who I want to put there.
all of these years.
So I just put
It'll
mag.
always be relevant. You have to keep your
Ned
offense
with Arsta, yeah,
airtight
Arsta's
if
sick.
they bust out with that reversal option.
I don't know how to
But
put this, I just put
that's
mag.
what makes cycling these options so powerful. Like even in that
Might
set,
as
you
well do it
started to
again, why
see
not?
both players were using defensive mechanics, and you saw them work sometimes and be countered other times. And
All right. It's either gonna be box. I mean, not box. Dot or Max that wins that. So I think I'm done watching that. Enough watching that.
Versus.
Let's see.
Episode.
X-Men Unbreakable.
Unbreakable X-Men.
The Unbreakable. Oh, is it this cutscene again? Can I skip this? All right, here it is. Tried Deadpool yet? Yeah, I did.
There's the Gene Freak!
Gene Freak? Jeez, that's gotta be racist. Oh shit, you got the wings. Wait, he can't use it properly? What the fuck? Oh shit, this dude cannot fly.
Leave this child alone.
Y'all just pop out of nowhere. Out of nowhere?
The X-Men.
Out of nowhere, Storm and Magic? Do you know how much people would die for that to happen to them? Out of all the people in the world, these two. They got a code?
You will be
Nice.
ashamed of today. You all.
We get a code from.
Bastards. They're all bastards. They just make me want to.
Magic. Children here.
There's children here. Watch your mouth.
Breathe, friend. You're safe.
Posted it in his Discord. What does that even mean? Doesn't explain how he got one.
You're as safe as you can be. Recent times have been testing.
He probably got one from
An ancient mutant came for us. I led the
the
X-Men
fuck is this?
against them.
He probably got one from the Arxis thing.
I
Arxis program.
Hey, look!
Is this the same cutscene again? It is, right? Yeah, it is. I'm skipping it. It's gotta be. Yours are the same? Okay, I'm skipping it. Skip the intro as well.
Ororo. This arrived for you while you were away. I think we can all guess what it's about.
Ororo?
We need a team. We don't have a team.
You're the only X-Men left?
What?
Don't worry. Settle in, friend.
Where the hell are the rest of them
We
at?
can handle this. Can we handle this?
You can.
BP wasn't even that crazy. Yes, he was. He needed that nerf.
I'm as
One-shotting
learned as everyone
250 on
else.
reactor was
I can
ridiculous.
offer advice, but you have to lead us today.
After I just led the X-Men into a disaster. If I had done better, we wouldn't have a ward full of casualties.
I can see why you're shaken. and I would question your suitability if you weren't shaken. I have faith in you. We all do. Have faith in yourself.
And if you don't, have
Loki
faith in
is
my
awesome.
ability to slice everyone into pieces.
Damn.
For some reason, a mob of bigots gives me a little rage I want to work off.
Oh, damn.
Your present fury is more than natural. If there was anyone else, I'd ask that you rest. But it is just the two of us.
Hey, Aurora. Did you forget about someone? Are you seriously thinking of entering a fighting tournament without me?
Logan, you were hurt worse than anyone. Your healing factor can barely keep you together.
Barely, damn.
You are in no state to enter the field.
Chuck, it's a fight. As long as I can do this, I'm ready. Let me in.
Professor, you should know by now that Wolverine isn't going to be convinced by words or reason. We need to show him that he's in no fit state to fight.
Uh-huh. And we gotta fight. Alright, let's go. Oh, I gotta play a storm? Oh, I thought the thing's a multi hit. It's not. I can just do that, make myself safe.
Go, tornado!
Nothing
Yeah, Storm is good. It's too bad no one plays her. No one plays her. I tried Connors, thought he was gonna be a pirate team. And I'm not fucking with him.
No.
You like that?
You're a mess, and you should be in a sick bay. But you still nearly took the both of us. Yes, you're walking wounded, but at least you're walking. That's one up on the rest of the X-Men.
The final boss wouldn't open up. You had to come back and grab him.
They are. But you can stand and fight as well as you did?
I just beat the brakes off him. I don't know. He almost beat me though.
And that's just three.
Man, not really.
We need a fourth.
There is also another problem. Who is this champion? He's an interstellar threat, and in that presentation, he seems to have attacked the Shi'ar.
We have friends in Shi'ar. We should reach out.
And how to do that?
Come with me.
The Danger Room is a galactic phone.
The hard light holograms are Shi'ar tech.
Shi'ar tech? Okay.
And it has a live connection with their empire. Room? Contact the Shi'ar.
Contacting.
Why are mutants having a problem in these stories? Always having a problem? That's because they're saving the world.
Error. Homeworld absence error.
I feel like every combo is reactable. You're yapping. I play fighting games and that BP combo is not reactable if they do it fast enough.
Sounds like someone got
You must be fighting some garbage BPs. If you're 250 and they sneak up on you, you're just already dead.
Homeworld.
Really am alert? I see you, dude.
Present. Danger. And nothing else.
Danger.
The Danger Room is alive?
It seems so. I was unaware. It was a gift from the Shi'ar. It was advanced, but... Oh, the poor thing.
Friend, be calm. We can help you.
Whoa.
Malfunction.
Oh no, she tweaking.
Present. Danger. And nothing else.
Yeah, she's tweaking.
Brace yourself. Final round.
Oh. I forgot, you gotta sweep them off their feet before you can do that.
Perfect.
Okay, X-Men take down another killer robot.
Flip sand.
What now?
I wish I knew.
That slow ass 250 combo you do was so reactable. Alright, bro, we get it, dude. Like, your mad BP got nerfed. Like, hold that shit, bro.
Random Earth greeting subroutine booting.
Also check Marston.
Hello, I am Danger. Databanks identify you are heroes. I propose we become friends.
Of course. But what has happened?
My system reboot has been activated, returning my personality to factory defaults. I'll access my logs at the event which prompted it. Shi'ar presence. Failure.
Failure.
My programming dictates my new mission is to explore what life remains. Can you help me? What is life?
What is life? Life.
Mostly pain.
Not the time.
Marvel Rivals. That's what life is, chat. Life is Marvel Rivals.
We teach.
Boot up
But
that
we're on a
game.
mission.
Play you some Psylocke.
We have to defeat a
Yes, sir.
champion.
Wolverine. Oh no.
He attacked the Shi'ar.
No.
That overlaps with my mission parameters.
Mission
I
parameters.
would assist. I think I can fight.
Oh, you can definitely fight.
Warning. Omega danger. Omega danger. Omega danger. Omega danger.
The fuck?
Professor, stay inside. Calm everyone. I'll deal with him.
Is this machine talking about me?
It's an alert. It means there's a big threat coming in.
The biggest.
I am no threat to anyone here. I am nothing but a friend to mutant kind.
But did he come here to join? But they declined his
Enemy
ass?
to anyone else.
So he had to join Doom? Is this how this happened? Or what is the promise that Doom made?
Discuss philosophy. We should put aside our differences.
I've got a counteroffer. How about you get stuffed?
I like the other art style more. I don't like this one's art style.
Let's not be so hasty. Logan is injured. Magneto, if you promise to obey our rules, you can join.
Really? Your petty human morality? This dream of Xavier's? No. I will always do what is required.
Required?
Then you are not welcome here.
Really? You reject me?
I can tell super hearing isn't your mutant gift. Get lost. You're not wanted.
I don't play BP.
Something is wrong with your
Then why are you
lives.
going so hard to defend BP by coming to my damn live and complaining about BP?
Distortions from your home of limbo.
Nice try, buddy.
And they are leaving you in this agitated state.
Your character got nerve, bro. We get it, bro. You're mad.
Storm. She could do by chance what I
Like, hold
may
that
do
shit,
by
bro. Like, I don't know.
choice.
Hold that.
She is unwell. But we're X-Men and we're family. We look after each other, for better or worse.
The slopes of your ethical high ground will be covered with mutant corpses. Don't you see how much you need me? Xavier has taught you much. But it falls to Magneto to educate you in how weak you are.
Oh, here we go.
Final round.
Here for support. Prepare yourself.
The fuck?
Here I go. Here for support. So does mutant kind.
Okay. One last time. Get lost!
Damn.
This unit is fascinated by the idiom, get lost.
Idiom.
I shall add it to my lexicon for regular use.
Logan and that mechanical doll would be dead in seconds if I truly fought. The metal would have been warped into unbearable shapes, but I respect the X-Men.
I mean, he's definitely is holding back.
You have not doomed us with your sentimentality.
He definitely is holding back because he could body Wolverine
Let
and
us die alongside them.
Danger in like 2 seconds. Easily.
Magneto, you don't know.
The fuck?
Magneto, your people reject you. If you truly wish to save them, join me.
Sorry to drag you here.
I guess that's how that happens.
Anyone get dizzy? Cosmic teleportation can make some people lose their lunch. Ooh. I've been teleporting since I was 5.
Damn.
She didn't mean anything by it, Magic.
Why are we here, Promoter?
You have a team.
Is he playable, Promoter?
but
Nope.
It doesn't mean you're ready for the competition.
Wait, what's that supposed to mean?
Excuse me. Allow me to explain. The challenge of
Yeah,
the
we've seen this trailer,
champion.
so I can skip this, alright?
The thing about the champion is that he loves fighting, as much as I love a billion outfits. So why even bother having a tournament? Why doesn't he just fight everyone?
Yeah, skip.
Hey,
Brace yourself.
Fuck.
Final round.
If you think about the game is good. It's fine.
Here I go.
The fuck? Not this shit again. Oh wait, I don't need a wall break.
Here I go. Be gone. Rick. Be gone. Now. Here I go. There. Be gone.
Got this.
My wings ready.
Oh wait, I forgot. I'm not supposed to be spending meter. Holy shit, I was playing this shit like it was an actual match. Oh, I'm trolling. I forgot. Wait, can I restart? I actually just sold.
Here I go.
Out of the way.
Our credit program? Oh shit, oh shit. Ow, ow, ow. Holy fuck. Okay, well that is annoying. I mistakenly just fought her normally. So I mean. I put the ice ball down. DP input, I think.
Not yet. There! Be gone! Lightning! Whoopsie! No! There!
I forgot the ice input move. What is the move? The input for the ice move? Holy shit. Oh, down. Wait, that is tornado for me though.
But you.
Oh, she already gave me it.
Tactic code. Assemble. Deploying hologram particles.
Hologram particles.
Welcome to the danger room.
Hologram particles is crazy.
You are not required in this locale, so you should consider engaging the Get Lost subroutine. Is that correct?
Close enough.
So, are we worthy for this immoral contest?
You are. Nice. Go mutants. Everything we've heard is true.
Well, that isn't ominous at all.
I do not comprehend. They have stated they like mutants.
Yeah, some people like mutants like people like lunch.
Do you not like lunch?
Not the time, kid.
It isn't.
How you like the game so far? I think the game's good. The only issue is the PC client's terrible. I want to switch controllers. I want to try this game with my Razor Kitsune. Whoa, that's loud.
Congratulations, denizens of planet Earth! Allow me to introduce your glorious champions. The Fighting Avengers! X-Men! The Amazing Guardians!
I'll use this controller in ages.
The Knights of Doom!
I can't skip the cutscene right now because my controller's not plugged in.
The Midnight!
Why is it louder than?
Your champions! Will they triumph?
Ooh, I haven't used this controller in. Oh, I gotta dust this off. Hold on. This shit dusty.
Be ready. This is a battle of the highest stakes. The future of the world is in the balance.
I haven't used this controller in, I think, a year.
We're trying to be serious, remember?
Spidey! They're the X-Men!
The X-Men. Does you know what X-Men are?
Who's amazing, and Logan, who is the best he is at what he does, and Magic,
The best he is at what he does.
and... I'm sorry, you are?
I am Danger.
Name Danger is crazy.
Superhero. Real name.
Please don't say that!
Yo, Scott, what's up? Okay.
How do you know my, real name?
I am a recently rebooted Shi'ar training device, but I have been observing.
Why is my game
life for
louder
some
than
time.
normal? I thought it went back to 100. That's why.
Yet, however much I watch, I still don't seem to understand.
Oh, Danger. You don't learn by watching. You learn by getting involved.
So get your ass beat. Is that what you're saying? I forgot this thing glows.
This is really awkward, but
I haven't used this controller in
we're
ages.
supposed to be fighting.
This might feel a little weird.
So after a conversation, we proceed to a fight.
Chillin', see they improved the PC port a bit. It's way better for me.
Is what getting
I mean,
involved
it's still
means.
buns. I mean, it runs better, yes, but the online netcode is still horrendous. Like, I keep having 8 frames. The magic number 8. Matches will just go to 8. Holy shit, this controller is so much lighter than my other controller. Wait, is it not responding to it? Uh-oh. Oh, shit.
Brace yourself.
Wait, my controller's not responding. Fuck. Do I gotta restart my game? It says always continue to connect at the bottom right. Shit. Why is that 5% battery? It's a wired controller. Hold on, I'm restarting my game. I'm restarting my game real quick. Did I deadass just play for 10 hours straight? Oh shit. What is this DLC? Are you something Wi-Fi player matches? Maybe. Maybe. Possibly. I'm not saying I'm not, but I'm not saying I am. I'm not saying I'm not accepting Wi-Fi, but I'm not saying I am as well, so. Yeah, it's up to you to guess.
Marvel Tōkon Fighting Souls.
Oh, wait, maybe that's why this controller isn't working. I don't think it works with this wire. Oh, man. Oh, man. Hold on. It probably just doesn't work with this wire.
Can I use this one instead then? The one I use normally for this is in my... Oh wait, I could just use my... I forgot they gave me that. Hold on. Hold on. The wire I'm using for my Razer Kitsune... Well, the wire from Razer Kitsune, I'm using it right now for my audio mixer. So the one I was going to use for this one was going to be for my other controller, but I don't think it's compatible with this controller, so I could unplug this. It's glowing too, so it's working. Well, it's on. It's definitely on. It just isn't responding though. Why isn't it responding? Oh man. All right. Well, I have another. I can just use my other Razer Kitsune because I have two. Because I still have the one Riot gave me. I just haven't opened it before. It's the Ari one. I just never opened it because I never had to open it, but I'm gonna open it now, I guess. Because I want to use this Razer Kitsune. Opening is so anime. Who has a collection of controllers? That's because they keep sending me them. I've been playing so much fighting games. What a sudden! I just want to try this game with my other controller. I found it. This bad boy right here. Right game is Razer Kitsune Ari edition. I never opened it, but I got it like a year ago. It's a little dusty. Good goons. What the fuck? Looks like. Looks beautiful, no? I don't want to use it though. I don't want to use it because I want to get it dirty. But I'm gonna use the wire. I'm literally about to take the wire out of this thing, and I'm just taking the wire and I'm putting it back in. And I'm closing it. Because I already have my regular Razer Kitsune right here. My regular black. And I'm closing it. Dude, it's funny because, bro, I have too much fucking controllers now, bro. Like the other day. Oh shit. Ah! The other day, I had a package randomly come in. And guess what it was? Another controller. I got another controller. Bro, I was like, wait, where the fuck did this come from? Because I don't know how they got my address. Because I didn't fill out anything. I don't want to open this one either. I'm just going to hang it up because I don't want to open them. Well, I'm going to open them and then hang them up. I don't want to open it. It is sick. Like the colors on the controller. This shit is heavy though. I don't know why this one's heavier than other ones. Didn't they fly you? Oh, they did. You're right. They did. They did fly me out, I forgot. Dude, I known about that game for like months before it got announced. Ages before that shit got announced. I was scared I would leak it. I was scared I would leak it. Alright, let me... Does it mean as the game movement feel less clunky from the beta? I'm getting my air dashes and road chases on command now. I don't feel different personally, but who knows? Maybe it is. What is in here? World fucking premiere. No, because I was like, oh shit. I mean, I knew it was gonna be announced soon. I just didn't know where. I didn't expect it to be there. Because it was June. So, like, it could have been at PlayStation. It could have been at Summer Games Fest. It could have been at fucking Nintendo Direct. I don't know. So why is this controller not... Oh. Where's the Kitsune connected? Wait, is it still not working? Yo! Wait, this controller's fucked. Wait, is this controller just fucked? Wait, is this controller broken? Yo! My Kitsune. It might just be broken. Wait, why is this not working? Son! Wait, I swapped the wire. It still doesn't work. Dead ass? Oh, now it works. What the fuck? What was that enabled? Damn, I opened that controller for no reason. You gotta be shitting me. I didn't want to open that controller, and I opened it for no fucking reason. Thank you, game. Fucking hell, bro. Where's the other wire? You gotta be shitting me. Put my purple one back in. As an audio device? No. This controller doesn't have a microphone or a speaker. That's only a PS5 controller that has that. Fucking troll of a damn. Get trolled by Steam. Yeah, it works. God damn it. Hold on, let me put the wire back in the... Man, I opened this for no reason, bro. God damn.
I actually got trolled. Stand feels crouch and medium punch. Who do you think is the hardest and easiest to play? Hardest is probably gonna be Deadpool because he has a million moves, but like, who knows how that's gonna be? Because Deadpool could probably be the hardest because he has a lot of moves, but like, we find out 80% of the moves you don't even need, like Tekken or some shit. I'm pretty sure it's probably gonna be like that. 80% of the moves you probably won't even need, or like you're just gonna ignore. I know the electric move is definitely gonna be good though. He has a lot of moves, so his damage is probably gonna be crazy. I've already seen some stuff on Twitter. His damage looks outrageous, but the issue is that he has to stab himself to get that damage because he needs great life, of course. Yeah, it kind of reminds me of DNF duel. You need great life to do, because to like, for example, to Roman cancel in DNF duel, you need blue life. To Roman cancel in DNF, you couldn't just Roman cancel. You have to have blue life. So like characters like Berserker, when you use skills, he would damage himself and give himself blue life so that he can use conversions. That shit was sick. But sadly, DNF duel fucking died. That shit died. Rest in peace, my goat. Rest in peace, my goat. Rest in peace, my goat. They had a good run. Ain't deserved this. Ain't deserved this. They didn't deserve that, bro. Not at all. Alright. Let me continue what I was doing. I was on at 5. Ugh. So much dust.
Be ready. This is a battle of the highest stakes. The future of the world.
Wait, what am I fighting? Oh, we saw this part already.
Yet.
Oh, we gotta fight them, right? This story, yeah. You do this to unlock skins or colors. Whoa.
Come at me.
Oh yeah, this controller is way more silent. You can't hear my buttons, huh?
I'm here.
Hey, y'all, champion, you gotta finish one of the stories.
Here I go. Here I go.
Get rid of a bit. It's nowhere near as loud as the other one, though. I love hearing it though. I haven't played on this controller in ages. The other controller is better for extra buttons. I'm not using extra buttons on this controller. Wait, is my SOCD alright? Oh shit, my SOCD is wrong on this controller though. Definitely had to fix that. Yeah, my SOCD is incorrect. My shit's supposed to be always up, always up.
Before the storm.
That didn't work. What? Where am I to lose? What? The storm doesn't work. That's like, bro. What? That looked like it was gonna hit. No, am I crazy? Am I crazy saying that should have hit? busy be turtling, goddamn. Yeah, I fry my streamer, bruh.
Do you submit? Do we? Yes!
Oh, there you go.
Oh, what a relief. If anyone can save the world, the X-Men can.
Create PlayStation button and down.
You know how hard you have to fight.
The create PlayStation. What the fuck is the create button?
Go X-Men!
Oh, it's that button.
Please, stop it. Thank you.
Button with little dots.
We often...
Create, what does this says? It says create PlayStation button.
But there are good people.
Okay, there we go. I think I changed it. Should work. Oh, wait. What did it say?
Yeah, there's good people. And bad.
Don't you need
Oh,
four
I gotta
people
lock the
for a
controller
team?
first.
Surprise, surprise. Dr. Doom only has 2 friends.
Damn.
Friends are for lesser men.
Lesser men, damn. So in the game yet? No, he's not yet.
Magneto. You stand with Doom?
Yeah, y'all fucking said no.
To Wakanda.
Wait, what do you do to Wakanda? He racist?
Not for Wakanda.
I
care only for me.
He said black people? Who?
And I will side with
He
whomever
said
I
black.
must to protect them.
Yo, Magneto, what the fuck? Hold on, I don't know if I can play Mag. You said fuck those black people. Yo, Magneto, what the hell? Okay, my controller's set up really nice. I'm getting cooked, hold on. Oh shit, oh shit. Uh-oh, that's not good.
Here I go. Ineffective. My guard is down. I'm here.
It's not over.
That's unsafe. Oh shit, shrapnel. Oh god. Uh-oh.
I'll make this quick.
Get out of here, Logan. Oh, that's not good.
I will fight on.
Here I go.
Look out.
I did not mean to do that, but alright.
I've owed you this, Eric. For a very long time.
Here for support.
Done this. They're walking away.
I'm here.
Sounds nice. I'm gonna steal one of those gamepad thingies from our fighting game friend. I'm gonna steal one of those. It's crazy. Uh-oh. Did you just throw all your assists out? You're so weird.
Here I go.
Come with me. Weapon X. We know you. Here I come. They can't handle this. This is my power.
Wow. Wait. You might actually fucking beat me. What the fuck? It's supposed to be scripted. There you go. So a scripted win.
This is
Chill
where
out.
your moral compromises get you.
Chill out, Wolf.
You sell your soul, and you gain nothing.
Just because I am wrong does not make your foolish love right.
Ooh, tell him, Mag.
Is all in your hands now. Remember the mutants, no matter what. Do not abandon us in your high-minded sanctimony.
High-minded.
Mutant leader who does not save mutants is no leader at all.
Ooh, damn. Tell him.
As I was saying to real name censored, I have observed Earth. This is not Earth. Where are
Can you try Phoenix Cyclops? That character is not out yet.
I've been here a bunch.
You gotta hop back on library, son. Loki.
Let's chat and see if we can skip the awful fisticuffs and come to an amicable understanding.
You gonna tell me that about some again? Wait, what?
I've been here before. So I know you, and I know you're up to something.
Really? At such an hour, can we not talk like individuals of fine character and...
Quit it, Loki. Abort this dumb plan. This isn't me.
Are we not sneaky ninja attacking then?
Distracting them, creeping up and sucker punching them? Nah.
It may not be particularly honorable, but the world is at stake, and it was our plan.
Yeah. A punk plan.
Punk
Not
plan.
doing. X-Men, you ready?
We are. Thank you.
Yeah, at least it's honorable to ask if they're ready.
If you don't have a code, you're nothing.
Well, that code does mean a perfectly good distraction was absolutely wasted.
You mean distraction?
The god of trickery is doing tricks. What a fearsome intellect you must possess to realize that.
Magic.
Oh.
He can tell you're angry, and he's trying to lure you into jumping him. If someone needs to be jumped, don't go and give him a warning. Just
Whoa.
jump their smug ass.
Oh. You more angry than them. The magic.
Brace yourself. Round one. Fight! We'll get away with this.
Oh. Oh, what? What is Rekka? Oh, is it his unique button? Oh, it is. Yeah, but how do I, oh, fuck. This shit turtling. God, this dude's nose is so stubby. Oh, God. That boy's spinning.
Shouldn't have got on my bad side.
Round two.
Beyond
How the fuck do I detonate the... Oh. Nice.
Now that was some world-class ninja sneak attacking.
World-class
Sprint
ninja
of many
sneak attack.
crossovers, Logan.
I'm the best there is at what I do.
Tell him. Best there is at what I do.
Everyone has a code until it's time to punch Loki.
Oh.
Here's a code for you, bub. Sooner or later, someone with a big mouth gets a fist in it.
The man has a point.
Danger, what are you doing?
Yet, name censored. Said it was found by getting involved.
Getting involved.
Now that is
Name censored.
It's complicated. Trust me, I'm as old as they come, and I'm still picking up lessons. You make mistakes, and then you learn.
Yes, a lemonade stand. You're right. You run a lemonade stand. I learned everything I know about people from a good old lemonade stand. Pump 'em
Jesus.
full of enough sugary lemony drinks and people open right up. Can make a pretty good chunk of change too.
Pump
20
them
cents
full
at a
of
time.
enough sugary lemonade.
We lose the fight, and somehow this clown finds a way to render it more embarrassing.
Believe in the power of lemonade stand.
Observation. To spend time with the X-Men and this adventure has been a source of pleasure.
Source of pleasure.
Sometimes it is a pleasure. Sometimes.
It's strange to say before we fight, but I'm pleased. This is the final round. One of us is going to defend the Earth. There are two good options. Whoever loses, Earth wins.
Is that so?
We can trust the X-Men to do the right thing and protect the world.
Let's see who's stronger. Oh shit.
Who did that? Which one of you flatskins did that?
Flat skins.
Magic? I ain't 100%, but the day a bottle is a problem is the day I pack it in. Plus, apparently, we're good people.
Check who y'all got. Y'all got the X-Men or Avengers? Who's stronger?
Brace yourself.
The X. Avengers. Like mutants don't play. The Fantastic Four. All right. What the fuck?
Getting started. Got this.
Jean and Magneto can clear the Avengers. I don't know. They got Hulk though. They got Hulk though. Hulk a telepathy victim is crazy. A telepathy victim is crazy, bro.
Now let love come on. Living legend. Out of the way.
I'm here. Well, where's your chair now?
Where is it? Oh, man's off.
We're your best hope. You better pray we're better than you.
Magic. Come on, kid. They're not worth it.
Storm. There's much of this planet that is beyond this unit's understanding. But one thing especially. They hate you. Why do you fight for them?
I'm about to say, why you ask her specifically? Why you ask Storm specifically? I mean, I understand she deleted, but
sometimes it's hard to answer that.
I don't know, ma'am. Just was curious.
This place is
Could ask anyone here. You can ask Storm.
Yeah, no clue here either.
Your memory is just a bag of holes, Logan.
Damn.
You probably have been here half a dozen times and have 4 kids or something.
Damn.
I'm sorry.
That
isn't me.
I know.
Dad was fucked up.
I think I know what's up. The boss messes with things just by being here. He's so strong, he scrambles nearby dimensions, including Limbo. As in, the little hell dimension magic is connected to. So, as long as he's here, you're going to be emotionally all over the place.
Another reason to punch this sword right through him, then!
Damn.
The boss is over.
Because like an animated comic book, yeah.
He was dying to meet actual bona fide mutants.
The school takes visitors. He could have asked for a tour.
That's not the kind of meat the boss is into. He loves the whole homo superior. Superior is his thing.
Uh-huh.
You're the future of the planet, I hear. He wants to see if that's true. For your sake, I hope it is.
Is this again? I wonder if it's any different. I doubt it.
To face.
It's not any different, is it?
This star of
Storm hella bad.
The Baron of Beatdowns who will headbutt you into individual atoms. Elder of the Universe. Mr.
Hush. Words are beneath us.
The promoter bad too. Y'all just can't stop gooning, bro.
And the greatest action is to fight.
Y'all just can't stop gooning.
Brace yourself. Final round.
Here I go. Be gone. Now.
Oh fuck, that traded? Why did that trade? Holy dick and balls, what the wow! Oh no, this motherfucker's stronger now. What? Why is he stronger now? Wait, what? The fuck?
Brace yourself. Final round.
I'm here.
Got this.
Here for support.
What a rush.
I'm here.
My turn now. Beware. What a rush.
Get stronger with each episode? Oh.
Here I go. You must understand.
Oh.
Now, roll.
Out of the way.
Now, be gone. By the goddess.
There we go. Surprised they didn't do this version? They need a grappler. This guy's not grappling. Well, this one doesn't grapple.
How do you feel about Homo Superior now?
I love them.
That doesn't even look like the champion.
Beaten up.
I don't like this art style. That don't even look like the champion.
Because you've never met anyone who has searched so long for worthy sparring partners. Mutants, and a school where they are trained. Generations of possibilities. Congratulations. You have saved your people.
The world is safe.
Hulk and Thor carry the Avengers so they beat X-Men? No.
What do you mean?
How about that?
The mutants have proved themselves. The humans are of no use.
What? How is that?
Storm. It's not good.
Wait.
But
Wait.
what would they do, I wonder?
Oh, we know what they would do, but still. Wait, this took a turn.
Mutant leader who does not save mutants is no leader at all.
This
What
took a
they do?
dark turn.
We know what some would. Maybe most. But
If you don't have a code, you're nothing.
You are nothing. You serve zero purpose. You should.
Right thing and protect the world.
but not all. And it doesn't matter, Magic. I know what we must do.
Go away, you dirty mutants.
Absolutely not, champion. The humans live. You try to do anything to Earth, and we'll stop you.
Tell them, Magic.
We live or die together.
Tell them.
As you wish. But now, we truly fight!
My message Storm, but still. We gotta see this again.
It seems I am about to add another planet to my collection.
Planet. Okay, so let's see how much harder this one is. This one's level what? 4? Oh, this one has combos. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit.
Now.
That had to hurt. Keep fighting.
Lightning! Race! Go down! Be gone!
Am I dead? Holy shit. Oh my god, are you serious?
A solid start.
Round 2.
I'm here. Here for support. Here I go. Be gone. You enjoy fighting? You enjoy violence? I will show you.
I will show you.
There is no pleasure to be found here.
Tell
The
him.
wrath of the gods.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Shit, shit, shit. Get away from me.
Not bad at all. Charge up. Go down.
Here I go.
I will dance. Proceed on.
Here for support.
And with that saw.
I can no longer obtain.
Final round.
Mine.
Holy fuck. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. Holy fuck.
Supporting.
Got this. We'll survive. Really?
Proceed. Target vulnerable.
I'm here. Now.
Out of the way. Done this.
Oh, I know it says whoops. Which input is it? Am I supposed to use DP? I mean, light. Oh, what? I fucking dropped my combo. So lucky, bro. Oh, I should have used wind to pull myself. Oh, you dickhead! You fucking command grab me! Let's go, danger. Cut that boy up.
Good.
Some turbulence. There's gonna be some turbulence. Am I gonna make a noob guide for this game? I could. I could. Whoa. Whoa. Whoa.
Here I go. Here for support.
Oh. That old combo. You know I'm so terrible for it. Yeah, I'll probably get around to doing it. I'll get around to doing it. I just gotta upload all these other videos first though, but I think I can definitely do one.
Get out of here!
Now he looks like Yujiro. Damn. Bojack. I love this map. This part is so sick. Jeez. He's a big boy. Jeez. Oh my god, he just fucking kicked me like I was a football. Okay, we're gonna be stuck. What the fuck? Wait, you guys set me up. You guys maybe do the fucking one with the characters I know how to play first. You guys fucking set me up.
Why does that wall splat? Say you swear to God. Okay, we're good. His super wall splats you for a continued combo. What the fuck? The fucking boss character. That shit better not do that online. I don't know what I'm supposed to do there. Mixed. That was pretty sick. Went through the portal. Oh, fireball hit me.
I do not understand your love for the weak. But that the strong stand for them means something.
Boss. Hi, they won, so...
Yeah, what happens now?
I think they've earned a prize.
Wait, what's the prize?
Very
So then the Ghost Rider won.
I have the
He just got his ass kicked and he just got teleported back home.
I
I will tear the hate from humanity's heart.
Wait, what?
This is logical. Faulty software should be patched.
Wait, what? Wait, good can exist without darkness, no?
We don't want this. You couldn't do it. Not really. It would grow anew from the sin of removing it.
Mm-hmm.
The heart is a garden and must be tended every day.
Once again,
What
I
the?
don't understand, but I also don't
Storm
care.
says somebody got to be at the bottom.
If you don't want a reward, I'll leave.
This unit also fails to understand. With sufficient cycles, perhaps I will. I have time to perform.
Someone got to be at the bottom. Someone got to be at the top. That's just how life is. That's what she's saying.
Oh no, they're not. Not D.
Someone gotta be a hater.
Gone anyway. The champion drives all the people he defeats into another dimension. Hint, hint.
Hint, hint.
Free everyone you've imprisoned!
That's crazy.
I apologize for that outburst. My programming was possessed with the need to say it with great ferocity and urgency. Is this normal?
It's absolutely normal. And precious. You know our wish. Can you do it?
It is already done. All the defeated have been returned.
Wait, so who else have? It's probably a lot. It's probably a lot of X-Men in there then. I probably got cooked.
I'm back to normal. I suggested you let all the humans die. I was a monster. It's awful to be trapped with a monster in your head.
I feel you. It's a journey. You got this, kid.
This matches my observations.
I think Hulk feels.
Including that learning is not a simple
That shit sounds like hell. There's a second person in your fucking head.
thing. Learn together.
Don't leave you the fuck alone.
No. I hear the Shi'ar.
Literal monster in your head.
And I am free to learn. To live.
Excuse me, ma'am. Are we gonna live?
You are. Let's go.
I got mistaken as a BP player. Oh, did I?
Ho, muties!
I saw a few of that, but I mean, most of them know I'm not.
Show some respect.
That's hilarious.
A heart is tended every day.
Oh, it's X-Men. Holy shit, it's a Rogue. Nightcrawler, too. The angel guy or whatever. Cool. Wolverine's leaving again. Is that Deadpool up there in the tree? Magic as a teacher. Jesus. Jesus Christ. The man thing. What hates mutants? Muties? What? Mutants are people too. What does it say? God hates muties? That alien thing? That person a thing? That's fucked up. See, the thing is, where's Fantastic Four at? The Iceman? I couldn't be a mutant, why not? Oh my god, it's Psylocke. It's Gambit, you got Nightcrawler, you got Rogue. Whole people getting annihilated. I mean, what if you don't have a choice though? What if you were just born as it? That's what happened to like all of them, most of them. Like they're just born like that. Can't do nothing about it. It's out of your control. You can't really do nothing about that. He was born a mutant. He was born a mutant.
Select your characters. Select your characters.
Okay, so what do I get a skin for? Ooh, this purple one's cool. Ooh, this red one's cool too.
Magic.
Nice, I got the solid color. Ooh, whose color is this one? So it's red. Who's this one supposed to be? Twitch job looking at this again. Speaking of Twitch, you got any prime? Any primers? Any primers? Wolverines ain't that cool. This one's cool. Well, actually, I like Dangerous, actually. Dangerous has some fire ones. Got you in 6 days. Black one's the best.
Ranked match.
Oh, that's 2 for today. I think 2 is definitely enough. Why did my rank shit reset to that team? What the fuck?
Online battle setting.
How do I put
Team building.
There you go.
Select your
Put your like team in. Don't want to put a different color of blade in. I think we're gonna rock all purple. Except for Loki. This was cool. Wish he had a purple one. Frost Giant skin for Loki is cool. That one's cool, yeah. I was doing Magneto at the bottom, right? Or should I use Magneto back assist?
Magneto.
Nah, I think his projectile is really good. Whoa, this color's sick. He probably has a purple, I just don't have it yet. I mean, his default is technically purple though now. It's the image? Cool. Got daggers on him. Actually got some pretty cool ones as well.
Who's this one? Special pose. Oh, some combinations get a special pose? Wow. Yes, the PC port still has. It is. I literally tweeted it today. It is. There's still slow laggy matches. I mean, it's better. It runs better. Just that there's still some matches. A few matches are still 8 frames. I really can do until they fix that shit. Challenger alert. What is this? Oh, you can change this too? Cool. Cover art. This is cool. Memo. Can you write a memo? Oh, wow. It's pretty cool that you could do that. Your friends are robot. Shit ruined my beta experience. It doesn't happen that much. It just happens sometimes, but I put my shit to 5. I'm not dealing with that dumb shit. I deadass put my shit to 5, bro. Ain't getting me with that dumb shit. What are color restrictions? Oh, I'm kind of hungry. Before I play ranked, I need to eat. Are you gonna showcase the boss character? I looked at the boss character earlier. You missed it. Okay, my bad. I'm gonna put on. I guess you guys can watch the tournament while I get food. I'm hungry as hell. Sean, did you buy the game yet? Why'd I get time for asking if you're gonna do the GPO thing? Because you know damn well I don't play that no more, bro. So it's a stupid question. You know damn well I don't play Roblox anymore. It is in the rules. The rules say I don't take game requests.
So, Dash.
Dotto versus Ludwig. Oh, okay, let me put on someone that.
Did he hit the lab with Doom?
Is Hook on or something? What Yipe's cooking up? Is there anyone playing right now? Like actually fighting? Brian is commentating.
Here he looks like he's favoring the zoning.
Yeah, I think he wants to run away and like play kind of passive. That's like his idea. The problem is like Hulk is pretty fast, and like you need to threaten something to make him not move forward. You know what I mean?
Yeah, look how much speed he.
Hook's on. He's running Penny, Deadpool, Iron Man, Blade. Yeah, you guys can watch Hook. I'll be right back. I'm hungry as shit. I need to find some food. All right, there you go. Be right back.
Ba-ba-da-ba-da. Is he cooking? Oh, he's fighting BSG. He was one of the rank 1 players from last beta thingy or whatever the fuck. I mean, last open beta. Are they using like the exact same team? Oh, I know they're not. I'm tripping. Almost. Think matchmaking will get fixed? I hope. I'm about to just stay on Rivals then. True, but you ain't gotta be rude about it. I wasn't being rude about it. You broke the rules. Like, I wasn't even the one that timed you, but you broke the rules. So like, you can't be mad you got timed. Yeah, matchmaking makes me want to cry. Yeah, I feel that. This game is too fun for the matchmaking to be like that. Vibranium? Damn, he's already Vibranium, right? I put some chicken in the air fryer, yes sir. Should know about that.
How was Hulk? Did you like him? Bro, why are fellas assuming I'm playing that lame ass fella, man?
People thought he was gonna play Hulk. Wait, cause he green? That is not Piccolo. That is not Piccolo, bro. He thought Hulk was gonna play Hulk. That's crazy. Somebody in his chat said how many subs for Hulk. Why they want him on Hulk? Why they want him on Hulk? His chat is so unserious, bro. No Hulk, no champion, bro. What? They trying to remake Piccolo Z Bully. They're trying to remake the Piccolo Z Broly show. I'm crying. That shit is not the same, bro. I can play one match real quick, but my shit's almost done anyway. The green Deadpool. Tisserie chicken from Roth's kind of guy. Tisserie chicken. I don't think I have any sauce. Oh, yes, I do. I got some, I'll just look up some combos. I got nothing to do right now. Look up some bombos with... Who? Should look up combos with... I doubt there's anything new with Blade. I doubt there's anything... Oh, all I'm seeing is Carnage. My timeline's full of Carnage. Oh, damn. Oh, I see some Loki. Definitely there's a lot of Carnage though. Holy, they love Carnage. How many people picked up, tried Carnage and instantly dropped them? Right, tomorrow's the last day of the half season. I'm gonna play Rivals on Friday a lot. People are saying the training mode doesn't even work for some people. It crashes their game. Damn. That's not good. Yikes. That's not good at all. Crashes your game is yeesh. Oh, he's in Q2. God damn it. Bro, he's AFK. I need some food. I mean, I'm gonna watch while I eat my food. Lily versus RDC. So Lotus is cooking up. He's AFK too, bro. Everyone's AFK. God damn it. Let me see. Hold on. I was either AFK or watching this tournament. That's what Cloud is doing. He's labbing shit.
I think it's real. I mean, I got it. Let me do it to myself.
Avatar 2, bro. Everybody's just sitting in the beta. I mean, sitting in the training room.
The guys with the characters that I know, so I'll do Magneto Black Panther first.
Yeah, he's AFK too. No, he's not AFK. He it was in the lab. I mean, you can barely even play online right now anyway. That shit is cooked, no? That shit is fried. At least if you're on PC. I don't even get any console players because all the console players just turned off crossplay. They all just turned off crossplay so that they don't get us. I'm gonna go check my food. That's how it is on first day. I mean, I guess. Ba-ba-ba. What is this tweet? Hulk TOD. Ooh, yep, closing that. Oh hell no. Yeah, scare me. Yeah, Hulk players scare me. I'm good off that. Y'all Hulk players scare me. I'm good off that. Just early access? This ain't early access. What title? Clickbait. This title clickbaity shit. Oh, he was playing early access earlier. This shit clickbait. Yipes in a match yet? Nah, that was Kingsman stream. Damn, no one's playing the game. Someone, please find me someone playing the game so I can get some food while I eat. I can eat my food. Oh, it's trying to Loki. I think Hook will like Loki. I feel like if you like mix in any capacity, you'll like Loki.
So you're unsafe basically when they pull up there.
What's Panu doing? You watching Snake Eyes? And for reacts, ain't shit to react to, sadly. No one's playing the game. Yeah, Lotus is watching the same thing. You sent the video where? In the reaction channel? It's whatever, bro. Okay, Seven's in a match. He's fighting Super Noon. Perfect. W content beef. Let's go.
What the hell?
You didn't put a video in the reaction channel. I don't see nothing.
Noon playing Magneto 4th. I'm playing Magneto 4th. It's that simple. Yeah. I told you to pick Magneto 4th.
Oh, you know what that means, chat.
I said it earlier.
You know what that means, chat.
Blade 4th is really good too, though. They're both good.
You know what that means, chat. No, I'm putting 4th.
Oh my gosh, you just mashed.
Oh, I haven't seen Transform Magic thing. Oh no, I just haven't needed it. I mean, I did it earlier. It's a super. It costs 100 meter. And when you're in the transformation, any super you use in it adds the transformation.
I'm not gonna lie. I have a hard time meeting people after wall break with Doom. I think that's pretty bad though. No, I don't want to.
Ooh. To your knees.
Some characters that way worse wall break, you gotta spend assist. That's ass.
That is true. Some characters have way worse wall breaks.
I'm not gonna lie, I think you never want to break the wall with this Dr. Doom character. Like, actually never. Like, it's probably better to just do shit like this.
Probably is better to do shit like that. But he's dead now. But he's actually dead. He's actually dead.
Do assist swap. Yeah, I don't know. I think Doom doesn't want to break the wall. I'm not gonna lie. I think if we break the wall with Doom, it's probably troll. That's what I'm starting to feel. Every time I break the wall, I gotta go back to neutral and let people jump around and dance and shit. I just don't want to do that.
Yep.
Everybody else gets to run up and just press M on my block.
I feel that.
Oh my gosh, Blade air throw is ridiculous. What's the verdict on the game? I like it. I think the game is fun. Right there, see, like I do 2-1-4 L plus assist, and I got a dash to touch their block. Like, no, that shit's ass, bro. I just don't break the wall with this character. I think. No point.
The issue is that if you don't break the wall, though, you won't get characters. You need more characters so you can get more meter and more HP.
Oh my gosh, you're mashing.
I'll try to show her using it. You're curious? Oh, that's all good. Yeah, I don't really have like a combo or magic to transform with. Well, I do, but like I ain't practicing.
Right here. Set this up, and then.
Oh, you're weird.
Your call. Magic. Here's my aim.
That's not what I wanted.
Man, Doom is so sick. Such a damn cool character, man.
Oh my gosh, how did I get 2-2? Oh my. How did I get 2-2M there? Why would I ever want that?
Seems all the Blade combos are damn near the same as last patch, I think. Still the same shit. I feel like people found all the Blade combos day one compared to other characters. It feels that way. Oh, one button super. One button super.
I don't think that's true invul. I think I could have hit him out of that. Okay. I don't know which side I'm on.
Jack, what's your favorite topping flavor? Like, if I take you to like Chick-fil-A or something, what topping? What topping you getting? Not topping, like, oh shit, a condiment or like sauce, yeah. I raw. Oh, my bad. Never mind. I regret asking. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind, you got it.
Okay.
Never mind.
I can't see what's happening.
You got it, bro. You got it.
Brace yourself. Round 1. Fight! You need my help.
Oh. Oh, I forgot that didn't go.
I don't use any. Yeah, y'all different. Never mind.
Oh, that hit me.
Y'all scare me. Type of people that eat canes raw. No sauce. Don't only find out y'all eating canes raw. I don't like the sauce there. You don't like anything, do you? The fuck is that damage? What?
Okay.
I am ready. Magic. Round 3. Fight! You need. We'll get away with this.
Happy birthday of Doom. Damn, which blade super hit both people? It's level 1? I don't think it does though. Iron Man's does. See the video? You didn't send the video. I checked. It's too late anyway. I'm done eating. I resent it. Let me see this.
We're abusing them thresh dashes? Yes. Yes, we are. I'm not spacing them properly though. Damn, I actually just ate 60% of my life. I got happy birthday twice. Okay. A lot of people using maggot seams? Yes. That character's strong. Dog.
What am I looking at?
Oh, what is happening?
The fuck is this?
This is a.
This shit is 36 minutes long, so you lost the plot. That's 36 minutes I don't have. Can Doom actually cross up with the teleport? Yeah. I don't think it's fake. I don't think it's fake. I think it's real.
Come on.
That you do that
I'm
shit,
doing a
call and
watching
assist, EX
and
the
I'm
teleport.
getting mash tag on, like that's cool.
Or you can teleport forward, teleport back.
It just
That shit is real as fuck.
2x.
You will get hit. It's real. Cross up protection will not save you. That shit is real.
Brace yourself. Receive my assistance.
Literally mid block string, fucking mash tag, and we're out of there. But that was broke, sir.
Give me a second.
Wait, what the? Where did my auto combo go? How much for lessons? Hey man. No, actually, I gotta learn more about the game before I even think about teaching. No.
All right.
Ooh, shit.
That's enough. So I'm gonna whoop some ass. First match on, lags like crazy. That's probably what's about to happen too. That's probably exactly what's about to happen. It's just gonna ruin my fucking mood. A second. Fucking wire got cut on my chair. Oh, caught on my chair.
Okay, I'll come to you.
Close this game, opens rivals. I'm actually really hyped to play Hood. That character is surprisingly very fun. But my issue with Hood is that I won't lie, he feels like a DPS. He feels like he was supposed to be DPS, but then like partway through development, they're like, "Oh shit, we got no no one wants to play tank, and we got like no tank players." Unless he's tank, and then Gore the God Butcher or whatever the hell is tank as well. 2 tanks in a row would be nice. And what, Nightcrawler be what, DPS?
Receive my assistance.
Oops. Wait, oh shit, I thought it was the blue one. Oh god. I said oops, but that was him that messed up, not me. You like Hood? I like him. I like him a lot. I'm gonna definitely play a lot of him when I get on the ult. If I get the chance to. He's underwhelming. Well, I keep seeing people say that. I like him though. Cross them up. Imagine Nightcrawler TPing you into Penny Mines. I swear to God, I'll. Whew. Now that you say that, maybe we don't need Nightcrawler. Oops.
Be grateful to do. Receive my assistance.
Maybe we don't need Nightcrawler. Oh nah. Oh, brother.
Let's have at them, feel my power.
Feel my power. Yeah, TPing into Penny Mines is sick work.
Player 2. Brace yourself. Round 1. Fight.
Gotcha.
I await your call.
Get back to it.
Doom stands beside you.
Let's have at them.
Fuck.
Get back to it.
Fool up.
I see the move.
A wise decision.
Okay.
Round 2.
Get back to it.
Gotcha. Here's my aim.
All you want. Receive my
I warned you.
Oh, I get a bounce? Oh shit. I did not know that.
Magneto controls all. Magneto controls all.
All for my brethren.
Round 3.
A wise decision.
Resist. Get back to it.
Doom standing.
I warned you.
Magneto. Fear Magneto. I need Magneto combos. Maybe next stream we do focus on Magneto.
Now for today.
Maybe we focus on Magneto next stream.
Stand back. Feel my power.
A wise decision.
Moment of fury.
All for my brethren. Magic's back assist. 3 hell pillars flying up and down. Well, rising from the ground. They don't come back down. 3 hell pillars going forward.
Round 1.
Go, go, go! All right. Get down.
Oh, you're crazy. Well, that was the wrong button. Wow.
Mother, at any time.
Round 2.
A wise decision.
Beyblade.
Say thanks.
That shit's spinning. That shit's spinning. Did it just get darker? Did you just air throw me?
I see the move. There you are. It's no use.
What? Oh, I have no meter. I'm stupid. Yo, I'm over here trying to EX a skill and I have no meter. I'm like, well, where's my input? I'm not messing with the input. That's not good. But he level 3'd me? Why? Whatever.
Here's my aim.
Why'd I do that? I didn't press heavy. Excellent.
Final round.
Let's have at them, Flynn. You need my help. Out of the shadows.
Just get magic out here. Oh, this color's sick. Wow.
Here you go. I got you. Nothing like it. A big weapon reveal. The magic of my true people. How unsucking. I see the move. Pardon me. On the way. The magic of my true people. How unsucking. Here's my aim.
Mixed. Slumpy going crazy in the back, or she's not even here. Give me that promo.
Brace yourself.
Give me that promo. Jesus Christ, that gun ran. Was that even... That even actually punished me, did it? I think it did? I don't know. I can't tell. I think it did. I'm pretty sure it didn't, though. I'm pretty sure it didn't, actually. Bro, throw the stake. Oh no. Why does that keep happening to me? With punish. Footsies.
No need to pray. Round 3. Asgard is with you.
What the fuck is that? What? That crossed me. I couldn't see under myself. I thought he was in front of me, so I blocked the other direction. Oh, man.
Perfect. Assemble. Round 4.
Here's my aim.
Ooh.
controls all. I am Rock. You are out.
Oh, you gotta be shitting me. I don't know how to use Magneto yet. What the fuck?
Final round.
Asgard, you need my help.
Oh, you gotta be shitting me. Oh, I keep doing it too early. I gotta stop doing that. You know that? So the observation, yeah, PC is very hit or miss. Your PC might not be able to handle this game. It might. It may or may not. It's just
Let's show them something special.
very hit or miss.
Champion Buster, fully operational, sir.
Why the fuck did I do that? Oh shit, I just messed up.
Target locked. Here's my aim. Target locked. Take this. I see the move. You need my help.
Oh my god. Okay, I messed up like 3 times, but it's fine.
You lost, but you
Winner. Player 1. Our next matchup in the Challenge of the Champion tournament is led by Blade. This team's got some serious power. Enter Nocturnal Exiles! Led by Star-Lord. They're here to try for the trophy. Enter Galactic Elementals! At long last, the Titans clash. Which side will stand as humanity's last hope? Get ready to make some noise!
Are you scared? I don't blame you. 寝ぼけてんのか? Let's have at them, Blade. No mercy. Here's my aim.
The fuck? Champion Mad Carnage? Why are we not on Deadpool? What made you think I'm a Deadpool player? I don't even play Deadpool in Rivals. He's cool as shit, but I am not a Deadpool player. I'm not a Deadpool player, dude. That's not me, man. You know damn well that's not me, actually. Hold on. Main him and Magic. What? Why would I do that? You know damn well that's not me. Main him and Magic. What is that, your team? You want me to just play it for you so you can steal combos or what?
I am ready. You need my help.
Oh fuck. Woo. I don't know how to use Magneto yet. So I'm just pressing shit. I want to just start zoning motherfuckers. I mean, there's nothing stopping me from doing that. Oh, never mind, there is. Wait, that throw was sick. You know, run up overhead? What was that? He just raw super in there. He just woke up raw super. Okay, there is something stopping me. I need to kill this guy now. How did I do that? The fuck is wrong with this guy? This guy's crazy. This guy playing cards, of course there's something wrong with him. Conversions. What the fuck? Bro, what combos on the floor with this guy? I don't know what combos on the floor with this guy. I tried to fireball, that's just too slow.
The magic of my true people.
That's awkward. Whoa. That was like the spike at or the tipper. So that shit hurt like hell. Oh, you can only use one of the ice things at a time. Okay, I didn't know that. Huh. What's up, Ricky?
Now for today's main event. Here's Blade.
How's Tōkon? Tōkon's fire. PC client is cooked though, I fear. It's very hit or miss if your client will work for this game. I'm seeing a lot of people and some of my friends, this shit won't work for them on PC. It works for me, thankfully. But like, some people just can't play. Like that shit just like dead ass. Ooh. We're at 12 hours? Holy fuck. That shit dead ass will just like crash or like load in 30 FPS or something like that. It's very like hit or miss what you might run into. I don't know. Thankfully it works for me, but it might not work for you. Oh, that's how you do that. Oh, I never knew that. Also, I want to check the frame data on Magneto's Fireball. 25. Oh. Well, that's not working. So am I supposed to use Shrapnel Spike in a combo like this? Ooh, that's sick. I didn't know you could do that. That's pretty fucking sick. Oh, but the metal has to be on the floor already, right? Holy shit. This character is sick. What if I'm a Magneto player? What if I'm a Magneto player, truly? Maybe that's my calling. The game fun? Yeah, the game is hella fun. It just, the game is giga fried on PC.
Oh, that's a fancy katana. I'm so scared.
Brace yourself. Round one. Fight!
Get back!
I await your call.
Fuck.
You need my help.
Cody London, what a name. What the? I'm so stupid. I gotta stop doing that. I'm looking at the wrong person's meter. And it's about to get me killed. Fuck. I tried to do a different route. I tried to switch up the route a little bit, but I fucked it up. Ah! We're at 12 hours? Okay. Oh, fuck. Oh, I got happy birthday. I'm dead. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, you can't do that? Oh, my sword wasn't enhanced. Out of the shadows. This has got him. Out of the shadows.
I see the move. Here's my aim. Here's my aim. Wise decision. You need my help.
The reason I wanted to learn Deadpool was perfect cell reference. Don't let that shit bait you, bro. Don't let that shit bait you. If the character's not cool enough for you, oh fuck. You can combo off that in the corner? Dude, this character is sick, man. Yo, Loki is so gassed in this game. Your fingers hurt? Why your fingers hurt? Ooh. Dropping storm combos? Are they that hard? To just have to like do the wind pool shit on some of them, or probably like all of them. You asshole! Oh.
I am ready. Round 3. Let's have at them, then. Here's my aim.
I gotta stop doing that. Rejump inputs are annoying. Rejumps are easy, no? Oh wait, no, you said rejump. I thought you were talking about moon jumps. I'm stupid. I make super jumps.
Here's my aim. Your plan stay.
It's getting frosty. It's getting frosty. Ice and frosty.
Here's my aim.
Assemble. No! Come on, man! Oh my god, that range. That boy Loki. Nah, Loki's gas, bro. Dude, Loki is so gas in this game, bro. I have way more fun playing Loki and Magic than I do playing Blade in this game. Like, bro, that should tell you something. Like, I like Blade, but like, bro, these other characters have so much sauce, bro. These other characters have so much sauce, bro. I don't know, man.
High-profile match coming up. In the orange
I don't know, man.
with Blade. At the lead, Nocturnal Exiles. In the blue corner, with Carnage. Here are Crimson Shapeshifters. Let's see who's got Lady Luck on their side. The heat's rising and sparks are about to fly.
Run if you like. I love the chase.
yourself smart and run away.
Take your time. Let me build up a nice big appetite.
Holy Magic Skin? That Magic Skin is sick. This is a Psylocke magic color. Did you notice? I don't know the combo after that. Isn't it like... Wait, isn't it like... No, how the fuck does this go? And you gotta put another portal down, right? So it'll look like this or something? Hold on. And you like dive on them or something? I don't know the route. I'm gonna probably lab it off stream. It's something like that though. It's kind of similar to the other combo I was doing. Oops. Fuck, how do I do this? Why are you coming out? Why is Magneto coming out? I'm trying to get neutral assist. And then what are you supposed to do after that? You do like like that. I forgot the route though, because the game was closed. And you do just the wall splat and then that. And you can put like a portal down. Stuff like that. You place the portal, do the pillar, place the portal again. Yeah, it's something like that. Yeah, I've seen it on Twitter. It was something like that. I bookmarked it, but I never labbed it. How does this work? Stuff like that. Fuck. I suck at doing this. You gotta like do so many inputs at the same time. Ah. I didn't put the portal down. Whoa, that's a route. Ugh. I gotta train my fingers to do this fast enough. Because you have to call the assistant, hold forward, put the portal forward, and then input quarter circle back really fast to do this. Stuff like that, you know? No, yeah, Magic's a demon at a wall, yeah. Because she can literally go Dark Child on your ass. Someone gifted me the deluxe? Hey, yo! Nice. I had to pay for that shit. Well, sorta. Shout out Arxis. Do you know, you know? Stuff like that. You get super jump there. My stream title was I don't have Tōkon. Someone felt bad? Yeah, I would have felt bad too. What the fuck? Oh nah, I would have felt bad too. I'd have gifted you. What the hell? I've been on this game all day. Even though I'm on PC and this fucking client bugs out sometimes. Now you gotta test if your PC. Yeah, you gotta gamble if your PC can run it. Queen of Limbo. Queen of Limbo. Got on PS5. Oh, bro got that gifted in a safe fail or whatever. Fail proof gift. A fail proof gift. That's crazy. Man played it safe. Smart guy, smart guy. Wait, you can gift on PlayStation? How do you gift on PlayStation? I don't know how you even do on there. I never gifted on there. I mean, there's no reason for them to not have gifting on there. It'd be stupid. That's just free money for them. So we get Phoenix, Cyclops, October to December. Interesting. The X-Men movie will be released in 2028. It'll be the first movie in MCU saga. Nice. W.
Take your time. Let me build up a nice big appetite.
Okay, my bad. I am cooked. I'm in an infinite loop. Infinite loop, damn. Oh, who are you gonna play, Tento? That color looks tough. Yeah, this is a color too. This Loki color is kind of ugly. I'm just using it because it's funny. I like his default more. Wait, people have different dash speeds in this game, huh? Because Magneto's dash is far as fuck. BP Blade, Cap Armor. Good picks, good picks. The fact that reaches is so crazy to me. Darkness is my
my domain. That shit is hard. That shit is hard, bro. I need to do that shit on someone. I'm gonna do that to someone. I'm gonna try and go for a next match. I have not landed that super on someone before. That's just the level 3, but if it's like really far away, it won't do the cutscene. It's like the same thing in Grand Blue. You do like a mini version of the super.
You need my help. Here's my aim.
I should have accepted that key. Whoops. I'll do a few more and I'm out of here. I've been live for 13. It's a super long stream. Holy fuck. I am getting tired. And tired. And tired. This shit was cap. Okay, well, no, that part's not cap, but the other shit is cap. This shit is not more optimized. That shit was cap. Another 13. Oh, Helen, I'm about to go relax or some shit. I don't know. Bro said another 13. You've lost your mind. Play some rivals or something. I don't know.
Doom stands beside you.
What am I doing? I'm actually like, I think I'm gassed, bro. That's how I know I'm gassed. I'm literally just flying around the map, just dashing. What the fuck am I doing, bro? Hold on, let me lock in. Let me lock in. I'm actually autopiloting so hard. This guy's using auto combos. Jesus Christ. Aren't we in plat? Why are we still using autos?
Here's my aim. I will deal with this.
She mashed auto combos, so it beat. Okay, whatever, man. What is it with Marvel games with optimization? You right though. Hold on, I just noticed that you're actually kind of spitting. Because why is Rivals like that too? I mean, granted, they're making it run smoother. I mean, they're trying. You shouldn't be like that in the first place, though, no?
I'm with you. A wise decision. Out of the way.
Auto combo? Are we serious? Wait, how the fuck did it instantly skip the Dark Child transformation? Does the auto combo skip it? That's embarrassing. The auto combo just skips it.
This is mine.
So weird. Bland by Sims wasn't supposed to buy better PCs. What the fuck? Oh my goodness.
You, why does, it's so silly, bro.
Here comes Deadpool. World peace is all on me. Free bullets.
That gives a wall spot?
You cannot resist. Magneto controls all.
Oh my god. Oh, I hate this game. Dude, this guy's spamming this mechanic, man.
Magneto controls all.
On your right. On your right.
This is my KO. Excellent. Winner.
What is wrong with this guy, bro? Oh, man. I don't want to fight you again. I'm not gonna lie, bro. Give me somebody else. It's not just spam autos. I want a real match. Actually, okay. Before we get off this game, for the last few matches, let's do tournament mode. Let's do like one tournament mode. If I even get people. If people join. I don't know if you have your games open, but tap in.
Room match.
Just team battle? Oh, we gotta try that out another day. No room code. Do you need a room code? I don't know. I don't think you need a room code. All right, if anyone wants to join, feel free to. Let me change this blade color. Yeah, the purple is not as good as I thought. Like you get the black mag. Actually, I like the default too much. The default is just too hard. I think I'm too basic. I like the default too much. Yo, join up. Join up. Two bro for Tōkon, also World War fighting games. Bro, if you guys want to get better at fighting games, how else do you expect to improve unless you play the game? Tap in, bro. Tap in. If you want to get better at these games, you have to just play it. So tap the fuck in. So tap the fuck in, bro. How else do you expect to get better? By just sitting on your ass? Boot the fucking game, bro. People can't even buy Tōkon. I'm talking about just fighting games in general, even if it's not Tōkon. 2xk right there for free. How else are you gonna get better at these games if you don't play them? Just play. Yo, this collab is wow. Wow. Just wow. Wow. That is wow. Wow. It's not even just Persona 3. It's 4 and 5. Wow. They want money. 30th anniversary. Yeah, they are not playing around. Just wow. 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 Just wow. I have no words. No, why'd that guy leave? I need more people with the game first. I want to do this tournament mode. But no, it's a no to kill gotcha games. Yeah. No, that's Nikkei. That game isn't dying. That game isn't dying. Let's see now a stream crazy. How many more person? You left through a subathon? Yeah, you can't say I don't do nothing for y'all. Do you guys ready up so we can start? Oh shit, potato, thanks for the 5. I appreciate it. Is that for the 13? Appreciate it. Yo, why are y'all readying up and then unreadying? I don't get it. Ready up so we can start. We need that mask to do the ready up. Appreciate the 5 gifted purple potato. Thank you. Absolute trolls. Yeah, I'm saying like ready up, please. Lobby, we're doing a lobby. This is tournament mode. He left the damn game, this troll. I guess I might have to change the lobby, I guess. Yeah. Sag. Nah, never mind. We don't have enough. People don't have the game yet. It's too soon. It's too soon. Or, oh yeah, maybe it could be crashing. You're right. Thoughts on Star-Lord in this game?
Casual match.
He's good, no? I think he's good. Cloud won a tournament with him. He's got to be good.
Our next.
Starting a job tomorrow? Hope that goes well, man. Chill with the J word. My bad.
Let us begin, gentlemen! Feel my power! Follow me! See my mass!
Gotta do neutral jump.
Feel my power! Power of absorption! Feel my power! You need my help! So focus!
Loki is so good in this game. Very impressed. Very impressed with how cool Loki is in this game. But you can deadass like do some nut shit with this character, bro. This move is plus too, by the way. This move is plus. So you have to hold that shit.
Here's my aid. Follow me with the rainbow. It's mine. It's mine. It's mine.
think my favorite one is this. And you overrid him, you fake him out. You gonna pick up Deadpool? I have no interest in Deadpool. He looks cool, but a little too much for me. Too much for me, I think. Damn, I cannot get a match. I have to lower this, I think. I think my Q thing is bugged. I can't get a match. The power of Jotunheim.
Let me tell you a secret. Let me tell you a secret. Let me tell you a secret.
Oh, it's a full screen super. I didn't know that.
Let me tell you a secret.
I didn't know it was full screen. I didn't know it was like a beam.
Yes, I am the god of life.
Or just dead ass jumping you.
Let me tell you a secret. I have always wanted to be a hero. Now I am fighting for it.
A hero, huh? Y'all believe him? Y'all believe Loki's a hero in this game? The way this dude's fucking, I don't know, what moves like this motherfucker's a villain. Blade, do you get nerfed? E is transformation? Am I getting as much anti-heal as I used to? Nah, it's just that it's not you. It's just that the healing is higher this patch. The power scaling went up this patch. People are stronger. People are tankier, people do more damage, shit like that. What the? Oh. It's not a you thing, trust. Oops. Damn Green Goblin. What? How did that not work? Oh yeah, that whiff, whatever.
My turn now.
Is that Hulk? I have not fought a Hulk all day. That's a character? No, I'm joking. But nah, I deadass have not fought a Hulk all day. Ooh.
Not bad.
The slam down? Could you be Mark or Lee from Racing Tōkon? Yeah, they don't play this game. Yeah. If they want to play, let me know. That's not even a question. They don't play this game. Damn, okay, I don't mean to sound cocky or nothing like that. Just they don't play fighting games. I play fighting games.
Brace yourself.
Like, well, some of them do, but like, I don't know how to say this. Like, they don't play tag fighters.
I await your call.
Yeah, the boomerang's coming. Damn it! That shit took so long. Why did that take so long? Oh, I gotta do forward. I'm trying to cross him up. Nice. Freaking low.
Let's have at them, play. You need my help.
Oh. Woohoo! Oh fuck, I'm tabbed out. Oh, that's. Uh-oh. Was that cheese? I think it was cheese. Cock, what you got? Oh, there you go. Nice. It's only Vegeta's voice actor. Standing off for my brethren. Seven Deadly Letters. Carnage is some BS, but Loki is so much fun. Definitely my main. Carnage is some BS? Is he?
Here's my aim.
Moment of truth.
I've been accepting Wi-Fi all day. Am I crazy? Am I mad, man? Should I be doing this? Bower's using a training mode too. What do you mean? Am I crazy for accepting Wi-Fi? I've been accepting Wi-Fi for the past like 13 hours. I don't think I declined a secret Wi-Fi. I mean, honestly, I haven't been checking. I just been mindlessly accepting. I just been mindlessly accepting shit. Color number 7 in this game is apparently a mystery. What the? I wonder how we're gonna have to get that. Darkness is my domain. Darkness is my domain. So let's do your exact lineup. Oh, did he? I didn't know that. I didn't even notice. Zoned out. DDoS. So if I win, he's gonna DDoS me. That'd be pretty fucked up. I can't lie. Carnage player too. Oh yeah, he definitely gonna DDoS me. Oops.
I await your call. I see the moon.
Why does he scream like that? Oh my god.
Whenever. Round 2. You need my help.
First notice. Did he just? Okay.
I see the moon. Wise decision.
Oh, for my breath. What's the lobby at? This is online. I got used to the fact that he can like he has this omnidirectional dash or whatever.
Brace yourself. Round 1.
Take this. Let's have at them, Blair. No mercy. I am ready. Take this. Give that. Already.
Round 2.
Let's have at them, Blair. A wise decision. Gotcha.
Oh, that was optimal. That was optimal as shit. That was optimal as shit. God damn. I had that thing right. I got the thing going right before the fucking. Hold on. Oh, this guy's gonna hurt. Oh, or I can drop the combo. Getting around a fine on PC for me. Let me get to the other side. No, my fucking Fujin. Ooh, optimal. I mean, not optimal. What's the version?
Here's my aim.
Very well.
All right. It's not over. Tremble spike.
You. Okay.
None can defeat the master.
Master of magnetism. Oh, my thingy wore off since I switched the. No, no, no! Please don't leave me. God damn it. I'll bite the bullet. Nah, just wait, bro. Or you can refund it and buy it when it's fixed. But I mean, you won't know when it's fixed unless you keep trying your game. So you don't know it's fixed until you keep trying your game, even if a patch were to drop. You know.
In the opposite corner, the leader, Carnage.
I need to lab some blade shit. Blade shits. Blade shits. Standing, crouching, block. All, no switch. That actually works, okay. What if I do standing, block, but not crouch? So I'm going to do this. That actually works. It's actually real shit. Fuck. Let me show you perfection. You on controller? I'm alright, a Katsuna. You're lucky you're not a vamp. I don't know how good the I wonder if anyone's gonna ever find a combo that's optimal for that. I don't think that's optimal. As cool as that looks, this shit. As cool as the shit that is that like it, I don't. It's not optimal. It's just for styling. I don't think like. I don't know. Maybe someone will find some shit. It won't be me though. I'll tell you that. Because I'm not testing that shit. Wait, it's kind of fluid if you do that. Wait, hold on. Maybe it was me. Maybe the blade is me. Hold on. Oh man, maybe the blade is me. That's some funky stuff.
Our next matchup in the Challenge of the Champion tournament is led by Blade.
Boyd. We got a Boyd. Boyd. Any Boyders?
This blade can kill gods.
Brace yourself. Round one.
Loki already. You. Give thanks to me. Take this.
That is so much damage. Holy shit. Oh, I didn't run up. Because I'm a bot. Because I'm a bot.
Life has a certain comedy.
W Blade indeed. I gotta actually stop playing Blade. Because I gotta learn how to play these other characters. Here's my aid. The subathon still going? Hell no. You might see me missing for a week after this. So my subathon's still going.
Here's my aim. How feeble of me.
I thought we didn't take breaks. That was cap. I'm leaving y'all.
Brace yourself. Round one.
Mixed. Fuck. Trying to grab him. Yo, ice me out. Ice me out. Ice me out. Ice me out. Hey, run to that ice. Run to that ice. Run to that ice. Run to that ice. Come get iced out. Come get iced out. Come get iced out. Oh shit. Like a JP player? You got something against Japanese people? What the fuck? Fuck you mean like a JP player? Come on, that's kind of racist, no? That's kind of fucked up. I think I might have to unmod you. Can't mod saying stuff like that. Oh fuck. Street fight, I don't know what that is. So you hate BP? Yeah, who doesn't hate BP? That dude is annoying as hell to fight. He fun to play. Annoying as hell to fight though. You like fighting BP? Like, son. Nah, you're not getting me. Nah, bro. Nah, bruh. I'm talking about BP. That don't work on me. It works on you though. It don't work on me. Oh, he fucking smacked me with his toes. What the fuck? This whole getting iced out.
You have been a thorn in my side for some time.
Whole getting iced out. You ever been iced out before, chat?
If a guy can't stand by his word.
Brace yourself. Round one.
Stand back, Blade.
This fucking Penny Parker theme, bro.
I see the move. How feeble it is.
You mashed?
Wow. Excellent.
I am ready.
If Beef was an Asian named Sai, the fuck would that do? An Asian named Sai. Trying to make a Psylocke comparison out of him, or? Snow bunnies and Asians? What the fuck? What? Grats, you just named like a gajillion people. Billions of people. He does swing that way. What are you talking about? I'm sorry, most of these games we play are made by Asian companies. So the amount of Asians in it are like really high. Same with like, I don't know, white people. Like what? What the fuck? You say he's never been in a relationship with a white woman? I haven't. You don't believe me or something? Or? Damn, that guy got blasted. No, no. Wait, what? Reminding chat? Oh. Oh my god.
One does not cross a frost sight.
Damn. Oh, you got mixed. I sent Loki behind him to give him some back shots while I switched to Magneto, hit it from the front. That dude got clapped, literally. That was mixed. That shit was mixed, bro. Holy shit. Nah, don't leave, don't leave. God damn it, dude. Why'd you leave? God damn it.
At the lead, Nocturnal Exiles! In the blue corner, with Loki. Here are the Tōkon anti-heroes.
Ooh, this combo looks really good.
Let's see who's got Lady Luck on their side. The heat's rising and sparks are about to fly.
Assistant to Ice Ball? Oh shit, ice me out.
Yes, please do contemplate the many errors you have made to end up here. Stand back.
Did I check out Carnage already? Yeah. Yes and no and no and yes.
You need my power of
Ooh. Okay, okay. Get him, Loki. Genji in the background forever. Let it go. I have words for you, but I won't say them yet.
Brace yourself. Round one.
Is that Unk Blade? What the fuck is this color? What the fuck? That is Unk. The fuck is this color? I had a fucking chat to this game. That shit is crazy. Look at him, his Unk. Cosplay that Rico, y'all can do it. Send me it. You guys cosplay and send me that shit. Deadpool T posing there in the intro. And all for my brethren.
Here's my aim. Gotcha. No mercy. Gotcha. I see the moon.
All for my brethren.
My vampires are so
Winner, player 2. Brace yourself. Round 1. Fight.
Gotcha. Gotcha. I see the moon. No mercy. I am ready.
Ah, fuck. Oh, that was too close to the wall.
Give thanks to it. It's no use.
Perfect.
Which way you want it? You want the gunshots or you want the spinning knife? Which one you want?
I see the moon. Stand back. Ride all you want. This is my power. Found her. Fool on. I will fight on. Let's give it that might. Do it. Got it. Got you. Slap your spite. The Cascade is with you. I shall master now. Tell you. Fool on.
What the fuck is Ung doing? What the fuck is Ung doing?
Here's my aim. A wise decision.
Get iced out. Ice, ice, baby. The theme is ice. Ice is the theme today, chat. Ice. It's getting real chilly.
You need my help.
Why the fuck did the game just do that? What? Oh, I had no meter. Hell nah. What's wrong? That Iceman album? I don't know that. Theme of today is ice. Ice, ice, baby.
Brace yourself. Round 1. Fight.
Let's have that roleplay. I see the moon.
No. The theme is ice, not snow. Go to sword throw again. Down, down.
How feeble of you. Hell away. You have a gift. I I am ready. A wise decision. Be my master. Take it away with this.
KO.
Kneeling before a god.
Assemble.
I'm prepared.
Round 3. Fight.
Out of the way. Feel my power. Pardon me.
Okay.
A wise decision. How's this?
I'ma fire my lasers. Yo, if I'm a shut, if I get, I might try to get smooth a little CPU and Smash. Nah, I love how your CPU and Smash has got hands.
Brace yourself. Round 1. Fight.
Oh my god, wrong button.
I am ready. Let's have action play.
Why aren't you in ranked? Takes ages to get a match. I'm just spamming quick play right now. I've been ranked all day. Oh, I have. Oh, no, I don't. I'm on PC, so yeah, it takes ages to get a match. Oh my god, it. Nice. Oh wow. Can you not do that?
I see the move. A wise decision. Get thanks.
Full auto.
Winner. Player 2. Brace yourself. Round 1. Fight.
Let's have a conflict. I am ready. I see the move.
What? Damn it. I almost had. I tried to build 50 meters of super, but I was at 49. I could get to 50 in time. Maybe if I knock down, use assist, I would have got 50. Oops. I have meter so I can convert. We thought I was gonna cross up. It's unlucky behind me. I could have crossed up. I want to back neutral assist. Can I do that? Okay, I'm getting used to using the great conversion forward heavy for the tag. I mean for the stakes. It's much more consistent if you do forward heavy. Really, bruh? I have no stakes. I have no stake. We need more stake, chat. We need more stake. Chat, how do you guys like your steaks done?
You may call for me.
Oops. Medium? I usually do medium. Raw. Okay. Fuck. Black like me. Okay.
How does it feel to be
the game just dropped. Chill. Hell no. I am not letting these fellas play the game. Cannot do that. I'm sorry. I get the most enjoyment out of letting other people play the game. If you can't understand that, I don't know what to tell you. Oh, that's actually pretty good. Fuck. Evil. That's not evil. It's a 1v1 game. There's only one winner. I'm sorry. This is not Marvel Rivals. This is not Marvel Rivals. This is not Marvel Rivals. You will not be playing the game. This is 1v1. Nah. Oh, we don't do that. Nah, I can't do that. I'm sorry, bro. Bro, you have to. It's fighting games though. You have to get your ass beat to learn. Like, something you really do. I have no stakes. Did he forget? Did he forget the boomerang was coming back? That shit be gone for so long. These dudes be forgetting that shit's coming back, bro. Did you forget? Don't forget now. Come on, bro. Don't forget now.
I'm ready.
Round 3. Fight!
W.
At any time. Get back, lead this to me. Let's have out some flesh.
Bro, I can't never grab in this game.
So now you know.
Winner, player 2.
Okay.
Now for today's main event.
Now for today's main event. I'll see if I can get a ring match. I doubt it. Doubt it though.
Here's my aim. I see the move.
Do all the assists do the same damage? 9,000. 8,000. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, the damage on that's inconsistent because of how it works. Ooh, maybe back. Oh, maybe this assist is bad. For. Maybe Magneto is the play in the back. Okay, Magneto might actually be the play to put in the back. I'm not getting much from this assist.
I will go. Get back. Leave this to me.
Oops. Fuck, I didn't mean to switch.
Here's my aim.
He does shrapnel spike, which is like pretty good. Honestly, I want Blade in the back, but I want to play Blade, so like I'm not doing that.
You need my help. I see the move. Let's have at them, Blade.
Can't do that.
Take this. Get back to me. Over here. Let's have at them, Blade. Let's have action, Blade. Here's my aim.
Okay. This game is fun, man. This game is pretty fun. Where the fuck is the... So many stages you gotta go to just to queue. It's crazy.
I see the move. Let's have at them, play.
No mercy.
I see the move. Play.
Deadpool Resident Evil? Nope. I tried doing it, it didn't work.
Profile match coming up.
I tried doing it, it did not work.
Brace yourself. Round one. Fight.
Give thanks. Here's my aim.
Was that the sweet spot? Oh my god. Oh. Oh. Oh my god, I hit his fucking hurt box with his tendril. Mr. Kuma. Kuma doesn't miss you.
I see the move. You need my help. Give thanks to you.
That was so fucking evil. Oops. Can we abort for him? Because how are you deciding for him? What you mean, how am I deciding for him? Oh, here comes the lag. PC client up next.
I am the god of lies.
I am the god of lies.
They must know the truth. And the truth is, you are done.
Wow.
Well.
Well. Oh, I'm gonna rank up. Well.
I see the move. Let's have at them, play. Here's my aim.
You may call.
Thanks,
Get done.
I'm with you. I see the move. Feel my power.
We'll get away with this.
At any time.
Come on. I will deal with this.
A wise decision. Here's my aim. How feeble. Out of the way. A wise decision. Pardon me. What incredible.
Dude, that is... Oh my god. Why can that kill? That is so silly. Why can that feature kill? I don't get why that feature can kill. It should not kill. It killing is just like, why? Ah, whatever. Dude, that lag, what? Yo, this PC client is so bad. What was that lag? He just crossed me up and that was unreactable. Okay, comeback season.
I see the move. Blade. Fool. No use. Give back. I'm with you. I see the move. Here's my aim.
Doom stands beside
Did it twice.
Wise decision. Give thanks to me.
Dude, that hits out the sky?
Let's have at them, Blade. You need my help.
Leave this to me.
I see the move. Here's my aim.
Whoa! What is that conversion? What? Yo, did you guys see that? Yo, Carnage can do that? What? He just... Oh, shit. I thought... What? He can do that? He just... Okay. I didn't even know Carnage could do that. That's crazy.
You may call for
Is that safe or I have no clue. Oh, you want low?
Here's my aim. I see the move.
Oh my god.
Let's have at them, Blade.
If I'm gonna die, I gotta at least unlock more characters before I die.
Anytime. Give thanks to me.
I'm dead. Dude, that feature killing is so stupid, bro. Oh my god. I hate it so much, man. It's like a get out of jail free card.
You need my help.
You get that magic color from Story Mode. That almost missed. That would have been really bad if that missed too. Oh man. Yo, this is oh my, that's the first time I fought a Carnage that's actually fucking knows what he's doing.
Oh my god, what is that move? I'm dead. Oh, wait, no, yeah, he can't kill me. He has no conversions. That hitbox is crazy. Holy shit. Yeah, okay. Carnage is crazy in this game. Oh, of course it's lagging on the final round. What the fuck is this character, bro? Angry hamster. Yo, Carnage is mad. Carnage is mad in this game. Hey, cross me up. No, I ran into it. Oh my god, I thought it was gonna run out. It lasts longer if he whiffs it. Are you fucking kidding me? Dude. Oh my god. It lasts longer if he whips it, I think. Oh god, I'm not used to fighting that because so I didn't know when it was gonna run out. Fuck. Fuck.
Moment of truth. You can prove yourself smart and run away.
Oh, you've got to be shitting me. You've got to be shitting me.
Now for today's main
Fucking
event.
Carnage, bro. Oh god, I got. That's so silly, bro. I actually died of that move, bro.
Brace yourself. Round one.
What the fuck is this lag? Yeah, this shit laggy as fuck. Was I playing Blade because of you? In this game or which game? Did I just die off that? Oh. 24-5 kids. What the fuck are you talking about?
dude keeps trying to 2H me. He keeps on drawing it. That's just not gonna work.
Out of the way. Keep tight. Got you. Here's my aim. All you want.
I'm all good. Here I go.
I should have known she was gonna do that. What the hell?
You cannot resist. Asgard is weak.
Is that plus the overhead, bro? I jabbed, I got counter hitted. What the fuck?
Asgard is weak. Summon your command. Iron Rod. You are outmatched. I see the move.
Oh, Carnage assist fucking goes through. Oh, what the fuck? Oh god, this fucking character is so annoying, bro. Choppity chop, bro. Holy shit, somebody chop her arms off. Mixed.
Here's my aim. The magic of my true people. How unstoppable. You need my help. All you want. I'm your master now. You are outmatched. Steel yourself. Pathetic.
She's a kid. You think I give a fuck? This kid is annoying. We get rid of brats. We get rid of brats, bro. She should have never been in the game. It should have been Psylocke. And that's facts. It should have been Psylocke. Oh shit. That's fucked. Okay. I'm joking, but you're rage baiting. Okay. Now you're rage baiting. I'm trolling, but you're rage baiting. Talking about some she's more popular than Psylocke. Okay. No. Now we're not trolling no more. You're yapping. You're yapping. No. You're yapping.
I am ready.
That's fucking rage bait. I'm over here trolling, but you're no. You're not trolling.
Here's my aim. Iron Rock. Magneto control. I see the move.
Oh god. What is that lag? 6 frames? Holy shit!
Give thanks to me. You cannot resist.
Hold that shit. Hold that shit. What? The lag? No!
You need my help. Iron Rock. Found me. Steel yourself.
She probably is. Yo, you need to be banned.
I warned you. Get back. There's no escape. I'm with you. I've got it. I'm coming at ya. I am right. I'm your master.
Let's use shrapnel split. I know that joystick.
I'm coming. Asgard is quick repulsive.
Shrapnel spike. Shrapnel spike. But how? He says that shit's so funny.
Most naive.
I did not mean to do that.
Here's my aim. A wise decision.
I had this guy in a block streaming for 10 years. I deadass had him in jail. I deadass had this guy in a block stream for 10 years, bro. Would not stop blocking. I should just grabbed his ass. Bro would not stop blocking, bro. Okay. Jesus Christ. I hit diamond today. That's a W, you know? Is that not a W or what? That ain't a W, I don't know what it is. Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Diamond. Diamonds are unbreakable. Diamond is unbreakable. Alright, so anything? I have no clue. Check the leaderboard. Where do you check that out? Where do you check that? Oh. I didn't even see this part here. Motherfucker's already master? I'm 512. Let's do a hook. Hook gang. God. Hook gang. God. Hook gang. God. Yeah, rank 512. Champion playable and ranked, yes. I haven't fought any. Yeah, there's one. This guy's using champion right here. I haven't fought any though. LARP night. Move to your ranking. I can't see like a KD or nothing. Or like, oh, there you go. Longest win streak 17. Straight victory count. Perfect victory count. Fastest victory time 66. Okay, that doesn't show me a KD. Like, give me a fucking. Where's the matches won or something? Like, why are we like this? Matches victory. Okay, but out of how many matches? Like, what? Anything but giving you what you want. Like, hey, watching him is fun. Stop being a dickhead. Stop being a dickhead. All right, bro. Woo, that was fun. That is it for day one of Tōkon. My hands are whooshed. I'm about to get wrist tendonitis again. I'm about to get sent straight back to that hospital. Holy. I'm about to get sent straight back to that hospital, bro. Shit, I'm cooked, I fear. I'm going straight back to that hospital, bro. On me, I'm going straight back. I'm going right back, bro. Right back where I came from, bro. Right back where I came from, bro. This shit is so sad, bro. It's so sad Steve Jobs died of ligma. 14 hours of constant gaming. I don't know how you do it. You gotta have love, bro. If you don't have love for the game you're playing, you can't do it, bro. You need love, bro. You know, if there's no love for the game that you're trying to play, bro, can't do it, bro. Like, you see me do a 24-hour stream of Marvel Rivals. That's because I'm really about it. I could do a 24 of this game low key. I'm not going to, but I could. I definitely could. Would I though? No. You gotta have love. If there's no love for the game you're playing, you can't expect to do something like this. Because obviously I shouldn't be streaming this long. Instead I should be making videos and doing something more productive than streaming for this crazy ass amount of time. But I love the game. The games are fun. Anyways, I'm gonna call it. I am going to send you guys to Lies. I might play ranked with her later. Maybe not. I don't know. But wait, hold on. Oh yeah, we are. Fuck, maybe I shouldn't end then. Nah, I'm out of here. I'm fucking out of here, bro. I'll see you guys on her stream. I'm gassed. I am gassed. Don't join the fucking raid. Don't be a chud. Don't be a chud, bro. Don't be a chud, bro. Don't be a chud. Back tomorrow, 100%. By the time I mean like a week or two. Ever play a new Shona? They come in? Hell no. No. I haven't played Roblox in like almost a year. No. No. I don't care if it's Itachi. No. No. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone, bruh. Leave me alone. Alright. I'm gonna catch y'all later though. I appreciate you guys being here for as long as this was. I don't know who was here for the entirety of this ridiculously long session, but if you were, I don't know, having me up on your TV or something, or if you were just chilling in chat, I appreciate it. I'll catch y'all later. I gotta work on some videos. I gotta work on some videos and shit. I'll be on her stream probably later playing ranked for a little bit or something. I don't know. I'll catch y'all. Anyways, see ya.